Fallen from Ashes. The Kingdom Saga, Book 2. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Nadia Marshall. Prelude. Several years earlier. Toshana. You're such a fool, Toshana. The sand is hot. It burns my skin. Dry and unforgiving against the hands I have used all my life to help people, not to hurt them. I can feel the sun peeling away my skin as I glance upward toward the sky. I'm on my knees, my veil falling in front of my face as an angry mob begins to form in a circle around me. The desert is unrelenting, like the crowd that is screaming insults and jeers. "Adulterer!" they chant, gathering stones. The first of them throw small pebbles. They bite my face, leaving little cuts that flow with dark blood. The man I love is leading the crowd. He stands victoriously, straightening his turban with a smile as he watches. The crowd begins to pelt me with heavier and heavier stones. "Please!" I yell, and tears spark in my eyes. "Please have mercy!" Their ears are deaf to my cries. All they know is that I have loved a man in my father's court that I was not married to, and the punishment for such sin is death. I curl into a ball, and boulders begin to smack against my sides. If I am lucky, a large stone will hit me in the head, and I'll die quickly. But I know that I'm not lucky. If I was lucky, then the man I had fallen in love with would have married me. Instead, he only claimed that I was a temptress when we got caught, a woman claimed by the devil. Two men grab my dress and tear it down the side. A woman rips my veil from my hair, stomping it into the dust as a small child spits in my face. An especially large stone smacks into my side, and I cry out in pain. The man I love has raised a large rock above his head and is smiling at me, his eyes glittering. He knows this will all be behind him soon. I raise my arm to shield myself from my fate. Before death comes, a very large man, practically a giant, stands in front of me. He unsheathes his sword, and the crowd screams. I look up, squinting against the glare of the sun. In moments, a boy is at my side, helping me up. His black hair falls into his dark eyes, which are kind and concerned. "Can you run?" he asks, looking at me. "Yes," I choke, not bothering to ask questions. "Then come with me." The young man grabs my shoulders. We duck as more stones are thrown our way. Men chase after us, trying to stop my escape, but I hear the clattering of swords ring through the air as the large man batters them back. Screams echo through the city. I take a chance, glancing backward. The giant's sword has blood on it. "Don't stop!" The young man at my side insists, and we turn a corner to be met with an uneasy gelding. The man swings me on top of the horse and then takes a seat behind me, kicking the creature into a gallop. I hold on to the horse's mane as we fly out of the gates of Yukulan, the only home I have ever known. I have never left my father's walls before. How everything has changed so quickly. We are far into the desert before the man stops. He dismounts the horse, and I gaze around at the sand dunes rising around us, feeling the wild wind ripple through my hair. I have no idea where we are. "Are you all right?" he asks, helping me down from the horse. I nod lightly, feeling my face and pulling my hand away slowly. It is covered in blood. "Here," the boy says, taking out a cloth from his pocket and handing it to me. "This will stop the bleeding." I put the cloth to my face. I'm forbidden to talk to a man by my father's orders, but I decide that I am no longer my father's concern, and ask shakily, "Who are you? And who was that? That mountain of a man?" "That was Mirk, and I'm Zahid," the boy says. "We saw you in the square and decided there was nothing so terrible that you deserved to die. What were they stoning you for?" "Adultery," I say lightly. "They caught me with a man who wasn't my husband." "Do you have a husband?" he asks. "No," I shake my head. "I was hoping it would be him someday, but—" I'm ashamed to find my eyes fill up with tears. Zahid looks at me kindly and says, "He wasn't a man worthy of your love if he could let that happen to you." "But now what am I supposed to do?" I say, fear filling my chest. "My father sentenced me to death. I can't go back home. I have no money, no dowry. I am not engaged, and now never will be. I have nothing and nowhere to go." "That is for you to decide," he says. "You can always follow me. I'm building a city where you'll be safe, if you'd like to come along." I open my mouth to ask more questions, but Zahid looks at a dot in the distance. The large man, the one named Mirk, is riding a horse at a speed I would have previously considered unachievable. When he's at Zahid's side, he dismounts, wiping his brow. "I gave them quite a bit of trouble. Some will not follow. The ones that do will not come quickly." "Good," Zahid nods. "Less troublemakers to worry about." Mirk looks at me and says, "And what's your name? I'm sorry that we didn't introduce ourselves before we got caught up in that little riot." "My name is Toshana," I say. "You're not going to hurt me?" Mirk laughs. "Little bird, if we were going to hurt you, we would have let you get killed, not risk our necks to save you." "But why me?" I insist. "Why would you step in to save a stranger's life?" "You could consider me a prince of sorts," Zahid says, taking out his sword and swinging it lightly. "As a prince, I make my own laws, and I consider you an innocent." His words make no sense to me, but I decide that there's nothing I can do but be grateful. "Thank you," I say, curtsying lightly. "I owe you my life. If you're truly a prince, then I'll follow you all my days until my debt has been paid. A life for a life." Zahid holds out his hand. I take it lightly as I rise to my feet. "You owe me nothing, Toshana. But if you wish to follow me, then I will treat you with all the respect you deserve." Mirk glances behind him. "We should get riding, Zahid, before they mount their horses." Zahid helps me onto his horse, and we set out against the sun. I don't look back. There is nothing left for me where I came. For me, it may as well have never existed. That night, Mirk and Zahid sleep easily. I am wide awake, unable to close my eyes. It is not out of fear. I trust Zahid and Mirk more than I've trusted anyone. It is a strange feeling, an irrational one. They are good people. I am sure of it. No, it is the stars. I am compelled to look at the diamonds that glimmer above the desert. For some reason, I feel as if I were destined to ride upon them. I watch the fire burn nearby, enchanted by its vibrant glow. I have always been captivated by fire. For some reason, I feel that if I were to walk into its embrace, I would not burn, only be caressed by the gentle strokes of flame. I am broken out of my thoughts when I hear voices on the wind. I glance over at the two men, but they do not stir, deep within their dreams. I see several shadows slinking through the dark over a sand dune. I know that my father's soldiers must be looking for me. Zahid has left a knife by the fire. I grab it tightly. clutching the handle as if it were one with my hand. I know I should wake him so he can defend me, but I rise to my feet and let my blanket drop to the sand as I charge toward the group with a savage yell. All the men have swords, yet I pay no attention as I begin to twirl in the throes of battle. I feel a rage rise up within my belly, anger furling under my skin like fire ravaging through whatever dared to lie in its path. My knife connects with skin and sinew, and I hear the men screaming as they jump away from my attack. I can see the confusion in their eyes as I dance. Toshana, sweet, small Toshana, fights with all the fury of the desert herself. I have never wielded a blade before, other than a kitchen knife, but for some reason, my body acts like it knows what it is doing, as if I have had thousands of years of experience making war and swinging swords. A kind of memory overtakes me, one that I cannot fully recall, but I know through and through just the same. I slash the chest of one man and cut deeply into the arm of another. Finally, they pull back, terror in their eyes. "Let her go! This is worth nothing," one cries. They trip over their feet, sprinting after one another to get away. I grin as I watch them flee. I have wounded all the men, but have killed none. Their lives I have spared, but I have given them a lesson that they shall never forget. Zahid and Mirk have awoken, their mouths open in surprise. "The girl can fight," Mirk mutters, glancing at me suspiciously. "Why didn't you save yourself in the square?" Zahid asks. "You could have defeated everyone in your path." I'm not sure," I say slowly. I don't know what has happened. I shouldn't have been able to chase off those men. I have never wielded a weapon in my life, never practiced for battle or been ready when soldiers from other lands came. Yet there I was, only a few seconds ago, brandishing a knife with all the skill of a warrior reincarnated. I do not understand. Zahid lies back down. "I don't think they'll be back after that little display. I feel I will sleep easier now." Mirk follows his lead, sending me a few more glances before he falls back asleep. I look at the knife in my hand, and the firelight catches the blade, shimmering with power. An idea strikes me. Not giving myself any time to think, I bind my hair up in one hand and cut it all off in one single stroke. In the reflection of the blade, I now look like a boy. I walk to Zahid's bag and take some of his clothes, throwing my torn dress to the sand. After I have changed, I sit by the fire, letting the heat bathe my body, making me anew. The next morning, Mirk and Zahid practically jump out of their sleeping bags at the sight of me. Mirk reaches for his blade, only pausing when he realizes that it's me and not some rogue boy. I must have done my job right in order to fool two men who knew me the day before, I say, a sly grin forming on my face. You're wearing men's clothes," Mirk mutters, staring down at the sand bashfully. "And you cut off your hair," Zahid says. His voice isn't accusatory, simply baffled. He gazes at me, wondering if I've lost my mind. "People will ask fewer questions about 3 men traveling together than 2 men and a woman," I say. "I've decided I want to follow you. Where you go, I will go." Mirk is still staring at me, but Zahid nods. "Very wise, Toshana. But before you agree to follow me, I must warn you what we do for our coin." "And what do you do?" I say. He smiles. "We're thieves." The statement would have turned my stomach once, perhaps even the day before. But not anymore. Not after last night. "If you are thieves, then I am a thief. I said I would stay by your side until my debt is repaid. A life for a life. I turn toward the sun, its rays enveloping my skin. I don't yet know who I am, but I intend to find out, and I know all the desert will be set aflame when my rebirth begins. Chapter 1. Present Day, Bennua. Ashes. If the world is ashes, I am a fire, slowly consuming the earth until I run out of flame. Alamar and I blaze a trail through the desert of Sahrahn, the sultanate of Hayama looming in the distance. My stallion brays a battle cry, and I push him faster, over the ocean of sand and toward the largest dune, which is our goal. Zahid and Ali are behind us, though not as far behind as I would like. He has chased me once before through these dunes, but now it is his pride at stake, and not my life. I let out a proud laugh. Faster and faster, I urge my stallion, and soon not even Zahid is in my mind's eye, nor Hayama. There is nothing but a vast spread of sand and sky. I am a champion. I am the queen that has conquered the warlord Qasim, the prince it was said no man could defeat. But I am no man. I am Queen Bennua, ruler of Hayama, and now I soar above the desert as if I am ruler above all. There is a small dip in the ground, and Amar jumps, soaring through the air. Time seems suspended for us both, and we hover there, breathless, before he comes crashing back down with hooves made of diamond and stone. I glance behind me. Ali is far away, struggling to keep up. It seems impossible, but Amar has grown even faster in the past few months. Since I've turned 18, I've made it a habit to take him out and run him as much as possible. I come to a halt at the top of the dune, and Amar rears on his back legs, whinnying out a victory. I raise a hand and let out a wild cry, feeling like the pharaohs of old. No matter how many times Zahid races me, I always win. My future husband comes trotting up the dune, looking winded. Although it was Ali who did all the running, he's gasping for air. He shakes his long bangs out of his shimmering, mischievous eyes, throwing a side glance at me. One stare from him makes me lose my own bearings. Even though we've been engaged for quite some time now, nearly 6 months, Zahid never fails to take my breath away. "I don't understand why I even try," he says, laughing as he brings Ali to my side. "Your stallion rides upon the wind." "Because you will never give up," I say playfully. A small gust of wind rises up. Zahid and I turn to oversee our kingdom, the beautiful sultanate we have built together. Things are coming together surprisingly quickly, for a realm being ruled by a woman. It practically glistens in the sunlight. Life is close to being back to normal, and even better than it was since Qasim's raid on the palace a few months ago. The cry of a noble bird rings high above me. I look up. There is that same black falcon soaring through the clouds, the one I always see each time I venture outside the palace to ride. My mouth rises into the smallest of smirks. "Bennua," Zahid says, already knowing what I'm going to try. "Don't chase after impossible things." I'm off before he has the chance to stop me. The falcon, almost on cue, takes off. I chase after it, longing to defeat the creature of wind and air. I am Bennua, queen of Hayama, defender of the weak. I do not slow for those who stand in my path. I journey into lands both political and adventurous, where no one has gone before. I am not afraid to be brave and reckless. Amar and I nearly catch up to the falcon before the bird puts on a burst of speed and leaves us trailing behind. I slow Amar up, coming to a gentle walk as my stallion breathes heavily through his nostrils. He wants to catch the falcon as much as I'm sure. It is only a matter of time until we do. Zahid jogs a lead to my side, shaking his head. There you are again, acting like you've lost your head in the warm desert sun. Not even the great Queen of Hayama can defeat the sky, Bennua. One day, Amar and I will race with the falcon and we will win, I tell him. And I'll make sure that you'll be there to see it, to deflate your big head. I take a cheerful swat at him, and he ducks, giving me a sheepish grin. Careful now, my queen. I taught you that, he says coyly. And as hard as it is to believe, I wonder if you are not growing just as big a head as I. That would be impossible. I laugh and urge Amar toward Hayama at a casual walk. Why should I not be proud? Our sultanate is becoming the most powerful in the land. With the bond between Toshana and Hayama, abundance flows. Our trade route is booming. All of the sultans in Sahrahn wish to barter with us. Due to the changes you've implemented, I might add, Zahid says. That wasn't all my doing. You had much to do with the economic decisions, I tell him. Your idea to turn the area around the small river into a farming community was ingenious. Hayama is now known the world over now for our precious fruits, and now that Toshana is finally beginning to turn out silks, the industry there is booming as well. Royals are practically throwing coins at us to get a rare taste of our delicacies. I give a little laugh. In only a little while, Zahid's ideas to turn Hayama and Toshana into trading countries has made both of our kingdoms into two of the richest cities Sahrahn has to offer. There is little to worry about lately, which is miraculous in itself. I had been wary about making Zahid sultan due to his loathe for power and attention, but even though he hasn't been declared sultan yet, he's the best ruler Sahrahn has ever seen. He's got good ideas, and Hayama and Toshana are flourishing because of them. If being a ruler is this easy, I'm sure I can convince Zahid to stay sultan forever. We might be rolling in money, but I believe that you have done the real work, Zahid says. I wave a hand. I did what was needed. All of our children should be educated, and all women should choose for themselves the veil or not. I feed the hungry and have instructed that the Onari is open for everyone to read. These are basic rights that all people should have. If all of us are well fed and well taught, we shall be the most powerful nation in the world. I believe we already are, Zahid says, taking my hand lightly and giving it a kiss. He leans over to whisper in my ear, though I believe it would be better if the queen were to remove her veil and let all the world see for itself that she defies the ancient laws that have no place in our kingdom. I blush, even though there is no one around to see. We might be engaged, but it would still be a scandal if anyone caught Zahid and I being affectionate. Even out in the middle of this desert. Zahid is always nagging me to take my veil off, but I ignore him. I feel naked without it around my hair, so this is one command from the future sultan that must be left unnoticed. Zahid catches my bashfulness and says, "What's wrong, my queen? Afraid that someone will see us holding hands in this barren landscape? Hush now and behave." I tell him sternly, though I can't keep a small giggle out of my voice. Royals don't act this way. I think you're forgetting that I am the Raider Prince, and you are the Queen of Hayama. We make the rules now, my dear. He leaps off his horse and tackles me to the ground, rolling so he takes most of the hit. I laugh as Zahid wrestles playfully in the sand with me, pinning me down. "What is this?" he says, swishing his hair out of his eyes. "A betrayal? It's the dashing Raider Prince here to steal our dear queen away from the city so he can have her all for himself. You've already done that once." I remind him, chuckling. Shh, he insists. I'm in half a mind to throw you on the back of Ali, leave the city behind, and hide you in a small shack on the corner of the ocean, simply so I won't have to share. He then leans in very closely, so his lips graze mine. His voice sinks down into a whisper. Or perhaps I will take you here in the sand, as I wish. I try not to tremble. I don't want to let him know he has me. What must I do to avoid such a terrible fate? I say, voice wobbling. I will let you go, beauty of Sahrahn, if you promise me one thing, he says. Oh, anything, great raider prince, I say, rolling my eyes and playing along. His eyes lock onto mine. Tell me that you will love me until I have silver in my hair, until Sahrahn is a land devoured in fire. Tell me that we will be as one, together, always. That is my only wish. I am so in love with him. I count myself lucky that I am able to marry a man I love. Only a year ago, I was destined to marry the most vicious and cruel man alive, and now I have found my soulmate. Zahid is such a blessing, the treasure of my life. I am determined to never let him go. I will be yours if you will be mine, I say, raising my fingers to caress his cheek. No other man will ever capture my heart as you have, for you stole me away the minute I set eyes on you. He leans down to give me another kiss, stroking back my hair. That was certainly more than what I was hoping for. Was it? I say, as I mount Amar, heading back to the city. And why was that spectacle necessary for me to proclaim my love to you? I wanted to hear you say it, he says, leaping onto Ali, and I know it would be impossible to convince you otherwise. I would cry your name from the tops of mountains if only you would hear it. I tell him gently. You know I am not a woman who opens her heart to everyone. This is my promise. We enter the gates of Hayama, and no one bats an eye. Zahid and I wander out into the desert, disguised as commoners more often than we should. It is a wonder no one has recognized Amar's splendor, but we come and go at times when the city is quiet. We leave our horses at the stables and then continue up to our rooms. I'm personally looking forward to a bath after being covered in sand. Where have you been? The screechy voice of my mother echoes throughout the hall, and I suppress a groan as I see her tight-lipped stare at Zahid and I. My mother doesn't approve of us wandering about unsupervised and alone, but what can she do? I am the queen. We were out riding the horses, I say. Amar is restless, being cooped up in the stables at all hours of the day while I am in council meetings. Then let the servants ride him. Queens should not be frolicking about in the desert, their hair all tangled and looking poorer than a beggar. She gestures to me and my dirty clothes. Yes, mother, but I am no ordinary queen, I tell her with a sigh. I am well aware. She turns to Zahid. And you, breaking tradition by seeing your bride the day before your wedding? Shoo, shoo. She waves at Zahid as if he is a pesky fly, and not the future sultan of our country. Of course, he says, giving a little bow. My mother turns away to head into my room, grumbling all the way. I let out a huffy sigh. She never fails to try my patience. I might be queen, but the title might as well be nonsense to my mother. She still tries to boss me around. I love you most with your skin full of sand and the sun in your hair, Zahid says, kissing me lightly on the side of the cheek before anyone sees. Don't let yourself forget that in the presence of your mother. I won't, I say lightly. And you don't forget we have a council meeting tonight. Zahid grimaces. I will remember. He then wanders away. As much as I am with Zahid all hours of the day, it is exhausting when I am without him. When he is gone, you might as well remove my stomach, or my liver, or another one of my organs. I am not as fully formed as I should be without him. It will be wonderful when we are finally married. I follow my mother into my room, where my sisters are sulking about and complaining as usual. "Get off that!" Mother cries, waving my cat Jalal away from my wedding dress. It is the same one I was meant to marry Qasim in, although this time it has been altered so it fits me properly. The pink and the green colors are coming together instead of clashing horribly. It will make me look pretty tomorrow. As I gaze at it, a strange thought pops into my head. The time has come. Tomorrow, I will marry Zahid. "Bennua," Jabira snaps, "have you looked at any potential suitors for me yet? Many have come calling." I hesitate to snap at her. My sisters haven't stopped annoying me to find them new husbands ever since theirs died in the raid on Hayama. It's obvious none of their previous suitors have gone missed. "I will find you all new husbands when I am done marrying mine," I say, taking a brush and combing out my tangled mess of hair. "Please do not ask me again. I cannot make men fall from the sky." "Does Zahid have a brother?" Estella says dreamily from the window, looking at the clouds and playing with a scrap of fabric absent-mindedly. "As far as I know, he's an only child." Estella has taken too much of a liking to Zahid. I'm not jealous, as I know Zahid would never stray, but I sometimes wish that my future husband was a little less handsome. I found more than one lady eyeing him in the palace as he struts by in that arrogant way of his. I've been taken by it myself, more than once. "Bennua won't find suitors for us until we're old and withered away," Patina says dramatically, fanning herself while she lies by the window. "All my beauty will be wasted for nothing." As unqueen-like as it is, I really want to throw something at her. Patina has such a big head from being the prettiest sister. With her double chin, thick thighs, and large round stomach, she's the center of attention every time a man comes to court. She's the perfect picture of a woman of Sahrahn, voluptuous and divine. After all, men like large women. It shows they have wealth to spare. When I was little, I prayed I would turn out heavy like her, so others would call me beautiful. I ate as much as I could to speed along the process, but I never gained any weight. It's one of the reasons it took so long for my father to find a willing groom to marry me. Patina had dozens of marriage offers the minute she turned 13. With my flat stomach and my thin figure, it's a wonder that Zahid finds me attractive at all. Ah well, Alshams cannot make us all beautiful, I suppose. "Hurry up and change," Mother says. "The council is waiting for you." My maidservant, Nuri, bustles about, bringing out a new dress for me to wear, as well as a fancy veil. Not for the first time, I'm grateful to have her. She saved me more than once in the past few weeks from public humiliation, after I've nearly run out the door with my hair a mess or my dress rumpled. As I watch Nuri skim around the room like a bird drifting over a small fire, I'm once again astonished at how much we look alike. We are the same age and are so similar in facial features that when I'm looking directly at her, it appears that I'm gazing into a mirror. She has the same brown almond eyes that I do, same tan skin, and long dark hair. It would be easy to mistake us for identical twins. Nuri came to us a few months ago. A group of servants found her wandering the streets of Hayama, out of her mind with no recollection of who she was or how she got here. She looked so much like me, they brought her back to the palace, thinking I was her. Needless to say, it was a very confusing situation for everyone when two of me were running throughout the palace. But the situation soon righted itself when Nuri and I came face to face. Although she was lost and confused, she gave us no hardship. She was so grateful we had taken her in, she performed all her servant duties exceptionally well. I gave her the name Nuri, meaning little fire, because she's such a light to me, a small, shimmering fire that brightens up the palace whenever she's in my presence. I quickly promoted Nuri within a few days of her arrival, giving her the job of being my personal maidservant. Our identical features have proved useful more than once. I've disguised her many times in my own clothes when I want to go out amongst the people and need the council to believe that I'm in the palace. As well as a wonderful maid, she's an excellent body double. As of yet, she hasn't recovered thoughts of her past. We've tried encouraging her to think about where she came from, but her mind is empty. I hope she remembers someday. But for now, she seems happy to serve me, so I won't pressure her into creating memories that do not exist. I stride into the council room a little while later after leaving Nuri and my family behind, scanning the various faces around me. I hate being in here, as this was the room my father died in, but I have no choice. This is where legal business must be done. I look around the council room, but find that Zahid isn't there. I suppress an aggravated hiss. He has a habit of skipping out on these things. I know how much he hates diplomacy, but for as much as he despises politics, he's good at them. It would be nice of him to at least make an appearance, instead of leaving me to deliver our decrees to the council alone. Toshana gives me a smile. Most of the councilmen look pleased, and why wouldn't they be? Things have been going spectacularly, far better than they were under Father's rule. But I can tell that not everyone's happy. Despite our overflowing coffers, not all of Hayama has been thrilled with the changes implemented. There are some rebel groups in the districts that have banded together to refuse my rule. The council had an uproar when I demanded that the Onari be opened for everyone to read, and they insisted I had lost my mind when I made the veil optional. But with Zahid and Toshana backing me up, they had no other choice. The rebel groups hate that I am putting education and food into the hands of some of our most underprivileged people, especially women. It has only gone to show that, to some people, a girl with a book is the most terrifying thing in the world. It does not matter. Whatever cannot be satisfied with personal belief can be satisfied with coin, and I have made my council members very rich through our booming economy. Despite their morals, they're more than willing to turn a blind eye when the treasury is involved. My queen, Yusuf starts. We hate to bring you bad news on the eve of your wedding, but the rebel groups are getting stronger. They are gaining strength on the south side of the city, Halil adds. It will only be a matter of time before they advance on the palace. Yusuf and Halil hope their words will be unsettling, I know. Their petty attempt to rattle my emotions does not bother me. I am sure both of them are involved with the rebel groups and are probably leading them from the inside. Out of all the people in Hayama, these two have profited the most from uneducated people, as both of them have tricked individuals to build houses for their construction business without paying them later. Yusuf refuses to let his daughter learn to read, and Halil has his wife locked up at all times of the day. Both men are unintelligent with anything that doesn't come to coin, and think too highly of themselves. Somehow I'll get them off the council, even if I have to banish them for a small reason. I don't trust them. I know they do not have the minds of the people at heart. You have received more death threats, my queen, from many peasants under your rule and some other kingdoms, Yusuf adds. They are asking that you surrender your throne or be put to the sword. My father received many death threats in his time, I am sure. I say with a small laugh. I'm not going to relinquish the throne simply because a few stubborn commoners and foreign kings whine about my place on it. But my queen, the rebels are. I do not concern myself with a few rebels. Let us get on with it, I say, sitting up straight so neither of them dares to question me again. Yusuf and Halil appear insulted, though they don't say anything. Good. It's about time they learned their place and stopped badgering me. People have threatened and even tried to kill me before. It is nothing new, so I'm not bothered by it. If any of them plan to assassinate me, I welcome them to walk into the palace and try. I can defend myself well enough with a sword. Throughout the meeting, I keep hoping for Zahid to show. He never does. I don't understand why there needs to be a pre-wedding feast, as there will be one the next day, but I let my mother have her day. She's been far too lonely since father died. Planning all these weddings for me and my sisters will be the only thing that keeps him off her mind. I miss father. I miss my brother Bashar. I miss both of them being around the palace and around me. I've been so busy ruling the sultanate and preparing for my wedding that I don't have any time to grieve. But when I do, my pain hits me like a sandstorm rising over a dune. Even though my father thought me silly, I still loved him dearly. It has been hard, learning how to rule without him to guide me, or my brother to help me, as he was the one who was being taught to take the throne. But I suppose if either one of them were alive, I wouldn't be queen today. So here we are. I noticed Zahid flitting around the dining hall and talking to people during the feast. I should be socializing too, but I feel far too tired to make small talk. Taming the council proved to be a monumental task without Zahid's help, as usual. I leave the feast as early as I can without appearing rude and trek up to my bedroom. Jalal rubs against my legs, purring. I pet him gently and look out my window. For as tired as I am, I can't sleep. Thoughts of everything that could go wrong with my sultanate go rushing through my head. I know everything is going well. However, that could all end tomorrow with a single flip of a coin, and I am the first woman in Sahrahn to actually rule. I want to pave a secure path so other women can come into power later down the line. If I fail, they'll never let another woman be queen in Sahrahn again. I know that for certain. But these are excuses. I'm nervous about more than just my country. What's really on my mind is that I'm getting married tomorrow. The garden my mother planted looks lovely under the moonlight. A quick walk around it should be enough to calm my nerves. As I walk amongst the plants, I see a silhouette in the distance. Zahid is leaning casually against a stone wall, lounging back and looking at the stars. I take a minute to observe him. He is such a handsome man. I love the way his hair falls into his eyes, the way his muscles peek out from his shirt. I look up and down his form, which is strong and sturdy. He's so very young. You wouldn't think it, the way he commands everyone's attention, but the Raider Prince still has much to learn about life. Even so, I think he knows a little more than me. Maybe it's a good thing that two young people who haven't yet been ruined by the world are running a kingdom. It hasn't been done before, but so far, it's worked out in everyone's favor. He sees me coming before I've stopped appreciating him, though. I can't fool myself. I could stand here forever, gazing at his beauty. "Bennua," he says, shifting. "I thought you'd be in bed." "I'm rarely in bed these days," I say, giving him a light chuckle. "What about you?" "I thought I would enjoy my last night as a single man," he says with that cocky, self-assured smile. "So you're enjoying your last night as a bachelor, alone on the roof and looking at stars?" I say humorously. "I would suspect you would be chasing after maids in some harem." "Why would I need to flatter maids when I have the most dazzling queen in all the world to call my bride?" Zahid says. My heart flutters a little before it drops in my chest. As much as I hate to admit it, I am frightened. Not of the rebels or my council, but of Zahid. He's the only one that can truly hurt me. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I ask with slight hesitation. You can still leave if you wish, Bennua, Zahid says, and he puts a finger underneath my chin, raising my eyes to gaze into his own. I'm staying. I want you to know that if you want to go back home, you can, to Toshana, I protest. This is my home. You overthink things, Bennua. If your thoughts were sand, Sahrahn itself wouldn't be able to hold all the grains. He gives me a kiss on the forehead. Our wedding will be beautiful. I would never marry a woman I wasn't absolutely enchanted with. If I hadn't had a good reason to steal you away when I heard Qasim was going to marry you, I would have done so anyway, to try and keep your beautiful soul. You have a kind and gentle spirit that more than anything has caused me to fall in love with you, as your people have. My anger at him dissolves. I know I should be furious with him for skipping out on the council meeting, but what can I do? Zahid is a free creature. I can't keep him locked inside a room with a bunch of stuffy old men who will protest everything he says, who will beat him down and reinforce his beliefs of those in power being cruel. I am the one who will enforce his ideas. I am a powerful ruler myself. I must have faith in me. I will be the happiest man in the world to make you my wife tomorrow, he insists, and he leans down to give me a kiss. For the rest of my days and whatever comes after, I want you by my side. I promise that. I promise that too. Our hands slowly drop as he drifts away, heading for bed. I watch him go. I am unsure what I have done to deserve such a wonderful man, one who respects me and believes in what I need to do. As he leaves me, I'm struck with a sudden thought. Zahid and I have snuck across the halls at night to sleep in each other's beds, but we have never lay with each other. The farthest we have ever gone is kissing deeply in Toshana, spending the night together holding hands in the garden where his mother was buried. I was too afraid to go beyond that. The sultanate needs heirs, someone to lead if something were to happen to Zahid and I. Zahid probably wants sons. If I'm his wife, I'm the one who has to bear them. Everyone expects that after tomorrow. I will no longer be a virgin. That thought terrifies me. Do I want to give my virginity to Zahid? Yes. I know that more than anything. I want him to be the one to do it. Yet, I'm scared, as silly as it sounds. I fear it will hurt, but that's not what frightens me. I'm afraid that once I consummate the marriage, I will change. Or worse, Zahid will change. He won't want me anymore. I shake my head. Do I really think so little of him? He's not that type of man. Zahid loves me, but I'm also sure he's had more than his fair share of women as well. What if I fail him in some way? I don't know what to do. I've never made love. My parents certainly never discussed things with me, and my sister simply giggled when I asked how it worked. I know the mechanics, of course, but there aren't exactly books on the subject I could read. Even if there were, my father would have banned them from the sultanate long ago. Finding them now would be impossible. Alshams, help me. I want Toshana. She is who I really need. She would know what to tell me. At the same time, I don't even know who Toshana is. Not really. Ever since my friend left that pile of ashes and the red feather in my room, I have been confused about everything. I know she is Alshams. There is no doubt in my mind that Toshana is the phoenix god. I don't understand why or how. The Onari never mentioned anything about Alshams being a woman. I've talked to Zahid about it, but being the unbeliever that he is, he won't admit anything. He believes Toshana is Alshams as well. I know it. However, he will not say it aloud. He hasn't told me this, but I know him well enough to understand that he is afraid. If Toshana is the phoenix god, Zahid is scared she was judging him on everything he said and did while they traveled together for so long. I know Toshana better than that. I love Alshams with all my heart, just as much or maybe even more than I love Zahid. And I love Toshana. Somehow, it's all connected. She's just not here to make the connection clear to me. I let out a great sigh. Alshams, hear my prayer. I think silently. Please help me tomorrow. She can't talk to me, but I can talk to her. Somewhere. Chapter 2. My queen, awaken, Nuri says, coming into the room slowly and opening the curtains. Today is your wedding day. My eyes shoot open, my mind pondering a marvelous thought. I'm getting married today. I sit up slowly in my bed, looking around. Nuri is already hard at work to make me beautiful for this very important event. Despite my excitement, nervousness and fear mixes in my chest. Nuri helps me bathe, washing my skin and donning me with sweet perfume. She brushes my hair over and over in long strokes as the sun comes up over the hot desert, until it ripples gently down my back. Jalal stares at me and purrs, as if he knows something special is going on. My sisters come exploding into the room like a group of chattering hens, cackling and heckling. They take my hands and feet and begin to draw intricate designs of henna on my skin, while Nuri smooths out my dress. By the time my sisters are done, I am more painted up than a palace mosaic. They put jewels around my eyes and into my hair. I slip into my dress, noticing how the fringe swishes along the floor and how the bells and coins jingle around my hips. My mother comes into the room, holding out her hands as she looks at me. You are the most beautiful bride, she says, placing a kiss on my cheek. The Raider Prince will be so pleased to see you. Zahid. My stomach twirls, and I feel like I'm going to be sick. I begin to pace around the room in spiraling circles as anxiety overcomes me. What if he doesn't show up? What if this is all a terrible mistake? He must have realized by now that I'm not so special after all. Nuri takes my hand, leading me to the bed and sitting me down. Be still, she says, brushing my hair again, if only to calm me. Zahid loves you. Trust in that. A horn sounds in the distance. I jump to my feet, standing straighter than a sword. Nuri grabs my arm and my mother peers over the balcony. It's time! Come, girl. I didn't spend my morning slaving away in the garden for nothing. My sisters bustle out of the room. I freeze, unsure of whether to follow or to run screaming from the palace. Nuri guides me along after them while I try to take deep breaths. Why am I so frightened? I am marrying the love of my life. I've wanted nothing more for months. This is my day, not anyone else's. I shouldn't be afraid of making a mistake, but I am. I stand before the doors of the garden. My sisters and my mother are already inside, as well as the council, and all the royals and nobles of Hayama. Below, in the city, people are already celebrating my wedding. All these people, waiting for one moment. Are you ready, my queen? Nuri asks, turning to me. I look at her and nod, swallowing a scream. This fear is not the fear I had with Qasim, that I will be miserable all the days of my life. This is a fear that I will not be able to make Zahid happy. It is far, far worse. Yet he chose me above all others when he, as the Raider Prince, could have been with anyone. He is more in love with me than the moon and the stars. I must give us this promise, this chance to be happy. I must try. Nuri opens the doors. As she does so, white doves flutter past me, and music begins to dance through the air. Loops of colorful fabrics have been strung throughout the trees of the garden, while petals from flowers flutter carelessly through the wind. Small candles burn a small path to my destination. Everyone is looking at me, beaming expectantly. I see nothing but Zahid. He is waiting for me there in the garden, dressed in his finest robe, and looking at me as if there were no one else in the world. And he is smiling. The only words I hear are the ones he and I speak with our eyes as the chanting of the Onari is sung in the background, the words of our forefathers intertwining with the harmony that is our love and affection for each other. Love me with silver in my hair, till the end of my days, until Sahrahn is a land enveloped in fire. The wedding feast can only be described as wild. Zahid and I barely have time to glance at each other before we are whisked away to the dining hall, where our reception is already in full effect. It's a strange mix, the reserved people of Hayama partying with the rebellious and loud Ashanians. I don't get to say a word to him before I have to thank the hundreds of people who have turned out for the event. I had planned on dancing, but we barely have time to wolf down a plate of food before we are swept away from each other again. As I look at him, I realize with a jolt that I am a married woman now. I am Zahid's wife, and he is my husband. What a strange, wonderful, and simply perfect thought. I want to be by him, especially now that we're married, but I have duties to perform even on my wedding day. I run into Nuri, who is having an especially swell time with the other dancers. I don't believe she stopped twirling since we arrived. "People keep mistaking me for you, my queen," Nuri says with a laugh as she spins out of the circle, nearly tumbling into my arms. "I've never been to such a party." "I dare say it will be the last one like it in all of Sahrahn," I observe, looking around the room. The wine is being consumed in buckets, and even the most stoic of my council members can't pretend they're not enjoying themselves. I see my husband at the corner of the room, and I tug on Nuri's arm, saying, "Nuri, take me to Zahid. I won't be able to get to him by myself with all these guests asking for a conversation every time I turn." "Follow me." Nuri drags me through the crowd, ignoring the protests of the astonished nobles who are calling my name. She leads me to Zahid, pushing me into his arms. She's run off before I can say another word, and baffled, I stare up into the eyes of my new husband. He smiles at me. "I was wondering where my wife had gotten off to. I was in half a mind to bring out my sword and cut down these rogues, if only to hold your hand." My heart soars as he says the word, wife. I would have done the same if not for this clumsy dress. I could never wield a weapon in such an outfit. I lift my skirts and look at him, sheepishly. "You appear more beautiful than a goddess in that dress," he says. He leans down to whisper into my ear. "But I'd prefer that it were not on you. In fact, if all these people were gone, I'd rip that dress off you at once." Something inside me grows warm. I'm about to berate him until I remember that these things aren't forbidden anymore. He is my husband, and I am his wife. Soon he will have all of me, more than I've ever given anyone else. It's everything I've ever wanted. I brush by his hand, squeezing it. "You will get your wish soon enough," I say. "We'll be leaving soon." It is a tradition here in Hayama that the bride and groom journey out into the desert alone for 3 days to remember our ancestors who roamed the land before. It strikes me what we're to do in all that time out in the middle of nowhere. Will we read to each other? Play games? I certainly hope that no one expects us to... How could that possibly keep us preoccupied night and day? My anxiety reappears. My nerves over sleeping with Zahid are far worse than the ones I had marrying him. What am I going to do? Soon, night falls. Amar is led into the room, fabulously decorated with a red saddle, his bridle dangling with tassels. Zahid climbs on, and I sit behind him, as it is another tradition for the bride and groom to leave on one horse. We are led through the palace by a servant dressed in gold and white. When we get onto the city streets, people throw flowers under Amar's hooves and white petals over our heads. It's like a beautiful dream, something out of a children's story, a fairy tale that I thought would never come true. How did I gain Alshams' favor so highly? When we reach the gates, the servant lets go of Amar's reins, and the people cheer in a monstrous, joyful roar. We walk out into the desert, and the doors close behind us slowly, sealing us away from the civilized world. The wedding, which we had been planning for months, is over and done with before we even realized it started. Zahid and I look at each other. All at once, the noise and the chaos is gone. It's utterly quiet. "What do we do now?" I ask. He urges Amar forward. "I was told to ride east. There's an oasis there with our tent already set up." Our tent. How beautifully he says the words. He walks Amar forward, and we say nothing. My head is on his back as we ride, enjoying the silence, savoring the time we finally have with one another. We do not need to speak to be with each other. It is one of the things I love about us. There is no need to fill the quiet with words. Our silence says just as much. A spot appears on the horizon. We grow closer to it, and I see a large tent has been set up underneath a couple of palm trees and a sparkling oasis, spread beneath a shimmering night sky. We dismount Amar, untacking him and letting him roam free. He won't go far. We step into the tent, and I gasp aloud, shocked at its beauty. It is even more elaborate than my room, with a large feather bed covered in silks sitting in the middle, and dozens of pieces of intricately carved furniture lying about the space. There are food and delicacies of all sorts here to keep us nourished while we stay. Everywhere I turn, there are elaborate tokens of gold, statues covered in gems, our wedding gifts. Why we would need them out here, I'm unsure, but I suppose it was to enhance the surprise. Zahid lights the lamps, and the room is cast in a soft, romantic glow. I look at the bed, and I immediately realize what I'm supposed to do. The heat rises in my cheeks. I turn to Zahid. For once in his life, he looks about as cowed as I am. I wonder if he's as scared as I feel, but that's impossible. He's the Raider Prince, brave and bold. There's no possible way he could be afraid of me. Except that's not what his eyes tell me. We stand there mutely for a few seconds. "I'm sorry," I say. "I don't know what to do." His eyes flicker downward. "That's understandable. I assume you've never—" "Have you?" He blinks at me. "A few times, but none of those women cared for me, or I them. I suppose it's quite different with someone you love." "You believe so? What if I—" "Bennua," he says, cupping my face gently. "This is new to me too, in a way. We'll do it together, as we do everything together. I promise I'll be gentle." This is the man that can sweep away all my insecurities and fears with a single glance. He took me in as a scared, submissive princess and changed me into a powerful queen within a year. Something about this man has the power to work miracles in me. I trust him. Zahid slips off his robe and shirt. I gaze at the large scar spread across his side where Qasim stabbed him. He took that wound defending me, and I know he would do so again. I begin untying my dress, but Zahid catches my hand in his own and says, "Wait." Zahid takes off the rest of his clothes. I let out a breath as I take him in, look him up and down. There were never any lies of the Raider Prince's beauty. He is elaborate, every inch of him. Zahid moves forward and starts to untie my dress, working at the ties gently, although his hands are shaking. I'm quivering all over, passion and fear mixing together as one. For as much as he is burning me up inside, causing fires to rise from the embers of my soul, he is also terrifying me. For absolutely no reason at all, or perhaps all the reason in the world, I start crying. "Bennua," he says, shocked. He instantly drops the ties. "What is wrong? Do you want me to stop?" "I'm sorry," I say again, tears trickling down my cheeks. I'm completely humiliated. This is not how I imagined this would be. "It's just, my whole life, people have told me that this is wrong and that I shouldn't even think about it, and that this is a sin. Yet now that I'm married, people expect me to just do it, and... "Bennua," Zahid says, "we don't have to do this today, or any day. I will wait for you as long as you like, until you are ready." "No," I say. "I want this. I'm scared. I'm afraid we'll be different, or something will happen, or..." "Yes. All right," Zahid says, taking a deep breath. His face is so stricken. I feel awful that I'm making him feel uncomfortable and embarrassed that I'm acting this way. "What about this? How about we go one step at a time? And if you want to stop, we'll stop. Just like training in Toshana." "Just like training?" I repeat. "Just like training." He begins to untie my dress again. "Now, try to relax." My fear slowly begins to dissolve away. He slips my dress off, and I'm aware that I've never let anyone see me naked, not even myself in the mirror. Yet Zahid is looking at me now, and I feel no need to cover myself. He has already seen all the important parts of my soul. It is no matter to bare the rest of myself to him as well. "I will never let anything happen to you," he says. "This is my promise, Bennua." He sets me down on the bed. "We'll do it together," he says. "Do you trust me?" I nod. "Yes, Zahid, I trust you." I give him a small, sacred kiss. "With everything." He gently lays me down. As he hovers over me, I notice the phoenix amulet I gave him for his birthday is tied around his neck on a thin, black leather string. "You still wear my amulet?" I ask. "I never take it off. It was a gift from you." I want to give him so much. Everything. The world. I don't think he will ever fully know how deeply devoted to him I am, how fully I want to spend each and every day of my life with him. He trails soft kisses over my ear and down my neck, across my shoulders and skin. He continues to kiss my body while I run my hands over his tough, tanned skin, scarred from so many battles. I'm still nervous, but I have to admit, this isn't so bad. He touches me in a new place, and I gasp. There's fire everywhere. It's consuming me and drawing me in, wrapping us together until I don't know where I end and he begins. He takes his time, going slowly, but I don't want him to hesitate. Suddenly and longingly, I want him now. No, not want. I need him, emotionally and physically. If he leaves now, I will fall to pieces, come unraveled like a thin thread in a tattered blanket. I cannot stand if he were to go. If I were to lose him, there would be nothing left of me. I whisper his name, and he kisses me fiercely as we join together. There's discomfort, but the sensation is new and unknown, so I savor it. There's a connection between Zahid and I now that's stronger than any I've ever known. More important, there is no he or I, only us. We are stronger together than we are alone. For the first time in my life, I finally feel secure, finally feel accepted. The pain from not being enough for my parents, my sisters, and my people is gone. If there were any doubts before, they are swept away now. I've never given my full trust to anyone save for this man. After years of denial and fear, I finally let myself believe that I can be wanted and adored. Acknowledge that I can be loved. I had feared in my heart Zahid couldn't really be in love with me. Now he is showing me, and I see it plain as day. He does love me. I know by the look in his eyes. I hold him closely, wishing for us to become one and the same, with no differences, no divides between us. If the time ever came, I would give my life for his. Zahid's love is more than a fair trade for death. I thought it impossible that I could love Zahid more than I already did before our wedding day. How very wrong I was. Within the waters of the oasis, under the palm trees, the tent, over and over, I cannot get enough of him. To think that I believed we would be doing other things during this time. I laugh aloud. The 3 days that have passed only seem like 3 hours. The world is new, and I see everything in a different light. I feel as if I've been reborn again from Alshams' ashes. I could stay out here always with Zahid in this tent and be happier than I ever could be as the queen of all of Sahrahn. I hate that our 3 days alone together are up. But I have obligations, and so we must return. I stand outside the tent, watching the sunrise. I haven't slept much, but I feel no tiredness. Each part of my skin is burning, set aflame with the morning sun. Zahid yawns and stumbles lazily out of the tent, wrapping a hand around my waist. It's obvious in the past few days I've made him a very happy man. "My queen," he says, giving me a kiss on the forehead. "Your kingdom rises." He gestures to the sun, giving me a playful shake. I giggle. I had nothing to fear from him. If this is life, terrifying things turning out to be wonderful surprises, there is little to worry about. What can stand in our way? Zahid and I. Together, we could conquer all of Sahrahn if we wished. I'm sure of it. Nothing will stand in the way of our love. "We have to go back," I whisper, leaning against him. Zahid brings me closer and says, "In a little while, perhaps. When we arrive back at the palace, everyone will want the attention of my bride." I pause. Would it be unfair to stay out here another day or two? I'm sure nobody would notice. After all, what could possibly go wrong in 3 small days? "Your Highness!" Zahid and I turn to see a man racing toward us on a horse, swinging the mare to a stop. I recognize him as one of the servants from the palace. "What is it?" Zahid asks briskly. My slothful, easygoing husband is gone, replaced by an attentive soldier. "What's happened?" The man takes a deep breath. "I'm sorry to interrupt your honeymoon so early after your wedding, but you must come with me immediately. There is something you must see." Chapter 3. Zahid and I abandon the tent and leap onto Amar, following the servant at high speed back to Hayama. This is impossible, I think. What possibly could have happened in the span of 3 short? My worst fears are realized as I see plumes of fire rising from the lower districts. "The rebel groups," the man informs us. "They made their attack the day after you left. We tried to hold them off, but they're stronger than we realized." "We should have never left the palace," I say, shaking my head angrily. Why, oh why does this happen whenever I insist on doing something for myself? "Be still, my love," Zahid says. "We knew the rebel groups were going to attack eventually. With us being gone, this was the perfect time for them to make their move. We have more than enough soldiers to hold them back, although they are putting up a greater fight than we anticipated," the servant says. "The council wants to see you immediately, my queen." Of course they do. But when I get to the palace, it's not the council room I go to, but my weapons. I run to my room and grab my sword, ready to go storming out into the fray, but Zahid blocks the door. "Move aside, Zahid," I say, lifting my weapon mightily, but probably appearing no more formidable than a kitchen mouse. "It's time we taught these rebels a lesson." "You can't go into every situation swinging a sword, Bennua," Zahid says. "Even I know that." "It worked with Qasim." "Qasim was different. We aren't overlords killing all who oppose us. We need to talk to these people first and find out what they want," Zahid insists. "I know what they want. My head rolling on the floor," I say, throwing my sword down with a clang and stomping toward the council room sullenly. "And they're not going to get it." My council is grumbling and chattering when Zahid and I enter. Yosef starts toward me at an instant, wringing his fist. "My queen, we must do something about this," he insists. "People are dying." "I am well aware," I say coolly. Although none of the other council members are as demanding as Yosef, I can tell they believe my laws started all of this. Halil finally looks happy, which can't be a good sign. His fingers are clasped together, and he's wearing a curled, malicious smile. "Well, the only option is to give these rebels what they want," he says. "Ban the laws on the Onari and the Veil. No," I say, slashing a hand through the air. "The laws stay." Halil's smile falls. Obviously, he expected me to flutter away at the first sign of trouble. "Have you forgotten who I am?" I say. "I am Bennua, queen of Hayama and wife to the raider prince. Don't forget it was I who saved you from Qasim, and none other." The mumbling in the council dissolves to whispers. I begin to circle the room. "Do we know who leads these rebels?" "They had no leader before, Your Majesty, but now several groups have come together under the leadership of one man, a foreigner, come to challenge your rule," Toshana says. "He is not even a citizen of Hayama?" "He is from another city, I believe," Toshana replies. I shake my head. "It is a great insult to me that a foreigner from another sultanate comes to tell me what to do with my own." I wave my hand at Ubaidullah, who is my war advisor and general to my army. "Tell your soldiers to find the leader of these rebels and bring him to me. If he does not wish to talk peace, then I shall have his head. Keep the rebel groups contained in the lower districts for now." Ubaidullah bows and strides out of the room. I look at Zahid. "Come, husband. We must join the fight ourselves." "I beg that you not, Your Majesties," Toshana says immediately. "We cannot have you injured or killed." I turn to Zahid for his aid, but to my astonishment, He nods.
Hashnar's right. We must stay here. Now isn't the time to lose our heads. Figuratively or literally,
Hashna says quietly. I throw my hair over my shoulder. Fine. I stride out of the council room, signaling the meeting is over. I expect this rebel leader to be in the throne room within the hour. Otherwise, I will drag him up to the palace myself. Yosef and Halil seem sullen as I pass. They didn't get what they wanted as easily as they had hoped. I go back to my room and begin to pace, letting myself be anxious while I am alone. I have barely been queen for 6 months, and now war is coming to my country once again.
Bennua,
Zahid says, charging after me and taking my hands in his own.
Stop! You're going to wear yourself thin.
I fall against him, shaking. There's death all over the kingdom again.
This is a minor setback. There were fights in Ashana all the time when I first began it,
he says, holding me close.
Once the rebels know they cannot oppose you, they'll stop. It will be all right.
From my porch, I can see everything in the lower districts. I watch as the fight continues below, men appearing to be dots with how far away they are. The cries of war, so quickly forgotten, have already returned to my city. Zahid is busy moving his things into my room. I know he needs something to do, because if he were to watch like me, he wouldn't be able to resist joining the battle. Myself, I need to be reminded. I haven't forgotten what blood looks like, splattered all over the floor. I will make whoever is doing this pay for their insolence. My sisters are lounging about in my room with me. Some of them are frightened because they remember the last war with Qasim, but most of them are simply bored. They are not worried about a small skirmish on the outskirts of the city. After all, peasants are dying, not nobles. Why should they care?
Bennua,
Dua whines next to me.
I want to be married again.
Have your pick of any man in the sultanate, I say quickly. I'm busy.
But we don't want just any man. We want princes,
Jabaira demands, slamming her fist on the balcony of the porch.
Leave her be,
Nuri says, hustling into the room and glaring at my sisters.
She has more important things to worry about. Go to the gardens or somewhere else.
My sisters' mouths drop open. Even though she is a servant girl, Nuri speaks as a queen with as much authority as I. Insulted that they were yelled at by a maid, they leave, noses turned high in the air. You will hear from my mother about this, I tell Nuri with a small smile.
Let her scream at me with all the winds of Sahrahn behind her voice,
Nuri says, shrugging.
I've grown more than used to it.
A guard appears a little while later, bowing to me hurriedly.
Your Majesty, they found the rebel leader, he says. He is currently waiting to be addressed.
Bring him to me. I will be in the throne room, I say. I want to know what this foreigner has to say for himself. Zahid and I sit on our thrones, watching as the council comes inside to mill about the large area, along with a giant group of servants, court royals, and guards. I lean over to my husband and whisper, What should I do? Should I negotiate with this man or kill him? Zahid leans back.
I think you should listen to what he has to say. If he is a fool, make a deal with him to keep the rebel group satisfied. If he is intelligent, try to reason with him. But if he wants what he wants and refuses to negotiate, then you need to take his life. You must show your people you do not reason with those who threaten your rule. There's already been so much bloodshed. There will be more if you do not stop him.
The guards bring the man in. He is not a poor, arrogant young man like I believed he would be. Rather, he is old as my father was, with a long beard that is dotted with gray. He wears elaborate clothes, stitched with gold thread. It is obvious he is very well off. This man will not take a bribe, nor will he negotiate terms that are less than what he demands. I can only imagine he's come to steal my sultanate. My mouth sets in a straight line. As I watch the man enter, I notice that he is quite good-looking for an elder. He would have been dashing in his youth. Something about the man is eerily familiar. I have seen that face before. His jawline, his proud visage, the well-structured features are all recognizable to me. I know I have never met him before, yet somehow I feel as if I've seen him every day. I glance at Zahid. I realize he's nearly collapsed in his chair. He's clutching onto the edges of his seat, his fingers turning pale. "Zahid," I whisper. "What's wrong?" My husband's face is grim, nothing more than pure hatred setting in stone across it. "Do not show mercy to him, Bennua. He'll show none to you." I have no time to ponder what this means before the man bows slightly to me. Even so, the action seems like an insult. "Queen Bennua," he says, "I am glad to receive a conference with you." "You would not receive it if you were not slaughtering my people in the streets," I say coldly. "Tell me your name and why you have come." "I am Ikram," he states. "I come from the town of Yukulan." "And why have you traveled this far from home, foreigner?" Ikram pauses. He seems to consider his words very carefully before he says, "When there was word of a queen who had taken her father's throne whispered across the desert, I paid little attention. But when word was spread of a queen who had made the Onari legal for not only peasants, but for women to read, I knew it was my sacred duty to come see this disrespect to Alshams for myself." "Disrespect," I say coldly. "And who are you to judge what Alshams condemns and does not?" "In my town, I am an official, a priest of Alshams, if you will, learned in the scriptures." Ikram boldly, flippantly adjusts his robe. "And I can tell you that if we do not stop this riotous sin flourishing about your streets, it will bring destruction to all of Sahrahn." "What grievous sins are we accused of?" My tone is tiresome. I am impatient. Ikram holds up his hand, ticking off the various offenses he set against me. "A woman should not hold office, such as you yourself do. Women should not be permitted to read, nor should they be allowed to receive an education. Women should cover themselves with the veil, and should not dress like a man." "Is there anything else women shouldn't do?" I say, growing tired of this man already. "Your women work jobs and are learning to do things besides cook and clean. In my town, a woman's duty, her only duty, is to bear children and to serve her husband. A woman has no use outside of these laws. My men do not permit their wives to leave their homes or walk beside them in public, nor are they allowed to speak to men outside of their families. You talk with men as if you are one of us, equal to us. You are a queen, but your actions portray you as nothing but a common whore." The throne room breaks out into hushed astonishment. I'm in half a mind to kill him myself and be done with it. But I am not that kind of ruler. I must be fair, no matter the disrespect given to me. Zahid comes to my rescue before I can say another word. He's risen off his chair, pointing violently at Ikram. "If you say such things about my wife again, you'll have no tongue to make words with." The two men are so similar in their stance, I'm not sure who will speak first. Ikram casually turns his shoulder away and says, "You are the sultan here. I supposed you would be the one passing judgment on me and not your wife. Bennua is queen. She was born here, not I.
This throne was her birthright after her brother and father died in battle. She has power over I.
Zahid states. And that is a spit in the eye of Alshams itself, for a wife to rule over her husband.
Ikram says maliciously.
It is your fault and the fault of her brother and father who have not protected her that this woman has risen to power.
This is enough. It is one thing for Ikram to insult me, but entirely another for him to accuse my brother, father, and Zahid for not taking care of me. Zahid has saved me in more ways, more times than I can count. I won't stand for this. Enough, I say, sitting taller on my throne.
No matter what you believe, I am queen, and you are standing in my throne room. Now what are you attempting to do with this asinine resistance toward my rule?
This man is not a fool. I won't be able to back him into a corner with his words as I had hoped. I am certain he has something planned. Ikram brings his chin up higher and says,
This is a holy war. I cannot permit such a country to exist in Sahrahn, not while Alshams still flies within my breast. I will fight for my God and for what is right. Your laws clearly go against our holy texts, and so they must be stopped.
You want me to take back the laws of letting women be educated and letting the Onari be read? I ask audaciously.
That would be a start. However, I will not rest until you step aside and a man takes the place on your throne.
Ikram replies. And how convenient for you that you happen to be a man and you are challenging my authority. I say sarcastically.
It does not have to be I. I would be content if it was your husband who ruled over Hayama. For although he is a fool, he would not be challenging the authority of Alshams himself by ruling over a kingdom. However, I doubt he will refuse you, coward that he is.
Ikram taunts.
Guards!
I shout, losing my temper altogether and pointing at Ikram.
Bring me his head!
Several soldiers start toward them, but the breath within me leaves as the guards surrounding my enemy attack their companions, defending Ikram. Several people spring out from amongst the crowd, drawing swords. Violent screams rise to the ceiling. Steel clashes against steel, and I realize with horror that my sultanate is divided.
You say I slaughter your people, but I slaughtered them so they may be cleansed with blood,
Ikram cries.
Alshams demands a sacrifice, and his law will be heard over all.
Ikram turns with the guards that have sided with him, heading toward the exit. Yusuf and Halil follow in his wake, abandoning me as well. I go to head after Ikram, but he is already gone. The throne room has dissolved into chaos, men dying all around me, the tile on the floor seeping with blood. I do not know who is on my side and who is not. I turn in a circle on the spot. I have more enemies than I realize. Half of my guards have betrayed me. Zahid grabs me. In one movement, he begins carrying me in his arms, away from the fight. Several soldiers follow me, forming a protective circle around the both of us. Zahid gets us to our room, throws me on the bed, and points to the guards. Barricade the door. Set up a perimeter around the palace, and kill anyone who sides with Ikram. Find the queen's sisters, mother, and maidservant and protect them. I want guards stationed outside the queen's room at all times. Yes, your majesty, a guard says, bowing. They leave. I stagger off the bed and instantly burst into tears. Zahid comes to me and grabs me, holding me tight. Bennua, calm down.
Calm down?
I shout.
How could I possibly?
You are queen. You cannot let anyone see you like this. He wipes away my tears and takes my face in his hands. Not anyone but me. I force myself to stop crying, although I can feel the tears welling up within me.
All right.
So what do we do? I have a pretty good idea of who's on Ikram's side and who is not,
Zahid says, sighing.
I made it a priority when I moved here to enlist spies from Toshana inside Hayama's army. They are loyal to me. We'll be able to weed out any traitors within a few days.
This doesn't make any sense, I say, sweeping around the room. A stranger from a foreign land come all the way here to challenge me? It's absurd.
If you knew Ikram as I do, you would understand that there are no limits to what he will do to enforce the Onari,
Zahid says grimly.
A woman on the throne setting laws for the rights of other women is his biggest fear. He views it as a personal insult. I had wondered if he would come here eventually, but I never thought.
Zahid, I say slowly, how do you know this man? He hesitates. My husband shifts on the spot, nervously glancing off the balcony before he looks at me.
What if I told you I wasn't being truthful when I said I hadn't met my father?
Chapter 4. My mouth drops open. I stare at my husband in disbelief, unable to comprehend it. Now I understand where I've seen Ikram before. He and Zahid are so similar, it's ridiculous to think I hadn't realized. Yet at the same time, I don't understand how Ikram can be Zahid's father. Zahid's mother was a prostitute, abandoned by her lover to raise Zahid alone. Zahid grew up in poverty, stealing food and coin where he could, a bastard by his own admission. He never met his father. At least, that's what he told me before. Is my marriage lounging in a bed of lies?
We do not get to choose who our parents are, he says. Mother was an angel and a saint by all rights, who did what she had to survive. But my father...
Zahid runs a hand through his hair, shaking his head angrily.
My father is a demon.
He gestures to the bed and says,
Sit. It is time I told you the truth.
I do so. Zahid sits beside me and says,
I hope you will forgive me, and I hope even more so that you won't judge what I have to say. My words about my father are anything but kind.
I could never judge you, I say. But Zahid, I cannot be lied to.
I swear to you, I've never lied about anything else before, and I will never lie to you again in our marriage,
he says, taking my hand.
But this is a most delicate topic for me, and at the time, I couldn't handle giving you a truthful answer. Not when I know how important Alshams and your faith is to you.
Zahid, what happened? He takes a deep breath.
Ikram is an official, a religious figure, and an advisor to those in power in Yukulan. My mother lived there for a time, before she had me. She was a very beautiful woman, you know.
I think I know where this is going, but I do not interrupt him. Zahid shifts closer to me and says,
Ikram claims to follow the Onari by the letter and enforces its laws on everyone in his path. He has brought back laws in many places considered too extreme in most of Sahrahn. He is a religious fanatic, but despite his so-called righteousness, he has one mortal flaw.
Zahid scowls.
His biggest weakness has always been women, and it shows in the way he oppresses them. He never wants them to gain any sort of power, to have any way to challenge him. If women become intelligent enough and strong enough to defy him, he can no longer use them to gain what he wants.
Zahid looks over the balcony. His eyes are misty.
My father is a very powerful man. Before she became a prostitute, my mother believed she could influence Ikram into giving her enough money to live on by becoming one of his romantic advances. She became pregnant with me, and Mother hoped that he would marry her to save his honor. He sent her away before anyone could discover what he did, and put her in a small house on the outskirts of a dilapidated town. I grew up in that house. Mother was sure he would want nothing to do with me. As time passed, he visited, and that's when I grew to hate him. Zahid gets up slowly, his back turned to me. He treated my mother terribly when he came. A prostitute has no place in Alshams' kingdom, as Ikram sees it. Yet I was his son, even a bastard, so he saw me as his property, and thought it was his right to mold me into what he wished. He dragged me to the temple and forced me to memorize the Onari, page by page, from dawn into the farthest hours of the night. I thought you had never read the Onari, I say, stunned. Far more than that. I know that book cover to cover thanks to that man, he hisses, and I hate every word of it. Zahid! I gasp. Every verse, every scripture. He made me learn them all. When I refused, he beat me bloody. He forced religion down my throat until the words came choking out from my lips. His visits were few and far between, only once or twice a year, but I remember each one. He never stopped coming, until my mother passed away. He believes that I died when Qasim raided my mother's house, and I plan to keep it that way. Zahid says harshly, This is insane. We must let the council know at once. I say, No! Zahid shouts wildly. Bennua, you do not understand. If Ikram knows that I'm his son, he'll make some asinine claim to the throne. He'll insist that as my father, he has a right to be here, and his followers will back him up. He will use any connection to me to get what he wants, which is control over the city. Then we must stop him. Zahid, I know you want to avoid responsibility, but you must tell the truth. I insist. It won't be that easy. If the council finds out I am Ikram's son, they will believe I have planned this rebellion all along and have helped my father get into power, he argues. It is too convenient that he attacked after our wedding, when I am legally bound to you and in power as sultan. The council will either call me a traitor and have you and I beheaded, or they will take Ikram's side and demand I step down from the throne. You are probably right, I say reluctantly. I trust most of my advisors, but I know them well. If we tell the council of Zahid's heritage, they'll accuse us of treachery and rally the people against us. We'll be dead before sunrise. It will not be easy keeping this a secret, but we must not let anyone know the truth, especially Ikram, Zahid says. He cannot know who I am, Bennua. We will lose everything. Zahid finally has the strength to look back at me, eyes pleading. He's terrified that I will be angry at him, but all I feel is sad. I hate seeing him in pain. I rise to my feet and take his arm gently. Thank you for telling me this. I know it must have been hard to do so. But how can such a man believe that Alshams will be merciful to him when he follows some laws but then abuses others, especially those that hurt people? Ikram believes that Alshams will reward him highly for his enforcement of the Onari in this life, and will overlook his lust to judge the lower, more sinful crowd. Zahid lets out a hollow laugh. I stare at the ground. Well, at least I know who I'm dealing with. I apologize for not telling you sooner, Zahid says. I had all but forgotten his name, until now. I forgive you, I say, squeezing his hand. I know what it's like to have parents who are overly demanding of you. He gives me a light kiss. I stroke his hair and say, I need to go to the temple. It's the only place I can think. I can see at the suggestion he's irritated.
Bennua.
You don't have to come, I say, but I must go pray to Alshams so I can gain some clarity on what to do. Bennua, this is exactly what we're fighting against, Zahid says, his temper erupting. Look at my father. Religion has caused more wars, more pain and suffering in Sahrahn than anything else. It has not. People using religion as an excuse to abuse others has, I say. If religion did not exist, people would find any other reason, no matter how ridiculous, to persecute others to get what they desire. It is only something to blame. Your beliefs are the same as Ikram's are. The only difference is you are not as blinded by these childish fantasies as he is, Zahid says, gesturing to me. My faith is important to me, I shout back at him. My religion, my identity with Alshams makes me who I am. Do not judge my faith for the faith of your father, for they are not the same. You are a puppet for the Onari, and if you're not careful, you'll fall for the lies that Ikram will tell you. I cannot understand, after all we've been through, why you still stick with the traditional ways, Zahid says in frustration. You knew when you married me that I am a very religious person, a woman of faith, I say. And that is not going to change, even if there are people who use my religion for evil, such as your father. I don't understand how you can think this way. You saw Toshana and the ashes she left behind. You know she's Alshams. I don't know what I saw, he says, shaking his head. We have no idea who she is. She could be Alshams or she could not. A feather on the balcony and a pile of ashes aren't enough to prove it. A red feather from a phoenix, I say sharply. Are you denying it because you don't think a woman could be a god? I am not my father's son, he says sharply. He will never be Ikram. He is a terrible man, I say. But you must understand why I believe. And you must understand why I don't, Zahid insists. I have read the Onari. I have been to the temple. I have prayed to the great Alshams, and I had never heard him, and he never answered my prayers. I have done all I am supposed to. Is that not enough? Must I believe in something that I have no proof of? That is not what this is. Zahid, that's what makes belief. It must come from your heart, from love, I say, putting a hand to my chest. Alshams didn't save my mother, he snarls. I back away, looking down. I know, but that doesn't mean she's abandoned us for good. I walk out of the room before he can say something to snare me back into another argument. Our first fight as a married couple. I never imagined it would be over this. Zahid and I are so different that we argue all the time. We were constantly at each other's throats last year when we journeyed across Sahrahn together. Somehow, this is different. That was simple bickering back and forth, not a standoff on religion and personal beliefs. The temple is empty when I enter it. I light the incense and kneel before the statue of Alshams, unsure of what to do. My sultanate, so strong a few days ago, has now become a giant mess. Zahid is right, and he is wrong. Toshana would never permit some of the things the Onari says. A pile of ashes isn't enough proof of anything. At least, not for him. It is for me. Maybe I am a naive fool, spellbound by fantasies and childish nonsense. How can I demand that Toshana is Alshams without strong evidence to set it in stone? I love Alshams with all my heart, but honestly, I am not sure that I know who he or she is anymore. Chapter 5. Within a matter of days, my country has dissolved into a civil holy war. The city is split into two sides, with half of my people fighting for me and the other half for Ikram. The opposing armies are evenly matched, with equal amounts of people fighting for both rulers. There's warring in the city streets, and I cannot think of a single thing to stop it. I ordered Ikram to be brought to me again,
but it's obvious he doesn't want to be caught this time. My guards cannot find him anywhere. To my immense shock, most of my council has remained loyal to me. Although they don't agree with many of my laws, it's clear that they remember war, and I've made them too comfortable in the past 6 months of peace and prosperity. They don't want to relive the bloodshed again. Zahid and I made up quickly after our fight. We both agreed that this was no time to hold grudges. We spend our days in the council room trying to discover Ikram's weak spots. So far, we haven't thought of any. Our marriage is barely a week old, and already it is coated in blood. Even when at last we are finally alone and can be together at night, I cannot enjoy it when he makes love to me. I am far too worried about the state of my country. My lady, you have to eat. Nuri nudges a plate of food toward me. I cast my gaze away, mumbling. I cannot eat. People are dying. Yes, and they are dying for you, she says, shoving the food closer. You cannot save them if you are starving. Do you all feel this way? I ask her abruptly. Do you all hate the laws I have put into place? If you eat, I will tell you. She's as stubborn as she is commanding. I'm not sure who's the real queen here. I reluctantly put some food into my mouth, and Nuri says, Some of the people want the old ways to return, but many of us remain loyal to you, my queen. You've been good to us, and so we believe change is good. I take another bite, chewing slowly. I did not realize how hungry I was. I haven't eaten in days. Slowly, a thought comes to me. Toshana is Alshams. She must be. As the Phoenix god, she has power beyond all imagining. The power to control Sahrahn and make any man kneel before her. She is the only one who will be able to stop Ikram. If we find her, she'll put an end to the fighting. If she's truly a god, Ikram will have to listen to her and back down. But I am unsure where she is. She said she was going back to Toshana. Could she still be there? Nuri, I say, standing up immediately. Ready, Amar. I'm going to travel to Toshana. Now, my queen? It's hardly the time, she says, skeptically. There's someone I know who might be able to put an end to all this nonsense. I get up from the dinner table, heading toward my room to pack. Nuri hustles behind me, paying urgent attention. How long will you be? She asks. I'm not sure, I say. It could take a while to find whom I seek. I can take your place, my queen, she says. I will dress in your clothes and go to the council meetings. I will pretend to be you and no one will be the wiser. Nuri, you will be putting yourself in danger. If you're discovered, you could be killed, or worse. I stop in the hallway and turn to her. Nonsense. I'm smarter than all those old birds, she says, waving a hand. I will be fine, Bennua. Do what you must. No one can know you've left the city. I know she is right. If anyone discovers I'm gone, they'll think I have abandoned Hayama, and Ikram will take the throne. I cannot let that happen. Don't let a single person know, especially my husband, I say sharply. Make up some excuse as to why you can't sleep with him. I throw some things into my bag and grab my sword, quickly changing my elaborate palace dress for a simple muslin one. I put a plain veil over my face, and Nuri slips on one of my gowns, appearing just as regal as I did seconds before. I will steal some food from the kitchens. I tell her, go get Amar for me. Meet me by the southmost gate. An hour later, Nuri has Amar tacked up and waiting for me by the southern gate, which is usually abandoned to this time of day. It is as silent as ever now. I take the reins from her and say, Thank you, my friend. Do you think you can keep up the charade? I'm a better liar than you think, she says. No one will even notice you're gone. I hop on Amar. Be careful. People will try to kill you. Do what you must to to defend yourself. There are those who are afraid to kill a man, but I am not one of them, Nuri says. Now go, before someone sees. She opens the gate, and I kick Amar into a gallop, charging toward the sand and riding on the wind. When I first journeyed to Toshana, it took us roughly a month to get there, but we stopped to raid many cities along the way, and Zahid was taking his time. I can reach Toshana in a hard 2 days' ride. I realize I forgot to fill up my canteen and swear, turning Amar back in the direction of the oasis where Zahid and I spent our honeymoon. My heart drops, however, when I see Zahid standing by the water, leaning against Ali with a full traveling pack on his saddle. I bring Amar to a sullen stop and look guiltily at him.
You should really not try to trick a thief, Zahid says slyly. It will never work out in your favor.
I shrug, getting off Amar. Well, I tried.
I saw through Nuri's attempt to play you in an instant. She can fool all the rest, but not me.
He stoops beside me as I try to fill up my canteen.
Have you lost your mind? Why would you think of going to Toshana without me?
You're safer in the palace, I say. The water refuses to go into the canteen, and I grumble, splashing myself. Even now, I haven't mastered the simple task. Zahid laughs and shakes his head, taking the canteen from me and filling it up himself.
You still can't even fill up a water skin. How do you expect to get by without me?
I wanted to protect you, I insist, as he hands the canteen back to me.
Who's the husband here? It's my job to protect you, he says. Besides, I'm longing for an adventure. If I have to be cooped up in that stuffy palace with all those old men any longer, even with the war going on, I'll go insane.
You need to guide the council.
I've told Hashna I'm going to ride to Toshana for reinforcements, and will be back in 10 days. I also told him one of my guards will be riding Amar to account for his absence.
I'm surprised he believed it. Amar has led no one on his back but me.
Hashna hardly cared. I could have told him I was taking a flying carpet, so long as I said I was coming back with more men.
Zahid says skeptically. Regardless, you should turn back, I say. Hayama can't have us both gone.
Where you go, I go, he says, reaching down to the water and splashing me. You'll learn that someday.
I wipe the water off my face and say, Fine. I suppose I can't stop you, no matter what I do. Nuri will hold the ruse until we return. I pause, biting my lip anxiously before I let the question spill out. Why do you want to come? You do not believe that Toshana is Alshams, nor that she has the power to stop this civil war.
I didn't say I did not believe, as I've said to you before. I simply don't know.
Zahid shrugs.
If you're willing to try and find her, so am I. Nothing we've thought of so far has stopped Ikram, and at the very least, it will be nice to see an old friend.
I nod, not daring to push the issue further. I get back up on Amar, and Zahid mounts Ali. We cannot delay. It's making me nervous to be gone as it is, I say.
On the contrary, my queen, he says with a smile. I think you're more than eager to embark on another adventure.
We're exhausted when we reach Toshana 2 days later, and so are the horses. Zahid nearly falls from Ali. I slide from Amar's saddle, feeling sore all over. My prince, an Ashanian says, taking the reins from Zahid. What's going on? Why are you here? Zahid explains quickly, while I look around at the crowd that is quickly forming. I grab someone I know and say, Where's Toshana? Do you know where she is? We need her urgently. The woman looks at me and says, She left a few months ago. The last we knew, she was heading toward Yukulan.
Yukulan?
The same town Ikram is from. Why would she head there? Did she already know of his plans and intend to stop him?
How far is it from here?
I ask.
No more than a day's ride, my queen, she replies.
Too far of a trip to make with how exhausted we are. I don't believe we could make it across the city without collapsing at the moment. I drearily head toward our old tower, cutting through the crowd. When I go inside, I realize that nothing has changed. The modest home is still the same as it was when I was a thief, helping Zahid on raids. Sometimes I wish to return to that life. Things weren't so complicated then. I want to lie down, but I know Zahid will be hungry, so I make a small supper. He comes in a little later, and I serve it to him, both of us eating quietly. Zahid falls asleep quickly with his arms wrapped around me that night. But for as exhausted as I am, sleep eludes me.
Toshana, where are you?
We embark for Yukulan early the next day, sending a small group of volunteers back toward Hayama for reinforcements. Toshana cannot spare many men, as they are still recovering from Qasim's ambush some time ago. Now more than ever, we need Toshana. We stop for lunch in the shade of some abandoned ruins that are so large they block out the expansion of the desert. After a half hour of eating in silence, I ask Zahid,
why would Toshana go to Yukulan? Any particular reason?
Zahid rises up. I never told you because I figured it was Toshana's right, but she and Ikram.
Look out from behind!
Someone cries. Zahid and I jump to our feet as an arrow whizzes by our heads, unsheathing our swords. We spin in place, and my eyes widen as I am faced with a monster straight out of my mother's fairy tales. It is a large, gargantuan creature, 3 times the size of a mar, with black, scaly skin and 4 large, flat feet. The eyes sit low near the cheekbones, while a curved horn, long and as tall as I am, sticks out of its nose. It is covered in plates, dangerous black armor glistening in the sun. The monster is dripping blood heavily from a few cuts in its side. Behind the creature is a young man, 16 or so, holding a bow with a panicked expression.
It's a karkadan,
Zahid says. He pushes me out of the way as the beast charges at us, lowering its black horn. I leap to the side, and the horses run for cover behind a tall stack of ruins. The young man charges at it, drawing a dagger, and slashes at the karkadan's side. The beast roars and turns on the boy, tossing him into the air with one horn. The boy lands painfully on his side after soaring over the ruins, letting out a cry of pain.
We must help,
I say to Zahid. I run forward, my sword raised, and stab the creature in the stomach. The karkadan cries out, but is distracted by Zahid, who has jabbed it in the neck. The karkadan bolts forward, far away from us. For a minute, I believe he's going to run, until he circles around and charges in our direction. Zahid flings himself out of the way, but I am backed against a ruin. I have nowhere to go, as the karkadan has his horn aimed straight for my heart. An arrow embeds itself in the right eye of the beast. The karkadan rears upon its back legs, hollering in pain, and kicks me down. I roll out of the way, and another arrow strikes the karkadan's left eye, going straight through to his brain. The earth shakes under his massive weight as the karkadan falls to the ground, dead. I look behind me. The young man clutches at his side and crumples to the ground, his face squished up in a grimace of agony as the bow falls out of his hands. I scramble to my feet and rush to the man's side.
Give me some water, quickly,
I say to Zahid. I lift up the man's shirt and see that his side is heavily bruised. I'm not sure if anything internally has been damaged.
Sir, can you move?
I ask. Zahid hands me a canteen. I tilt it over the boy's lips, and he drinks carefully, saying,
I think so. My ribs aren't broken, but I believe they're bruised.
A bandage, I say, holding my hand out. Zahid gives one to me, and I begin to wrap the boy's middle, saying, "What are you doing out here? And why were you chasing that monster?" The man winces as I bandage his side tightly. "My name is Ruku. I was paid by a small village to slay the Karkadan for them. It's been causing a fair bit of trouble by eating all their crops and killing whoever tries to chase it off."
Yes, but why would you pursue such a beast alone? I didn't think they existed.
Zahid says, breathing heavily.
"Nor did I, until I saw it for myself. I thought the townspeople had paid me to go after some diseased bull."
Ruku chuckles, wincing as he does so.
"I ran away from my home several months ago, after my father died and my brothers sought to slaughter me for their inheritance. I've been poor ever since."
"You have nowhere to go?" I ask.
"Nowhere,"
he says. I finish wrapping his ribs, and he takes another drink of water.
"I have no money, so I take what jobs I can find. I'm a good fighter, and I've been employed before as a monster hunter of tigers and such, but I've never faced anything like this. I believe I'll have to rethink my career choice."
He smiles at me, and I smile back.
"You're very good at what you do. You saved my wife from certain death,"
Zahid says.
"I can never repay you for that. I will pay you double whatever those townspeople are offering if you journey with us to help me protect her. Alshams knows if there's one Karkadan, there's another running about somewhere. I'd like to have someone who knows how to kill it."
"I'm not sure if I'll be any use to you as a guard with my injuries,"
Ruku says, laughing lightly before gasping in pain once more.
"But I am a fairly good storyteller, and a good fighter besides. I'll keep you entertained wherever you're going."
"It won't be a long trip. We could use the company," I say. Zahid and I are beyond worried with everything on our shoulders. It'll be nice to have an outsider who knows nothing of our troubles to distract us and to lighten the mood. A white camel walks lazily around the corner, sloughing its hooves through the sand. Ruku whistles to it. The beast comes trotting over, the bags on its back, jingling.
"This is my camel, Jara. Useless creature, but affectionate."
"Can you ride?" Zahid asks. "I'm sure it will hurt your injuries."
"I am accustomed to pain,"
Ruku says.
"I am sure by tomorrow I will be back to my regular self. I heal quite quickly."
He taps on Jara's leg, and the camel lays down. He clambers onto her back gingerly, and the beast stands as he adjusts himself.
"I'll slow you up, but I will travel somewhat hastily, sir."
"Zahid," I say, "and Bennua." Zahid glances at me when I tell the stranger our true names, but I ignore him. Our names are not common, and we are surely famous throughout Sahrahn by now, but for some reason, I trust this man. Names are nothing, a tidbit of truth that do not reveal the whole story. If Ruku knows who we are, he says nothing of it. He urges Jara forward and says,
"So, where are we off to?"
"Yukulan. We're looking for someone," I say.
"Ah, not my favorite place, but you go where you must,"
Ruku says.
"What do we do with the Karkadan?"
I ask, gesturing to it. Ruku shrugs.
"Leave it there. The lions will come for it later."
"If lions are coming, I'm certainly leaving,"
Zahid says. He calls for the horses and they come trotting over, peering at the Karkadan curiously. We mount our horses and begin to follow Ruku.
"Can you talk and ride?"
I say, gesturing to his hurt side.
"I would talk if you cut my tongue out,"
Ruku says with a grin.
"At least, that's what my brothers always said."
"Tell us, what have you heard on your travels?"
Zahid asks. Ruku gives a hearty laugh.
"What haven't I heard? There are stories from far and wide that I could tell you, so many that would make your very head spin. Why,
I even have tales from the lands across the sea."
"There is no such thing as the lands across the sea," I say. "All that exists is Sahrahn, and the ocean that surrounds it. If one were to sail too far, why, they would fall off the edge of the earth."
"That is where you're wrong, my beautiful lady," Ruku says. "There are lands besides ours where people of different colors and speech live. Such folk have skin as white as the snow on top of a mountain, or darker than even the richest black night. There are people all around the world who do not look or speak as we do."
"Preposterous," Zahid says, shaking his head. "You may as well decree that they are a purple people."
"There may as well be. In those lands, philosophers have said that the world is not flat, but round."
"Round!" I burst. Zahid laughs so hard that he nearly falls off Ali. "How ridiculous! Why, if the world was round, we would all go spinning around it in one endless circle, over and over until we were so dizzy we were flung off of its surface. Am I to believe that the world is some giant ball, able to be bounced back and forth between the wings of Alshams?"
"Perhaps. I am not sure. It does sound rather ridiculous," Ruku says, blushing slightly. "Forgive me. I often have the capacity to get swept away in overzealous theories."
"Has anyone seen these other cultures of which you speak?" I ask, only to tease him.
"A few. I have spoken to them myself, but they are considered insane by many, so I was not sure whether to take their word at anything more than myth," Ruku says. "An old man who sailed his boat to the edge of the ocean and back said that the land there was not covered with sand, but green grass, and the sun was so cold he had to wear several layers to keep himself warm. Another told me that the country he visited was covered with snow, such as the sand coats the ground here."
"All so impossible. Snow can only exist on the top of mountains," Zahid says, rolling his eyes. "I expect you will also tell me that the man you spoke to had a third eye."
"Only one extra that he kept in his hand," Ruku says, the corners of his mouth twitching. "There have been quite a few people who have traveled outside Sahrahn, more than you would think."
"Unlikely," I scoff. "The people of Sahrahn are hardened by the harsh desert that surrounds us. Few are curious enough to even learn how to read or write, let alone consider other lands that might be out there. Alien worlds are of no concern when there is no food on the table." Yet, I wonder, if Zahid and I become rich enough from our trade route, will we ever grow curious and explore, such as these few old men claim to do? What are the state of the women in these other lands? I ask. Do they work while the men bear the children and keep the house?
"Oh, now you jest, Lady Bennua," Ruku says with a laugh. "Around the world, women are treated much like they are here, but in some places they are raised and taught to be doctors, scientists, and teachers, and not just wives and mothers."
Doctors, scientists, and teachers? What a thought! Only a short while ago, the idea of a woman owning her own sewing shop in Hayama had been enough to make the councilman fall over. What if I suggested that women were to study medicine, or science, or to instruct others in schools? The priests don't want women to read books, let alone write them. Why, it would be like asking the men to hand over everything. And yet, I like the idea. I enjoy the thought of women working as they please, how they please, in whatever craft that makes them happy. It is a unique idea, an impossible idea. But I have done the impossible in Hayama before. When the civil war is over, I shall look into implementing these ideas. It seems like a far-off dream, perhaps not as far off as I believe. Zahid notices my starry-eyed gaze and trots up to me, close enough so Ruku cannot hear.
"I see that look in your eyes, Bennua," Zahid whispers. "The council will never go for it. We could do it in Ashana, perhaps, where the people are a little more open-minded, but not Hayama." We are having trouble giving women a book to read without all of Sahrahn being in an uproar about it.
I give a small smile. Then perhaps we should give them something even more unsettling to be worried about. Then the books would be considered trivial. A novel idea to end the war. Zahid groans. Ruku hasn't heard a word we've said, chattering on and on about other places.
Of course, I have many fairy tales from those lands as well. They are quite different from our own, I suppose, but the same in many ways.
He says, I do not wish to hear fantasies about places that do not exist. Only fantasies about Sahrahn. Zahid laughs.
Ah, there are many stories. I suppose you've heard them all before, though.
Ruku says,
I could tell you about the mother of serpents, a woman who is in control of all the snakes of the desert. Or maybe I will entertain you of the Nas, a creature with only half a head, half a body, one arm, and one leg, on which it hops eagerly and with much agility.
Ugh, I say, wrinkling my nose. Snakes and half men? Neither sounds very appealing.
What of the green?
Ruku asks.
Each time a baby is born in Sahrahn, another child is born in a parallel world identical to ours. As the child grows, it is affected by the actions of their twin of a different land, and vice versa. I have tales about those, but with the characters being so similar, it often becomes confusing as to who is who.
You are confusing me just talking about it. I laugh.
Yet more worlds. Keep it within our own land.
Zahid complains. As you wish. Ruku pauses to think.
Have you heard the tale of Jura and the 1,000 Thieves?
A story you could get into, Zahid. I say with a mischievous smile. Zahid scowls at me and says, No, I have not.
Then ready yourselves, friends, because it is a good one.
Ruku says. We follow Ruku through the desert. Although the ride to the city is long, it doesn't seem like it with the stranger filling up our hours with fairy tales. Ruku waves his hands as he talks, wincing as he aggravates his bruised ribs with quick movements. His camel simply appears annoyed as her rider jostles around on her back. Ruku is a wonderful storyteller. I am quickly becoming enthralled with his tales. I lean forward on Amar, hanging on Ruku's every word. Zahid comes up to my side to push me back up on the stallion.
Be careful now. Become any more enchanted and you'll fall off your horse.
He teases.
These are all children's stories, though, and you are adults.
Ruku says seriously.
I should tell you a tale that would make even you quake in your boots, strong rider.
He gestures to Zahid. Zahid raises an eyebrow.
I am afraid of nothing.
Everyone is afraid of something.
Ruku says.
Not I.
Zahid boasts. I roll my eyes. He's putting on such a front for this stranger. I know perfectly well my husband has fears, just like everyone else. I will pretend to be afraid. If it will help your tale, I offer.
There will be no pretending needed.
Ruku smiles.
Whispers of Akshalad are enough to enter even the mightiest warrior's nightmares.
I halt Amar. Zahid's expression becomes troubled. Akshalad? You dare speak his name? I ask.
Speak his name. I tell his legend.
Ruku looks above to the heavens.
And his wings will block out the sky, while his beak will drip with the blood of 1,000 warriors.
And Alshams' bane shall bring an end to all that is new. I say, finishing the quote from the Onari. I didn't realize you were an educated man.
I have many secrets about me, Ruku says. Some may call him the Rock, others, the one who brings destruction, or the devourer of worlds. Myself, I call him as he is known, by his given name in the Onari.
I trot Amar after him. What do you know of the devil?
What most do. And a little more. Akshalad, the great eagle, large enough to carry an elephant in his talons and able to devour it in a single sitting. His beak can swallow a ship, his wings large enough to encompass a city.
The enemy of Alshams, I say.
Ruku nods. Yes, and one day Alshams and Akshalad will fight and will bring about Sahrah's fate as we know it, for whoever kills the other shall become lord over all.
For Alshams came to save the world, and Akshalad to devour it. I marvel. You believe this is true?
Ruku appears serious. As true as you and I. Or perhaps we are the stories, and Alshams and Akshalad are the truth.
Zahid scoffs. Myths meant to frighten peasants into obeying orders. Silly superstitions.
All superstitions have some truth,
Ruku adds.
Zahid shakes his head.
I move Amar closer to Zahid. If such tales are truly unreal, then this journey itself is pointless. I whisper to him. Zahid is truly trying my nerves. He is a rational man, for as stubborn and arrogant as he is. He would have tried to stop me from finding Toshana if he did not believe she had the ability to save us. I don't understand why he's refusing to see the truth. While we are riding, we pass a large traveling caravan, at least a city's length long. We stop to observe the caravan, noting its size. There must be at least 300 people within it, with hundreds of horses, wagons, and carts. Gold, rugs, exotic animals, and other delicacies are carried by the wagons. I can smell the spices and incense from here.
A merchant's caravan. Nothing more, nothing less, Ruku says. We should join them, at least for a little while. They are heading in the same direction as we are, and it might be good for us to blend in instead of follow them. They may believe we are thieves here to raid them.
Zahid shifts in his seat, obviously uncomfortable. I nod and say, yes, it would be wise to blend in. We shall follow your lead. I go to trail Ruku down the dune to the caravan below. Zahid clears his throat. I am unsure about this, Bennua. I have stolen from many a caravan in my time. So many that I have lost count and forgotten what each looks like. What if they recognize me? He asks. Then we run, I say simply. Amar is fast, and so is Ali. I don't think you realize the scale of this situation, Zahid says, pointing at the large crowd. Amar cannot outrun hundreds of riders, and we have to drag along the camel as well. We have been able to talk ourselves out of dangerous situations before. This is no different, I say. Ruku is right. It looks suspicious to avoid them. Let us join them and blend in with the crowd. Zahid shakes his head. You are too eager to trust this traveling storyteller. Storyteller and monster hunter. He is dangerous, able to protect us if we should get into trouble. Come. As we walk up to the caravan, many stop to look at us. A man with a spear points his weapon toward us and says, Halt! What business have you here? We are travelers, heading in the same direction as you, Ruku says. We were wondering if you would be willing to journey together for a time. We are weary of being alone and could use some company. The man sizes us up. I can tell what he thinks. A defenseless woman riding with 2 young boys. Zahid appears the most dangerous, but it is obvious that the man is not impressed. To the untrained eye, our group as a whole appears harmless. Let it be so, though if you desire to steal from us, know that you will get no farther than a few steps before we cut off your hands. We only wish to ride together. These are difficult times, and joining a group is safer than traveling alone. Zahid offers. The man nods and says, There are always hard times in Sahrahn. We wish you no ill. Journey with us for as long as you see fit. We fall beside the man with the spear, riding close to a cart full of silks being pulled by a donkey. Within minutes, Ruku is already striking up a conversation with the man. I do not say anything, merely listening to the chatter taking place in front of me. As it goes on, Zahid appears more and more annoyed. Must he always run his mouth? We cannot trust everyone on the road. Ruku must know this, unless this is the reason why his clothes are haggard and he appears to be starving. Zahid mumbles. Leave him be. He is only being friendly. It will not be unwise to make acquaintances while we are here, I say. I don't look where I am going. Amar decides to reach out his teeth and nip Jarrah's back end. The camel makes a groaning noise and kicks at my stallion, who in turn rears backward slightly and throws me off. I end up getting a mouthful of sand. Ruku instantly halts Jarrah and jumps off her back, helping me to my feet. Are you all right? He asks. I am fine. I tell him, aiming a nasty look at my horse. Amar is simply being an ass. My stallion gives a haughty nicker, as if it is funny that I've fallen down. I grab his reins and say, You must be a good boy. No more foolishness. I go to slip my foot in the stirrup, but Ruku has a hand cupped down by Amar's side in order to help me up. That's okay, Ruku. I need no help from you mounting my own horse, especially with your injuries, I say. It is no trouble. That looks like an uncomfortable fall. Ruku lifts me up. He pats my leg gently when I am on, asking, Better? Yes, thank you. I shake Amar's reins as Ruku gets back on Jarrah. Behave now. A stallion as pretty as you should not act that way. I tell Amar. Amar has his ears back and is ignoring me. He looks like he wants to bite Jarrah again. I slow him down so the stallion is walking next to Ali instead. Zahid is staring at Ruku, and in none too pleasant a way. I could have helped you up, he says. Ruku was there. It was fine, I say. In some cities in Sahrahn, if Ruku was to touch you, I would have to cut off his head. It would be my obligation as your husband. Zahid doesn't look too opposed to the idea. Well, be glad that you live in Hayama, and not those other cities, I say, trying to remain cheerful. Zahid seems a bit grumpy. Once we stop to rest and get out of this hot sun, I'm sure he'll brighten up. I cannot get enough of the beautiful caravan. The sights, the sounds, all of it is so marvelous. There are tigers, leopards, and colorful birds in cages, musicians playing instruments and bards singing songs. This must be some sort of shipment for a royal, for the caravan to be this long and full of such wonderful gifts. A prince must be, I think, as I see a gaggle of giggling virgins walk by the donkey cart. I make a mental note to figure out who the ruler is, so perhaps we can make an alliance with him. If Hayama and Toshana can side with someone who has this much gold, little skirmishes, such as the one Ikram has stirred up, won't be a problem. When the stars begin to spread as a map across the sky, the caravan stops. The man taps his spear against the ground and says, We shall stay here for the night. Camp with us, if you wish. We shall stay for a little while. Ruku subs in before Zahid can say anything. Unfortunately, this is where we must divide our paths. We need to head in a different direction. Ah, a pity. I rather enjoyed your company, the man says. Let us have a small supper before you depart. I am rather glad Ruku told the man we had to leave. Journeying with the caravan has been fun, but I would prefer not to trust over 300 people with our wares and lives while we are sleeping. The man starts a fire and begins to cook a dinner of al-kabsa, a dish of chicken and fragrant rice. As we sit down to eat, I hear a tiny set of laughs echo over the tents that the merchants are setting up. The group of virgins is dancing around a fire not so far away. I long to join them, but no doubt if I get up and start dancing, I will be recognized as Batari, the famous dancer of the desert. I smile. That was so long ago, when Zahid and I used my belly dancing skills in order to cheat coin from those who did not deserve to have it. I still hear whispers of Batari's fame and her mysterious disappearance back at Hayama. I could not imagine I had grown so famous so quickly. Zahid eats his dinner sullenly, trying to keep his food away from the sheep that keeps bleeding in his ear and the goat that continues to chew on his shirt. I give a little giggle as he pushes the animals away. He goes to bite into a date, but Ali bends down and takes it right out of his hand, chewing happily. Zahid throws his hands up in the air and falls back down on the sand, clearly frustrated. The sheep stands over him, staring, while the goat decides to climb up on Zahid's stomach and lies down. The raider prince doesn't do anything to stop them. I feel a little sorry for him. Zahid is not used to someone else being in charge. It is probably safer for Ruku to pretend to be the leader for now, but Zahid doesn't like it. I move closer to him and say, "Are you having trouble with the animals?"
"They are meddlesome. I believe that I'm going to trade this one in," Zahid says, pointing at Ali. The gelding licks his lips and drools, slobbering all over Zahid's face. "Ugh," he says, pushing the goat off and jumping to his feet. He wipes the goo off with his hands. "This is quite ridiculous. Fine, be that way, you insufferable fleabag. I'm going to go clean up." Zahid walks away. Ali follows him, drooling all the way with the goat and the sheep trailing behind. I turn back to the fire, chuckling. I see that the man with the spear has fallen asleep, while Ruku is playing a thin wooden flute. "I did not know you could play an instrument," I say. "When I was little, I longed to be a bard," Ruku says. "My father would not allow it, of course, but I like to pretend. My mother snuck me this flute when he was away to battle. I studied the ancient stories and poetry and played my flute when he was not around." "You must have gotten little time to practice." "On the contrary, I had much practice. My father was always off to war," he mumbles, looking at the flute with a dull expression. "I am sorry. Was your father a hard man?" "You could say that. He wanted me and my brothers to be warriors. All of us. My brothers became soldiers, and I did too, in a way. He taught me how to fight, beat it into me, if you could say. But I don't enjoy killing. I would much rather sing songs and tell tall tales than go off to war, as cowardly as that sounds."
"I do not believe that is cowardly, but brilliant. Everyone wants to grow up swinging a sword and doing great deeds. Not all want to lend their voice around a fire at night to distract others from the troubles of their everyday lives," I say.
"I wish my family had seen it that way. They were not supportive in any way of who I am."
I smile kindly at him.
"My family was not supportive of me either. Not at first. But after time passed, they came to accept me as I was."
"That will never happen with me. My own brothers ran me out. They would never take me back into the household, even if I promised not to steal their gold."
"Do not believe so. Perhaps someday they will."
Ruku scoffs. "My mother would come to accept me, but not my father. He is dead now. Even so, he never loved me. He never could. I wasn't the large, bulking brute of a son he wanted. I was something he always proclaimed to be ashamed of."
Ruku sighs before he seemingly shakes himself of his melancholy and says,
"I am boring you with the woes of my past. I should tell you how I killed a bull elephant, or the time I took on a herd of angry oxen."
"That truly sounds terrifying," I say in appreciation. "How many monsters have you slain?"
"More than the stars that litter the sky,"
he says, gesturing to the brilliant night before letting out a laugh. I jest, of course. My list is rather pathetic.
Tell me anyway. I long to know.
I say desperately. His eyes shimmer from the flames dancing before us. As the lady wishes. When Ruku is in the middle of his tale of how he killed the elephant, Zahid reappears. Shall we go? The night grows darker and we will have to stop before long, he says. I nod.
Yes, of course.
I stand and turn to Ruku.
I am sorry you could not finish your story. Another time, perhaps?
Ruku bows. Any time the lady wishes, night or day, sleeping or in the middle of war, I shall drop everything and run to her if she requests. I would do much for the beautiful woman, nay, the lovely queen before me, if it would please you for me to swim down to the depths of the ocean or run into the middle of the desert. I would do it, if only to tell you the tale. His word choice is bothersome, but he means nothing by it. He is only being grand, as storytellers are apt to be. Zahid turns his back and says, Come, no more fairy tales. Not for tonight. After we travel for a little while longer, Zahid dismounts Ali. I say we stop for the night. Yukulan is not a small town, and it could take time to find Toshana there. Toshana? You are looking for a woman? Ruku asks.
Are you surprised?
I say. I suppose. I figured your husband was some strange bounty hunter who enjoyed bringing his wife along for the ride, Ruku says. Hardly, Zahid says, and I smack him across the shoulder.
The woman we are looking for is a friend, I say. We miss her dearly and need to talk to her.
As noble a reason as any. Jara lays down, and Ruku slides off of her, leaning against her side. I do not like tents. I prefer to sleep under the light of the stars. Sleep as you wish. We do not care. Zahid sets up our tent silently. We head inside and lay down, snuggling under the warmth of the blankets to keep out the cold night.
What do you think of Ruku?
I whisper, noticing that Zahid has kept his sword close by. Zahid moves closer. He seems harmless enough, but he has a brain of feathers. Even so, he's proved to be a deadly killer. Be on your guard.
He is fine. He is a religious man, I state.
Religious does not mean good. Think of Ikram. Zahid says, if our plan does not work tomorrow.
Zahid, you must have faith,
I say quietly. Stop pushing your beliefs on me. I'm following you, aren't I? Zahid haughtily turns over. I instantly feel hurt. Perhaps I'm being too hard on him. Belief does not come easily to Zahid. He's had to struggle to achieve everything in his life, most of it alone. If he cannot see it in front of him and fight for it with his bare hands, he doesn't believe it's there. Or he may be jealous, because Ruku and I can connect over our shared belief in Alshams, the Onari, and magical stories, and he and I cannot. But what does he have to be jealous for? He is my husband, not Ruku. I love him more than any other. That will not change, no matter what he believes. I cuddle into the small of Zahid's back. He doesn't move closer, but his rigid posture softens, and I feel better. He is trying, I know. This is a hard thing I've asked him to do, coming along on a trip to find an old friend who abandoned us long ago. He has done this because I asked him to. No other reason. I kiss the back of his shoulder. He reaches around and grabs my hand. We lie there, breathing lightly in the dark. No matter how different we are, we promise that. Chapter 6. I wake before the others the next morning. Nothing's been touched in the tent, which proves Ruku's honesty. I knew we could trust him. I step outside and see that he is still asleep, nestled against Jara's side. It's an adorable picture. I decide to go for a walk. Although it's completely barren out here in the desert, after riding so much, I want to stretch my legs. I walk a little ways from the tent, and Amar follows me, thinking I've come to give him his breakfast. "Go away! It's not your time to eat." I laugh, and he pushes me with his head. I kick something in the sand and look down, noticing something gold. I bend down and pick it up. It's a small lamp used for warming sweet oils and teas, with a shallow cup, a thin handle, and long spout. Someone must have dropped it on their travels in the desert. Zahid and I have brought a lamp, so we don't need it, but I wonder if Ruku has one. If not, I will give it to him. There's a dark smudge on one side of the lamp. I take the edge of my skirt and begin to rub away at the gold, trying to get the smudge off. Smoke begins furling out of the lamp. I drop it in shock. The smoke trails around me, creating a circle. "What's going on?" I ask, but before I know it, I'm being sucked inside the lamp. I go whirling through the air, twirling about before I'm thrown onto a large batch of pillows that cover my face. I leap off of the pillows and look around, shocked that I'm actually inside of a lamp. But it doesn't look like the inside of a lamp at all. The room is adorned with silks, tapestries, and throws. It's a very comfortable and cozy space with trinkets and items of all sorts, the soft smell of spices drifting through the air. Being inside the lamp isn't the most shocking thing. I'm met with a creature who has the upper body of a man, with a short black beard and smoke in the place of legs. His skin is entirely green, and his eyes are pure black, like obsidian glass. He's making himself a cup of tea. When he notices me in the corner, he doesn't shout in alarm, only seems irritated.
"Oh," the creature says. "I hadn't realized. Well, I suppose that ruins my nap."
I squeeze down a yelp. "You're,
"Yes, I'm a djinn, and yes, we exist,"
he says, setting down his cup of tea with a sigh. The smoke on the lower half of his body fades away and forms two hairy goat legs with cloven hooves and a long, slinky oxtail.
"I've done this 97 times now, and please, it's getting old. You look like an intelligent woman. Let's just assume you believe in me already and get on with it. I am Shadi. You are..."
"Bennua," I say abruptly, getting off the pillows. "And pardon me for asking this, but why are we inside a lamp?" In all, I am utterly confused. Djinn are magical beings, rumored to be created out of fire and wind by Alshams. They had a society of their own long before humans roamed Sahrahn. They were swept off the face of the earth by the phoenix god when some djinn began to kill humans. It is said they are extinct. Apparently not, because I am looking at one right now, and for some reason, he is living in a lamp.
"You rubbed the outside of the lamp and magicked yourself in. I was trapped in here by a curse from another djinn,"
Shadi says grumpily.
"I made him angry, and so he tricked me into containing myself in this lamp until I've granted 3 wishes from 99 humans each."
The djinn raises his eyebrows, counting in his head.
"I believe I'm on number 98.
That's believable. The stories say djinn are tricksters by nature. They grant wishes to humans occasionally, but it's only when they want to laugh. Their magic always goes wrong by nature, so the stories go. It doesn't surprise me they've started tricking each other.
"Well, what would you like, so we can get this over with?"
the djinn says, puffing out his chest.
"Riches, power, a handsome husband. You only get 3, you know. Wishes, I mean. Not husbands, unless that's one of your wishes, but personally I'm not a fan of polyandry. Unless you're into that sort of thing, in which case I won't judge.
No, I say, raising my hands. I do not want any wishes. I know how jinn are. I would wish for a glass of water and discover that it's from a chamber pot, or ask for a gem and you will give me a rock, or...
You must have 3 wishes. You're number 98.
Shadi whines.
I only need 1 more human before I'm free, and then I can have my revenge on the ass who imprisoned me in this lamp. I promise I will do my best to make sure my magic does not go awry.
You cannot control your magic, or use it to set yourself free? I ask.
I am a green djinn, the weakest kind. Perhaps a blue or a red could, but not a green.
Shadi lets out an aggravated huff. The lamp begins shaking. I grab onto a wall and ask, "What's happening?"
I'm not sure,
Shadi says.
I will magic us out. On the count of 3. 1.
I'm whooshed out of the lamp before I have time to prepare myself. I'm flung to the sand, landing on my side and tumbling head over foot, and the djinn appears beside me. I see that Shadi has disguised himself as a human, an older man dressed in an emerald green robe with eyes that are still black as night. "I thought you said 3, I gasp, brushing my hair out of my face.
Maybe I'm on 97,
Shadi says absent-mindedly.
I cannot count.
Amar is holding the handle of the golden lamp in his mouth, waving it back and forth. He tosses his head back and throws it into the air so it soars several feet away. Shadi groans while I laugh. Zahid and Ruku are standing nearby, looking frightened. "Bennua," Zahid says, and he pulls me to my feet. "I was terrified you had gone." He glances over at Ruku.
Yes, he blamed me for your disappearance and was 2 steps away from chopping off my head,
Ruku says with only a hint of resentment in his voice.
But I assured him you were nearby, and so we have found you.
Damn it, Shadi mumbles, looking at the two.
She's already got 2 husbands. This girl is incorrigible. What am I supposed to give her? Women always want handsome husbands, and neither one of these are bad-looking.
Perhaps she'll want an ugly one to make the set. What are you babbling about? Zahid asks, lifting Shadi up by the back of his shirt. Where did you come from?
It's obvious. They came from the lamp. We watched them,
Ruku says. Zahid huffs. Yes, but how? He's a djinn, I say, gesturing to Shadi. Trapped inside the lamp by another djinn, long story short.
A djinn?
Ruku says in excitement.
This journey becomes more exciting each minute.
You, Zahid says, dropping Shadi to the ground when he sees his face. What are you doing here?
Yes, I am the guard whom you ever so enjoy hitting on the head back at Sultan Abbas's palace,
Shadi says, rubbing his temple tenderly.
I believe you've given me more than enough bruises, sir, so do not attack me now.
Now that he is in human form, I realize that Shadi is ridiculously familiar. He was the guard we knocked out in order to escape from Abbas's palace a year ago. I suppress a chuckle.
Why was your lamp in the middle of nowhere?
Ruku asks, cocking his head at him. And how were you a guard for Abbas? Zahid demands.
I am a djinn, not an oracle,
Shadi grumbles. I don't have to answer your questions if I don't want to.
What an irritable genie,
Ruku says, staring at him as if he is a marvel.
I prefer the term djinn or jinni or jinn. Genie isn't exactly an appropriate term. It's quite offensive to me,
Shadi says, giving a loud sniff.
But if you must know, Abbas bought me at a hefty price from the human I served before. He wasted his first 2 wishes on more gold and harem girls before disguising me as a guard for 10 years while he thought about his last wish.
Abbas should have used his wishes to help his people, I say sourly, recalling the immense poverty we witnessed in Albus's city before we stole from him.
Yes, but what can you do?
Shadi shrugs.
I eventually got away by sneaking into his room one night and granting his wish for a pony while he was mumbling in his sleep. Then I was forced back into the lamp. Someone stole the lamp from Albus, but they didn't rub it, only put it into their pack. I fell out on the way to some far-off land. I thought I was going to be trapped out here in the sand forever.
Couldn't you magic yourself out of the desert? I ask.
I am a green djinn,
he repeats, extremely annoyed.
I only have so much magic to go round. I'm not that powerful. You grant wishes?
Ruku says, his face brightening up considerably.
Yes, but only 3 and only for her,
Shadi says, pointing at me.
She found the lamp.
Bennua, use your wishes to end the civil war,
Zahid says, turning to me.
Then we can go back home.
Ruku is staring at me. He doesn't understand what we're talking about. Or does he? His lack of a reaction is concerning.
No, Zahid,
I say.
Jinn magic is risky. We use it to end the war, especially with a jinn as weak as Shadi. We could end up destroying half the city by mistake.
The war would be over,
Shadi offers unhelpfully.
Zahid nods. I suppose you're right. He looks at the jinn. Could she use her wish to find Toshana?
We don't have to explain who she is. Shadi seems to know naturally. The jinn raises an eyebrow and says,
Your friend is a power that is far above my own. I couldn't use my magic to locate her even if I tried. She is everywhere and in everything.
Who is this Toshana that she is so powerful?
Ruku hushes. I shake my head and say,
It does not matter. We will figure out how to use the wishes later. For now, we must get going.
Shadi glances at Ruku. He does a double take, pointing at him.
Why on earth are you letting him come with you? The son of Qasim?
I gasp. Ruku turns pale, and Zahid snarls.
What?
Qasim, didn't you hear me? The bloodthirsty overlord?
Shadi says simply. Zahid instantly pulls out his sword and pushes me behind him. Ruku unsheathes his own weapon. The men begin circling each other, preparing to strike.
Why didn't you mention you were Qasim's son?
Zahid hisses, raising his blade high.
It is not a thing I'm proud of,
Ruku says. His eyes are narrowed. I can tell he'll have no trouble taking Zahid's life if his is threatened.
It's convenient, running into the woman who killed your father on the road. Surely you know who we are,
Zahid says, stepping forward.
I ran away. I want nothing more to do with him,
Ruku insists.
Enough!
I bring out my own sword and jump into the middle, raising my weapon in the air so both blades meet my own.
I am the queen, and what I say will be.
I pull my sword away. All 3 blades drop with a sharp singing sound. Ruku throws his weapon to the sand, spreads his arms out wide, and says,
Kill me if you must. I was starving in the desert before I met you. I knew you were the rulers of Hayama at first sight, yet I did not make a move to betray you. If you will murder me, make it so, and be done with it.
You're rather young to be Qasim's son, I say skeptically.
My father had me when he was 14, shortly after his marriage to his first wife, my mother.
Ruku says quickly.
My stepmother and his second wife, Sarah, had my half-brothers a few months later. Qasim was already an accomplished warlord by then. By the time he was 16, my grandfather had died, and he had taken the throne, renaming the sultanate after himself.
How many siblings do you have? I ask.
9. All brothers, but none of them are a threat, save for Kahar and Omed. They're the oldest after me, and ran me out of the city once my father was defeated,
so I couldn't take the throne. Ruku says, hastily. There were 12 children altogether, if you count the ones that died.
Did your mother or Sarah miscarry?
I ask, sympathetically.
No. My father had a third wife before he was betrothed to you. She had 2 stillborn sons, and so great was my father's rage that he strangled her in the night.
I shiver. That could have just as easily been me. It would have been me, I'm sure. Even before I met Zahid, my will was strong. Qasim would have become fed up with my sharp tongue and killed me long before I would have had children.
It does not matter what his history is. Bennua, you must kill him,
Zahid says, pointing at Ruku.
He cannot be trusted. Not around you.
He comes with us. He might be of some use, I insist.
You cannot be serious,
Zahid says, outraged.
I won't allow this.
He is a good fighter, a good friend, if last night is any indication of his character, I shout back. He stays.
This is Qasim's son,
Zahid bellows.
A son is not his father, as you have showed me,
I say, and Zahid winces.
We will see what Toshana thinks of him. If she does not approve, we will leave him.
This is a fair compromise. Zahid nods and points his sword at Ruku.
You, do not touch my wife, or your head will be a trophy to wear on my horse's saddle.
If not for you, she would have been my stepmother,
Ruku says dully.
I would never dream of it.
Stepmother. What a strange thought. I'm glad that never happened. Ruku and I are practically the same age, he only a few years younger than I. To have him call me mother feels odd and misplaced. I point to Jara. Ruku clambers on the camel sheepishly, while Zahid mounts Ali. I get on Amar, taking a rope and fastening the golden lamp around my hip so it stays.
You'd better be careful,
Shadi whispers to me, walking by Amar.
Ruku is not whom he appears to be.
Ruku is extremely different from Qasim. Nothing about them is alike, I say.
My magic is weak, so I am unsure of who he really is,
Shadi says.
But I can tell you it is nothing good. Something is off about him. It is rather sinister and does not bode well.
Get back in the lamp, I order him. Shadi disappears in a puff of smoke, and I stay silent as we ride toward Yukulan. I am not bothered by the fact that Ruku is Qasim's son. But perhaps I should be. Yukulan is on the horizon within a few hours. The ride is tense. Nobody says anything, though I know Zahid well enough that if I were not here, he would cut Ruku in half. Ruku seems aware of this. Since the first time we met him, his mouth is still. It is clear that Yukulan is a large city. My heart sinks as I survey it. It will take days to find Toshana here. As we come closer and closer, we're met with large pillars of stone. They're twisted in strange shapes, more numerous as we go inward. A shiver winds up my spine as I realize the truth.
By Alshams,
Zahid whispers.
They're people.
I'm horrified to find he's right. We pass pillar after pillar, all intricate statues of men, women, and children frozen in place. Some are in running positions, others have fallen upon the ground, and some wear blank, terrified expressions. I hope that this is some artistic feature of the city, but I'm wrong. More statues appear as we go farther in. Animals such as sheep and camels are stone statues too, with faces of fear. We head into shops and homes, but everywhere we go, there are more and more statues. Somehow, Yukulan has been turned into a city of stone inhabitants.
It's a basilisk,
Ruku says, and he reaches inside his pack to withdraw 3 long blindfolds.
You can't look it in the eyes, otherwise you'll turn to stone. I've dealt with them before, but never one of this size. This must be a very large creature to freeze so many without getting killed.
I refuse to fight a large snake that I cannot even see. I will be killed on the spot,
Zahid says, stubbornly.
Unless you'd like to end up like everyone else, you don't have a choice.
Ruku holds out the blindfold. Zahid takes it reluctantly. I take mine, getting off my horse.
We leave the horses here. If they become stone, it will take us days to trek back to another city on foot.
I tell them. The men nod, and I put the blindfold on, withdrawing my sword.
How are we supposed to kill it?
We listen and then strike when it gets close. It'll be confused when we don't change into stone.
I hear Ruku draw his bow.
Perhaps we should look for Toshana and go,
Zahid says.
If Toshana has turned to stone, then how are we supposed to talk to her?
I ask.
I highly doubt your friend is amongst these statues, if she is so powerful that the djinn cannot find her. A basilisk would have no effect on her whatsoever.
Ruku says.
We only have the hard job of killing the basilisk, and then piecing together what happened here.
I shuffle through the sand, feeling terrified. How can I kill something I cannot see? We can't even track where the snake went without our eyes. After I've wandered blindly around for a few minutes, I stop and say,
Should we make a formation? Or should we hide and surprise the beast?
Nobody answers. Inwardly, I panic. I believed that the men would hear my footsteps and we would all stay together. Apparently, we lost each other. I jerk my blindfold up and see that I am utterly alone in the town square. I have no idea where either of them are. A soft hiss slides through the air. My eyes glance to a small fountain. My insides turn to ice as I see a large snake, taller than a house, tasting the air. His body is so long it loops around the town square, enclosing me in a large circle. The basilisk resembles a cobra with a large swooping hood coated in red and black scales. It has its back turned to me. Quickly, I shove the blindfold over my eyes before it can turn around and turn me into stone. I step backward and immediately trip, my sword slipping out of my hands. I fall to the ground and the snake hisses loudly. I can hear the body coiling in on itself. I scramble to my feet and grab my sword, lifting it above me and turning in a circle. Zahid's training breaks into my head, and I pause, trying to remain completely still so I can tell where it is. I can hear the basilisk coming, feel its bulk shifting through the sands underneath my feet. There is a gust of wind, and I know he is about to strike. I duck to the left and feel the scaly skin of the basilisk skim by my arm. I wildly swing my sword wide, and it cuts into the snake, into what I think must be the thinness of his hood. There's a whooshing of arrows flying through the air, and the basilisk lets out a hiss of pain. I take my chance and charge forward, hoping the snake's head is where I planned it would be. My blade connects with muscle. I force my hands to swing through with the blow, cutting through the snake's neck. Hot blood splatters all over my clothing, and there is a thump at my feet. I take the chance of lifting my blindfold and see the basilisk's head lying on the ground, the body cleaved in two down the bosom. Zahid is in the middle of the snake. We appeared to have struck at the same time. Arrows litter the basilisk's body. Ruku still has his blindfold on. He is so skilled an archer, he can hit a target blind. I step away from the snake and say, "It's all right, everyone. It's dead." The men lift their blindfolds. Zahid's mouth falls open at the sight.
"This monster is huge," he says. "Longer than a sailing ship."
"I've never seen them so large,"
Ruku says, walking from head to tail.
"This bodes ill for Sahrahn."
I can't help but agree with him. I've seen a Karkadan, a djinn, and a basilisk, 3 creatures from fairy tales, in less than a span of 2 days. Alshams only knows that this means for our world. I wipe off my sword and say, I've never liked snakes. They obviously like you, Zahid points out. I give a little shiver. I used Bathra-Teri, Qasim's venomous cobra, to slay the evil warlord, and the basilisk came to me first. Reptiles seem to be attracted to me. I don't enjoy killing them, but I wish they'd stay away.
Something's not right here, Ruku says suspiciously. This creature was far too easy to kill. I've slain many a basilisk, and they usually take days or even weeks to hunt. This one died by Benua's hand in mere minutes.
It doesn't matter. The snake is dead. That's all there is to it, I say. I'm not going to complain that it was too simple to kill the basilisk. Usually things in my life are extremely difficult. It's nice to have something go smoothly for once. So what do we do now? Zahid asks, turning on the spot. How do we get everyone to turn back?
We don't, Ruku says. They're stuck that way.
What? I exclaim. That's not possible. There has to be a way.
Once someone is frozen, you cannot change them back. No one has ever escaped the basilisk grasp once turned to stone, whether the snake is dead or not.
Ruku replies. Tears well up in my eyes. Zahid notices and says gently, Bennua, I know how you are. You have a kind heart, but we can't do anything for these people. Don't do anything irrational. I have to save them! Shadi! I scream. The lamp on my hip begins jumping about. Shadi furls out of the lamp in a smoke cloud, appearing as a man once again. Yes? He asks. He glances at the dead basilisk on the ground and instantly groans. Great. She has 2 husbands and she can defend herself. I'm never going to get rid of her. Yes, you will, Shadi. I wish that all these people would come alive again, I say, gesturing to all the stone statues gathered around the city. Shadi looks at the statues and winces.
Ooh, I'm not sure I can fix that.
Try anyway, I demand. Anything's better than nothing.
All right.
Shadi waves his arms and begins to chant, his voice echoing around the square in a deep vibrato. Magic far and magic wide, make these stone men come alive. There's a crackling sound coming from all the statues, and Shadi disappears into the lamp. Slowly, arms separate from their sides, and legs begin to jerk, shuffling around the square. The stone statues are moving much like people would. It's working, I say triumphantly. They're changing back. Bennua, Zahid says slowly, these statues aren't turning into people. Although the statues are mobile, no skin appears, no face visible beneath the mountain of clay and mud. The statues begin heading for us, arms outstretched. One of them reaches his rocky hands toward Ruku's neck, letting out a primal groan. Help me. They're coming for us, Ruku cries, slashing the head off of the stone man. The statue instantly crumbles to the ground. The stone monsters move faster, inward for the kill. Zahid grabs my hand. We run throughout the city, calling for the horses and whacking stone men out of the way. We spot Amar, Ali, and Jara trapped in a corner, kicking at a crowd of stone men. Ruku chops 3 of them down at once, and all of us climb up on our animals. The horses bolt the minute we're on their backs, Jara not far behind. The stone men can't keep up, and we're soon far out of the city, out of the grasp of the haunted statues. I jump off Amar while he's still moving and grasp the lamp at my side, wiping my hair out of my face. Shadi! I scream. Come here, now! Shadi reappears, this time with an irritated pop instead of a puff of smoke. What now? Have you already run into another problem?
What was that?
I ask, pointing back at the city.
You made all those statues move and come after us. That's not what I wished for.
You asked for them to come alive, not turn back into humans. The wording has to be precise with magic this grand of a scale, Shadi says, crossing his arms.
So it's my fault? You knew that's what I wanted.
I scream. Of course I knew, but I told you. My magic's not that powerful. Shadi snaps back at me. Turning one stone man back into a human wouldn't have been a problem, maybe 2 or 3, but hundreds of them is a completely different story.
You grant wishes, and that's the wish I wanted,
I protest. I'm a djinn, not a miracle worker, Shadi says with a sniff. Now, if you excuse me, my lady, I am going back in my lamp. You called me right when my shawarma was done, and now it's probably cold. Shadi puffs back into the lamp. I sink to the ground, my face in my hands. Zahid gets off Ali and walks to me.
Bennua, my love, you did what you could,
Zahid says, laying a hand on my shoulder.
Perhaps I worded it wrong, I mumble. That's why the wish didn't work. Shadi is a bumbling moron. It's not your fault, Zahid says. At least you made it so they could move again.
That's different. It's a fate worse than death,
I say, knocking his hand away.
They don't know who they are or what they're supposed to do. They're trapped forever in a stone body that doesn't feel, that doesn't live or die.
Zahid looks at me, hurt. I know I should apologize, but I feel too embarrassed and ashamed of myself to even attempt to. I've cursed an entire village with a single stupid wish. There's no use talking about it anymore, Ruku says. What has happened has happened. It doesn't work risking another wish trying to change those people back. They could turn into something even more menacing. What we must do is press on. You're not going anywhere, Zahid says. You're staying behind, monster hunter.
Zahid, he could have killed us when we were blindfolded, and he made no move to do so,
I say, annoyed.
When will you learn to trust him?
Zahid refuses to bend. Ruku glares back and says, Tie my hands, my feet, gag me if you must, and throw me on the back of your horse. I do not want to end our journey here. Ruku looks back at me. His gaze is so intense, I find I cannot pull away from it. At any rate, I don't want to be alone with Zahid right now. He was right when he told me I shouldn't act irrationally, and I can't face him by myself. Where do we go from here, however? I ask. We don't know where Toshana is, and it's certain she wasn't in Yukulan. We have no clues.
I have a faint idea,
Zahid says hesitantly,
but it is a long shot. If we do not find her there, we'll have to give up.
You kept this from me? Why didn't you mention this before?
I ask harshly.
Because I didn't think she would go there unless she had no other option,
Zahid says, clearly irritated with me.
I didn't think she would go back to Yukulan either, and she did. I believe she went back to that city to seek the man who nearly had her stoned, but obviously she did not. She must have told the people of Ashana that, though, so they wouldn't come looking for her.
What? I gasp. That was the town in which Toshana had her heart broken by an official so long ago? I look back at the city. Well, at least the man who broke her heart got what he deserved.
He's not back there, Zahid says bitterly. He's in Hayama.
I stare blankly at him as the realization sinks in.
No, not Ikram.
Who else could make a soul as pure as Toshana's fall for him and then use her for his own benefit?
Zahid asks, scathingly. Now I hate him even more. Ikram was a terrible father to Zahid, and he broke Toshana's heart. would have had her killed if he got his way. I have to stop him and make him pay for hurting the people I love. I get back on Amar and say, "So where do you think she is?"
My only guess is she's hiding in the caves of Amana.
Zahid shrugs.
The caves of Amana?
Ruku bursts.
That's where all the great philosophers and scholars of the world go. Only men of great intelligence and...
She used to talk about going there, to be on her own. She wanted to meditate and find peace,
Zahid says, cutting Ruku off.
She would have to take a ship to get there. The caves are located on an isle off the coast of Sahrahn. She thought it would be the only place in the world where she'd be able to think. At least, that's why I believe she's there.
Regardless of why, that is where we must go, I say. I have never seen the ocean. A tiny thrill goes through me when I think that I will have to cross a part of it in order to get to Toshana. At the same time, though, Zahid and I have already wasted 4 days, and it will take at least another 2 to get back to Hayama. We're running out of time. He promised the council to return in 10 days, and half of that time is already spent.
There is a small port not far from here. We could reach it by nightfall,
Ruku says. Zahid doesn't look at him. I trot Amar behind Jara and say, "Lead the way, Ruku." Chapter 7. As we are traveling toward the ocean, the land begins to change under our feet. We barely notice at first. It begins with a few patches of grass here and there, and then there are more and more trees hovering above us. As we grow closer to the sea, there is a thin green line that appears on the horizon, which soon turns into a flourishing jungle full of palm trees, ferns, flowers, and various other flora. We reach the edge of the jungle. The animals begin dancing underneath us, as if they want to do nothing more than to run away from it.
Are you certain we're going the right way?
Ruku asks, looking at Zahid.
Of course we are,
Zahid snaps, pulling out his tattered, stained map and turning it this way and that.
The ocean is directly ahead.
That map is rather old, Zahid, I point out. This jungle may have grown since it was made. We should go around.
A jungle springing up out of nowhere? Preposterous,
Zahid says.
Jungles take years to grow. Whoever made this map simply didn't know it was here. Going around will take too long. We don't know how big it is. We'll simply continue straight through.
But there could be rivers inside or canyons that could be difficult to cross. There could even be large animals like tigers that could attack. And in the jungle, we won't see them. At least in the desert, it is flat and we can see what's coming. I argue.
Bennua, it's probably fine.
Zahid snaps, irritably. I glance at Ruku, and he shrugs.
Better than trekking through the sand. At least there's shade in the jungle.
I go to protest again. I do not want to walk through a treacherous jungle. Before I can utter another word, the ground underneath Amar's hooves begins to shake. I steady my horse and turn my head, gasping aloud. By Alshams, what is that? I cry. A huge reptile is stampeding toward our group. The creature has 3 heads and 6 legs and is covered in sand-colored scales from head to foot. It slithers from side to side like a snake, opening each of its mouths to spurt fire from within its jaws. Several spiky horns rise from each of the heads, with long, twisted claws on all 6 feet. It appears viciously angry.
Turn and run!
Ruku shouts immediately, guiding Jara toward the jungle.
It's an Iluyankas! We cannot fight this!
The monster charges forward, jets of flame spurting our way. I urge Amar into the jungle, and he stumbles as the footsteps of the Iluyankas shake the ground. The treetops overhead spring into flame, burning branches falling in our path. Amar leaps over a flaming log, and the cries of the Iluyankas become further and further away the deeper we go. though nowhere seems far enough away. The animals are gasping for breath as we come to a stop. Ruku turns Jara around and says,
"We were in the Iluyankas' territory. Thankfully, he cannot follow us into the jungle. The trees are too thick for his large size, and it requires too much energy for him to give chase."
"I suppose we have our answer then," Zahid says. "We cannot go outside the jungle, otherwise the Iluyankas will follow. We must continue through to the other side, far away from its domain."
I simmer in my saddle, unhappy that Zahid has gotten his way yet again. He is right, though. The jungle is the safest place to be. If we go outside of it near the Iluyankas' boundaries, he'll kill all of us. We have no choice but to go through the jungle. I suddenly cluck to Amar, not saying a word to the two men as we begin our trek. Around an hour into our hike, I'm ready to kill Zahid. It can be uncomfortable traveling through the desert because it's hot, dry, and there's nothing to shield you from the sand or sun. But tromping through this jungle is awful. There's bugs everywhere that bite every inch of my skin. It's simply sweltering, with no breeze to break the thick, muggy air. Sweat and moisture from the jungle drips off of me and makes my clothes cling to my skin, causing a rash. A fair bit of froth appears around Amar's bit and underneath his saddle. He is very uncomfortable. I use my veil to wipe my face and call out to Zahid.
"Do you still believe this was an intelligent plan?"
"Do you ever quiet your tongue?"
Zahid calls back, looking just as miserable as I.
"No,"
I whisper grumpily. Ruku doesn't appear happy either, but at least he's not complaining.
"How are you faring?"
I ask Ruku.
"Well?"
"I am happy to be by your side, Bennua, if nothing else," he responds, "but I cannot say I am enjoying this part of our journey."
"Don't mind me, I am perfectly fine. Thank you for asking about my welfare,"
Zahid cries out. I shake my head and ignore him.
"Would you have gone through the jungle, Ruku?"
"Before, yes. I am a very curious man, and I have never entered the jungle before." He pauses. "If I had known it would cause this much trouble, however, I would have gone around. It does not matter now, I suppose."
No, it does not. I sit up straighter in the saddle before I drop my voice.
However, it would have been nice if someone would have considered my opinion. He can be so stubborn sometimes. No, all the time. He always has to do things his way.
Ruku smiles.
"Do not worry about the wiles of a pig-headed man. We are here, so we might as well—"
"Bennua, watch out!"
My head whirls around. I scream shrilly as a python, long and scaly, drops down from the trees and hisses, its tongue tasting my face while its nose skims my cheek. The snake is large, the back end of it twirling around the trunk of a tree, the front end hanging off a branch to dangle in front of me. It is huge, longer than all three of the horses lined up, and as big around as a small boulder. I scream even louder, and Amar jumps, spooking to the side. I cling to the saddle, grabbing onto Amar's neck and gripping his mane tightly to stay on. Ruku pulls his sword out from his sheath, reaches out, and cuts off the python's head. It falls to the jungle floor with a thump. I continue screaming, scared out of my mind.
"Bennua, calm down. It's dead,"
Ruku says, calmly. I shut my mouth and try to steady myself, shaking.
"I hate snakes."
"You were fortunate. That python should have sunk its fangs into you long before you saw it,"
Ruku offers.
"All it did was give you a little kiss."
I shiver at the thought of the python's tongue caressing my skin.
"The disgusting creature should have kept its kisses to itself."
Zahid rushes over.
"What happened? I heard you screaming and I—"
"It's already taken care of, no thanks to you,"
Ruku snaps, sheathing his sword quickly.
A python dropped from the trees and nearly bit Bennua. You were ahead of us. Why didn't you notice the snake and warn us? She could have been killed.
The serpent must have been hiding in the trees. I did not see, Zahid says, coolly.
Do you care nothing for your wife? Are you not aware of the dangers of this jungle? You were the one who was insistent on journeying inside, and even now you are ignorant of her safety,
Ruku shouts. Zahid pulls his horse up to Ruku's side. Don't you dare accuse me of being unable to protect my wife. I am more than capable. I love her.
Love is no excuse for stupidity,
Ruku spits back.
All right,
I say, maneuvering Amar between the two of them and forcing my way through. I understand we are all tired and that it is hot in this jungle, but that is no reason for us to lose our heads. We ran into a python and nothing happened. Let that be the end of it.
Zahid glares at Ruku before turning Ali around and continuing. Ruku's face is set in a stubborn, sullen expression. I lean over and whisper to him.
You shouldn't be so hard on him. It was a simple accident.
It was carelessness,
Ruku says viciously.
He does not treat you as you deserve.
He cannot notice everything in the jungle, I argue.
I believe he is only looking out for himself,
Ruku says.
Do not worry, Bennua. I'll protect you until we leave here.
I pull away, but Ruku's words have planted a wriggle of doubt in my mind. Zahid isn't worried about only himself out here, is he? No, of course not. It was a simple mistake. Or was it? Did Zahid really see the python and not want to say something, in fear of prompting the serpent out of the trees? It's not like him to save his own skin. Or maybe he wants to get back at me for all the fighting we've been doing lately. But would he really want to put me in danger? As a way of getting revenge? I try to clear my thoughts. Ruku's my friend, but he's overreacting. The python scared us all. Once we're out into the desert again, things will right themselves. A little while later, a thin dirt path appears, winding through the jungle. It appears someone has already been here. Maybe the path will lead us out. The path breaks at the edge of the trees, and the three of us peer out at an extraordinary sight. The jungle is misty, overcast by a thin fog underneath a purple and pink sky. 3 cities are clustered together in the distance, but the strange thing about these cities is that they are not on the ground. The cities hover. The first slightly above the fog, the second on the treetops, and the third high on the clouds. Each city is grand, the lowest city bronze, the second silver, and the highest pure shimmering gold. Each of the flying cities is overgrown with vines and plants and is completely silent. Not a soul or sound echoes within any of them. Zahid appears scared, while Ruku and I simply stare in awe.
What is this place?
I whisper.
We're turning back, Zahid says immediately, already turning around. I've seen enough. We don't deal with floating cities.
Maybe you don't, but I do.
I bite back. This is so strange. We should look around.
Bennua, we're on a tight schedule, Zahid says crossly.
How completely dull you are. Do you have any sense of adventure or intrigue? You're terribly unimaginative,
Ruku says. Cities do not fly, Zahid says adamantly. This is something that is beyond our knowledge, something that we should not tamper with. We must leave. Bennua, you understand.
Zahid looks at me for support, but I turn my gaze from him and say, I know we must hurry, but there is something magical about this place. I believe we should investigate and see where the path leads. I am the first to step out of the safety of the trees and into the large clearing. Zahid reluctantly follows, while Ruku treks ahead of me, looking around eagerly.
"This is amazing!" he shouts. "In all my dreams, I never imagined a human could find such a place."
Ruku, do you have any idea as to where we might be? I ask. Ruku clears his throat.
"Long ago, there were stories of cities that floated upon the clouds. It was rumored that djinn lived there, and that they kept the cities aloft with magic."
So, these cities are where djinn live? I ask. The lamp on my hip shakes a little, and I look down.
It is said that Alshams removed the djinn from the world for tormenting humans, but we know this isn't true because we have Shadi.
Ruku says.
There could be some truth to the story, however. These cities have obviously become long abandoned. Alshams could have banned the djinn from these cities and scattered them throughout the world and throughout history. The tale has distorted itself enough that it was thought all djinn were destroyed. It would explain why they are still djinn in Sahrahn, but why they are no longer in power. They lost everything. Because Alshams is a power higher than they, the djinn cannot restore themselves back to the city with magic.
Let's ask Shadi if this is true. Shadi, I say, rattling the lamp. Come out at once. Nothing happens. The lamp merely flops up and down on my hip, and then goes still.
I don't think Shadi can appear to you here, Ruku says slowly. If all djinn were banned from these cities, that goes for Shadi as well. It also explains why no djinn has come back.
I would imagine humans couldn't find it either, I say. We should mark this place on the map, in case we should ever want to return to it.
Why in the world would we ever want to return?
Zahid mutters, but he takes out the map and marks a large X on the spot where we stand, grumbling to himself.
As far as I know, no human ever has come here. Perhaps Alsham shows his favor upon us.
Ruku smiles. Yes, can we get going? Zahid says, looking around warily. I long to leave this place. Zahid, I know this place makes you uneasy, but you must have some sort of curiosity as to why we're the first ones to find the lost realm of djinn? I ask. He shakes his head quickly. No, I simply want to get back to our original task. I grit my teeth. Of course. If you can't explain it away, it may as well not be there as far as you're concerned. He doesn't hear me. When we're halfway in between the floating cities, a large, long path of black coals stands in our way, spanning as far as the eye can see in both directions. We try to cross it, but as we do so, the horses and Jara all throw us off, leaping to the other side in one jump without touching the coals. The animals then turn around on the other side of the path, staring at us. What has happened? Zahid says angrily, clambering to his feet and brushing off his clothes. I don't know, I say. It appears they didn't want us to cross on their backs.
Or they couldn't cross with us on their backs, Ruku says, peering down at the wide path with a confused expression. I think this is some sort of magic. Perhaps a path only for genies. Each one of us must cross alone.
It is impossible for us to cross the path in one jump as they did. It's too large for us, I say. What if there's some sort of curse upon the path, and if we touch it, something terrible happens?
Only one way to find out,
Ruku says. He goes to step on the path before I can stop him. The minute he touches the coals, he screams, holding his foot and hopping up and down. What? I yelp. What's happening?
The coals are hot, he cries. Like they just came out of a fire.
Zahid carefully inches toward the path and toes it gently. He screams too when his boot touches the edge, springing back as if scalded.
He's right. It burns, he says, grimacing.
The path is too long to go around, however. It appears to go on for ages, I say. We have to get across.
Then we're going to have to walk. Ruku closes his eyes,
takes a deep breath, and says,
I'll go first.
Ruku starts walking across the path. He screams aloud each time he puts a foot upon the coals. He practically darts across the path before collapsing onto the cool grass of the other side, holding his feet with tears coursing down his cheeks.
It feels as if I've stuck my feet in a fire and left them there for 3 days, he groans. But I can feel the pain subsiding. You will be fine if you cross.
Bennua, come with me, Zahid says, holding out his arms. I'll carry you so you don't have to walk.
Zahid, I'll only slow you down and burn your feet more, I protest.
Do not argue with me,
he says, and he sweeps me up into his arms. He tries going toward the coals, but stops at the edge, immobile.
Well,
I say crossly.
Let us get on with it.
I can't,
Zahid says.
I can't move.
It's the magic of the path, Ruku says. It must be. Just like the animals couldn't cross with us on their backs, each one of us must go alone.
Zahid reluctantly puts me down and grabs my hand, looking at me regretfully.
Will you be all right? I'll be fine. This is something we all must do,
I say gently. I'm honored that he tried to save me from the coals, but I don't want him to get burned further because he's carrying me. This way, he'll cross quickly, and it won't be as agonizing for him. As completely irritating as he is lately, I would much rather endure the pain than give him more strife than is necessary. He nods, then gives me a swift kiss before he steps onto the black path of coals. He doesn't scream, only grimaces as he jumps from foot to foot. He jumps and lands on the other side of the path, biting his fist. At his pain, I feel my heart wither. I can't stand seeing him hurt in any way, even if I've been angry with him lately.
Your turn, Bennua. Don't worry, the pain goes away after a little while. I'm already standing,
Ruku says. I look over at Zahid, and he nods. He appears to be getting better. I gulp, tenderly putting my foot over the coals. I prepare myself for the torturous, extreme burning the men have been telling me about. When I put my foot upon the coals, nothing happens. I feel only the jaggedness of the coals underneath my shoe. I put both feet upon the coals and stand there, expecting a rush of fire to course through my limbs. Absolutely nothing. There is no fire, no sensation of burning filling my feet. I do not feel as if I am walking on coals pulled straight from a burning flame. In fact, the coals feel slightly cool to me.
What are you doing? Bennua, you'll melt your shoes to your feet,
Zahid cries in a panic.
I won't,
I say. I don't feel anything.
What?
Ruku's face pales.
That's impossible.
I seriously don't understand why the two of you over-exaggerated this, I say. There is no burning.
Bennua, either you're crazy or the magic doesn't work on you, because that was the worst pain of my life, Zahid says. By Alshams, you're scaring me. Come to me, now.
I walk calmly to the other side, expecting pain to strike. It never does. When I step on the grass and leave the path, the two men are staring at me with open mouths, as if they are scared of me. I drop to my knees and begin removing Zahid's boots, saying,
Let me check your feet. I want to see if they're burned.
I don't care about that,
Zahid says, grabbing my wrists.
Bennua, how did you do that? Those coals were hotter than the fires of Alshams himself. Perhaps it doesn't work on women, Ruku suggests. That's all I can think of. I have no stories of magical paths of coal that burn men's feet. My only question is, where the path leads. Is it to some realm of fire, perhaps? Or something more? There are floating cities above us, and the two of you are wondering why I didn't feel my feet bursting into flame, and you did?
I ask harshly.
Ruku is right. The path must not burn women's feet for some reason. Now please, take off your boots and ease my mind.
Zahid lets me take off his shoes. His feet aren't burned, only a little red and hot to the touch. I take my own shoes off and feel the soles of my feet. They're ice cold. This is all so strange. Nothing in this jungle makes sense. However, when has anything on this journey, or in my life, really, made any sense? I mount Amar and say, "The cold path is none of our concern. It is not what we are searching for, nor are these floating cities. Considering their mysteries now doesn't help our quest." Zahid gets on a lee and falls silent. I try to piece together the puzzle of the coal path and the floating cities, but they are pushed aside with thoughts of Toshana. Legends of djinn are trivial when I'm chasing after gods. Once we're out of the jungle and into the desert again, Shadi immediately pops out of the lamp. He wipes his brow, lets out a sigh, and says,
"Whew! You have no idea how hot it was in there. Might as well have been an oven."
"Why didn't you magic yourself out?" I ask.
"Didn't you listen? Everything he guessed is true," Shadi says, gesturing to Ruku. "The banishment from the floating cities, Alshams scattering us to all corners of the earth, blah, blah, blah."
Shadi throws his hands in the air.
"I couldn't magic out of the lamp, as it would be returning to the city. I actually can't do magic at all when I enter the jungle. I'm rendered powerless."
Do you know about the black coal path? Ruku and Zahid felt their feet burning when they walked across it, and I didn't. I say, "Do you know why?"
Shadi peers at me.
"I was born long after the djinn were outcasted from the cities of old. I know very little about them, save for the bronze city was for lesser djinn such as I, the silver for djinn of average power, and the gold for the royals and the most powerful. I have never heard of this coal path, and do not know its use, nor why its magic did not harm you."
"Oh, well, thank you for clearing everything up," I say, trying to be cheerful.
Yes, of course."
Shadi shakes his limbs, as if stretching them.
"Now, if you don't mind, now that I can do magic again, I'm going back into my lamp and I'm going to turn it into a nice, cold pool. Have fun riding through sand."
Shadi disappears, and we all let out a collective groan.
"A pool," Ruku moans. "Sounds perfect at the moment, doesn't it?"
"If we wished for one, Shadi would make a typhoon by accident, and we'd all go spinning into the briny deep." Zahid grumbles. "Let us continue on."
The jungle and the floating cities aren't mentioned again between any of us. It's obvious Zahid is doing his best to pretend he never saw any of it. Although Ruku is more than eager to talk about the floating cities and strange path of coals, I don't want to upset my husband, so I keep silent. I would like to speculate about the lost cities of the djinn, yet right now, my main focus is finding Toshana. I will ask her about them once I find my friend. She will give me answers. I know she will. Chapter 8. The ocean is absolutely breathtaking. My soul is made of fire and sand, but even I cannot deny the beauty of the water as the waves wash upon the sandy shore and the orange-purple sunset dips into the background. The water goes on forever and ever, until it seems that I can notice the curve of the world. I never imagined that this much water could exist anywhere. For some reason, I thought the ocean would be like a little pond, with a small plot of land in the middle as an island. Water is so hard to come by in Sahrahn, only accessible at wells, underground rivers, and small oases. Now there is more than I can take in. The ocean spreads from the east to the west, all along the edge of Sahrahn. I wonder, if one was to take a ship and steer straight, would they find another land? or sail off the edge of the world, as I supposed before. It's terribly romantic. I can only imagine what Zahid and I would do in a place like this. Maybe when the civil war is over, we can come back here and spend some time with each other, just he and I. I'm sure he would love it. I look over at him longingly, but it appears the last thing he wants to do right now is touch me, or even be near me. I wonder if he'd even say yes if I suggested we come back. I let out a small sigh. The port is bustling and busy. Massive ships bob up and down on the waves. The port is connected to a large city that is obviously a huge trading post. Ruku looks up and down the docks and says, "I will try to hire us a boat. It won't be easy. Few and far between have the nerve to sail to the caves of Amana. Some say they're cursed." He walks away, leaving me with Zahid. For the first time ever, it's strange between us. Zahid collapses on the ground. I sit beside him, watching the waves roll in. It would be such a nice moment for him and I, if we weren't so mad at each other. I feel like it is my fault. Should I take the chance and lean against him? I don't think I'll be able to handle it if he pulls away, and I don't want him to see me crying, so I decide against it. More than anything, I want him to put his arm around me, to hold my hand or to kiss me. It's not like there's anyone out here to see. The dock is far away, and we're all alone on this beach. Yet he doesn't make a move toward me, so we sit in silence. Ruku comes back a little later, looking considerably brighter than both of us. "There's a ship that's headed to the caves of Amana. They've promised to take us, as well as our animals, if we pay well."
"Will we be safe?"
Zahid asks, but I know he's not talking about himself or Ruku. Women are seen as bad luck on sailing ships. They're often cast overboard if they're found as stowaways, or worse. It makes me feel good that Zahid is concerned about my welfare, even though he's still mad.
"They're merchants, not true sailors or pirates. We should be fine as long as we keep quiet,"
Ruku replies. As the sun fades over the horizon, casting the sea in red, the ship readies to leave. We have to blindfold the horses and Jara to get them aboard. A few sailors look at me when I step onto the boat, but Zahid stands over me protectively, and they turn away. I take a seat on the side of the ship and wait, watching as Amar dances at a spot where he's tied up. He obviously doesn't like ships. It doesn't take too long for me to discover I don't like ships either. The rocking and jolting of the sea has me leaning over the side of the ship, losing the contents of my lunch. I'm horribly seasick, and the ocean only gets more and more violent as we head further away from shore. If I ever get a choice, this will be the last time I board a boat. Zahid stands by me, rubbing my back and holding my hair out of my face so I can heave once again. I can't understand after all this time how I'm still vomiting. I shakily cling to the side of the ship and say, "These sailors must think I'm some weak creature, able to be blown over by a trickle of water in a shaky boat."
"No problem with wanting your feet firmly stuck in the sand."
Zahid leans over me.
"We will be on shore again soon, I promise."
"Give her this,"
Ruku says, and he pulls a small root from out of his pocket.
"I bought it just in case any of us became ill at sea. It'll stop the sickness."
"I am taking good care of her, thanks,"
Zahid says.
"Zahid,"
I whisper, miserable.
"please."
He sighs and takes the medicine from Ruku. I chew on the root slowly, and my seasickness ebbs, soon dissolving completely.
"Thank you, Ruku."
I sigh in relief.
"I don't know what I would do if you were not here."
I am only helping a friend, Ruku says. My husband rounds on him and says, Would you mind letting me have a word with my wife without you interfering? My mouth drops open in rage at his abrupt rudeness. Ruku simply nods and says, That is perfectly all right. I'll be over here playing my flute. Perhaps it will calm the horses. Ruku walks away to stand by Amar. I turn to Zahid and ask, What was that about? Why are you being so rude to him? I cannot trust him, Bennua. Shadi is right. Something about him is strange. Zahid says, You are only saying this because he is Qasim's son. You would have no issue with him if he were any other man. I pause, thinking. Or perhaps you're jealous. I cannot believe you would act this way simply because we are traveling with another man our age. I'm not jealous. He simply cannot be trusted, Bennua. He is falling in love with you. He is doing no such thing. I am a married woman, I say, astonished. Married women are not immune to the charms of certain men, Zahid says, casting his eyes back at Ruku. Do you suppose I will stray? Zahid, I love you, I say, feeling crushed. Does he not believe I took our wedding seriously? Does he think, honestly, that I would go after another man and commit adultery? The very thought of being with anyone but Zahid makes me sick to my stomach. I nibble at the root, trying not to throw myself over the side of the boat again. It's not you I'm worried about. It's him. Zahid points to Ruku. I know you will not betray me. Not willingly, Bennua. I know when a man looks at a woman in love. It's the same way I look when I gaze at you, and he is definitely besotted with you. You're being ridiculous. We have only known Ruku for a few days. That is no time for a man to fall in love. I fell in love with you at first sight, and, frankly, I'm afraid so did he. I do not trust what he will do to call you his own. Zahid pauses before he breaks, the words rushing out of him as he says something terrible. Bennua, I know you are lonely. I know you long for a friend in Toshana's absence. I am here, but I cannot give you everything you need. You wish for a companion like Toshana, someone besides me whom you can trust and can lean on. Yet your judgment is misplaced in Ruku. You are too eager to accept him and cast aside any suspicion in order to try to replace your closest friend. My insides wiggle. Zahid knows me terribly well. I want to deny it, but I know it is true. I am lonely. Terribly lonely. I have been since Toshana has been gone, though I have tried to deny it. Zahid has made me blissfully happy, but something is missing in my life. There is a hole in my heart that needs to be filled. I am not using Ruku to replace Toshana, I say, blatantly throwing the ugly lie in his face. The very idea is ridiculous. You are. Ruku wants something more than your friendship. I feared you will give it to him in order to keep him by your side. Zahid says, There is only one man I love, and that is you. I say. I take his face in my hands and look him in the eyes, desperately wanting him, needing him to hear me. I feel like crying again and berate myself for being so emotional. I will never want anyone else. I promise you that. I gave myself to you, Zahid. You are my everything, my entire world. No other man matters but you. He looks on the verge of tears as well. You are a free woman, a queen fit to do as she pleases. I would not hold you back if you fell for another, because you aren't meant to be in a cage, Bennua. You are meant to be free. You could never be a cage, Zahid.
I whisper.
You were the one who set me free in the first place. Nonetheless, he says, I think that if Ruku cannot have you, he will do what it takes to hurt you. And on my life, Bennua, I won't let that happen.
He pulls away from me and walks down the stairs into the belly of the ship. The only reason he left me is because he does not want to cry in front of me. It's breaking my heart to see him like this. He actually is worried that Ruku is going to hurt me. What a preposterous idea. I wonder if I should order Ruku to stay on the ship, to sail away when we come to the island to make Zahid feel better. But I shouldn't have to abandon a friend simply because my husband says so. Yet I also know Zahid. He wouldn't mind me talking to hundreds of men so long as all of them had good intentions. He's the Raider Prince of Toshana, where anyone, man or woman, can do anything they want so long as they don't hurt others. He isn't the possessive type, which means Ruku makes him very, very uneasy. I love Zahid. However, I also trust Ruku. I have since the moment I met him. He's proven useful on this trip, time and time again. I want to believe that the only reason Zahid can't trust him is because he is Qasim's son. But Zahid comes from terrible roots as well. Ikram alone is enough reason for Zahid to give Ruku a chance. So that means there must be something else hiding beneath the surface. Perhaps I can figure this out for myself. There must be something that Zahid sees and I don't. I walk over to Ruku and sit down next to him. He is playing a lovely tune from the small wooden flute, and a few sailors are listening intently. When he sees me, he stops playing and smiles. Thank you for the root. I feel much better, I say.
You're welcome. I would have fought your husband if he had refused to give it to you. You needed it.
He replies.
He is slipping away from me, Ruku, I say quietly. All we do is argue.
Ruku fiddles with the flute.
I believe he is jealous of me.
I'm not sure. It's not like him to get jealous.
I don't see why you married him. He is very stubborn.
It should be obvious. He and I fell in love.
Love isn't enough to make a lasting marriage.
The statement alone is enough to curl my insides. I do not believe that. I cannot believe it. That single sentence seems so unholy, full of sacrilege. It appears more terrible to me than if someone were to burn the Onari. To think that Zahid and I won't last forever makes my soul tear in half.
I know that he is your husband, Ruku adds, but the two of you are so different that it is difficult to think either of you will be happy for long.
We are very different people. He and I, our opinions on things and the way we think are opposite as night and day.
I let out a long, tired sigh.
Sometimes I think we're too different. He was right about one thing. However, I shouldn't have made that wish.
I do not think you made a mistake when you used your wish to try and change the stone men back. I would have done the same. To try and save someone and fail is better than being passive. Zahid would have had you do nothing at all,
Ruku says.
I suppose so. I know he thinks me foolish at times. We've always fought from the moment we met each other. It's never been serious, however. Not like it is now.
I believe we are similar souls, Bennua,
Ruku says.
We are both dreamers, with softer hearts than we would like, and a curiosity for something more. You and I have a respect for Alshams that your Zahid does not have.
It does not matter. He is my husband, and I love him.
I know you love him, but Bennua, you must think if he can make you happy. He is very mechanical in his thoughts. One answer to him must always equal another. There is no creativity to him. No wonder. He is all logic and no heart.
I know that much isn't true. Zahid uses his head much more than his feelings, and getting his true emotions to show is far more difficult than I'd like it to be. But his heart is larger and more vast than the desert of Sahrahn when it comes to his people, and especially when it comes to me. Is his heart enough to save our marriage, however? We may be different, but we compromise and work together for the good of our people, I say as a final note. He means more to me than all of Sahrahn. Ruku makes a sarcastic noise.
No matter how difficult he may be, I know that even a fool would have been better than my father. I am sorry you had to meet him.
I'm sorry I killed him, I say softly. I know he was your father.
Don't ever say you're sorry you killed him again,
Ruku says harshly.
Qasim was a cruel and terrible man. I want to be nothing like him. I was so afraid of turning out like him that I ran away from home. Yes, I was chased out, but I would have left anyway. My brothers are like him. They showed me that when they tried to execute me to assure their place on the throne in Qasimar. Everyone in the world hates me for what my father did.
He spins the flute in his hands.
More than anything, I fear of waking up one day and seeing his face in my own.
You will never be your father. He is only your father in name and nothing else. You are kind and noble, things Qasim was not. You may have inherited his skill for fighting, but that is all. I smile at him.
Ruku smiles back, appearing cheerier. I am glad I met you, Queen Bennua, on your own terms. If you had married my father, I am unsure if I would have been able to get you out. I would have tried.
Qasim is dead, and Sahrahn is a better place for it, I say, sitting back. Let's not talk about it anymore.
Agreed.
Ruku moves closer, so close that we are almost leaning against each other. As he does so, my insides freeze. I like Ruku, but I don't like him sitting so close to me. Don't like how his skin nearly touches my own. It feels wrong. I shift away from him, hoping he doesn't notice, and say, It's late. I should find a place to sleep. Ruku goes back to playing his flute.
Of course. While you sleep, I shall play a tune for you, Queen Bennua, a song to sing of your greatness, which is second only to your compelling beauty that has captured the heart of Sahrahn.
This is definitely too close for comfort. I get up to go find Zahid, but I'm thrown to my feet when the boat lurches, splashing seawater over the sides and getting me all wet. I think we've simply hit a giant wave, but I find that I'm terribly wrong as I see a large green fish tail rise up out of the water, taller than the boat itself. Zahid comes running up out of the bottom of the boat and stares up at the tail with an open mouth. It comes crashing down into the sea, splashing us all with water. Amar lets out a scream. Ruku leans over the side of the boat and clutches his throat, looking terrified.
By Alshams,
he whispers. We gaze into the ocean. A large green fin is slowly circling the boat, 10 times longer than the ship. Before we have time to react, a gargantuan fish, one that's covered in spines with shimmering green scales, rises up out of the water and opens its mouth wide.
Hold on,
Zahid says. He grabs onto the side of the boat, an arm on each side of me to keep me pinned in place. Ruku holds tightly to the ship, crouching downward as the boat is swallowed whole by the giant fish. Everything goes dark as the fish gulps us up in one massive bite. There's quite a bit of water left in the fish's mouth, keeping the boat balanced on the tongue. A few sailors light torches, and the screams of men are heard as the boat slowly progresses into the throat.
"This is the end!"
A sailor cries out in terror.
"By Sahrahn, pray to Alshams to spare us!"
I did not come all this way to be eaten by a fish. With no other option, I grab the lamp at my side and shake it. "Shadi, I need you!" Shadi comes out of the lamp, wearing a bored expression that instantly vanishes when he recognizes where he is.
"Eek!"
He screams in a terrified, high-pitched voice.
"What did you do?"
"Magic us away from here, now!" I shout.
"You must say the words!"
Shadi squeaks, appearing smaller and smaller as the fish's throat prepares to swallow us all.
"I wish that we were out of the fish's mouth!"
I shout. Shadi snaps his fingers, disappearing back into the safety of his lamp. We are tossed about from left to right as a massive thud echoes throughout the fish's body. The fish cries out in pain, and we are spat out of its mouth and onto the ocean's surface. Only to be faced with a fish 10 times the size of the former one. This fish, however, has large pointed teeth with barbs as sharp as swords sticking out from all sides. The bigger fish roars, then the two giants collide, attacking each other with their mouths and tails. Our tiny ship is caught in the middle, tossed back and forth between the movements of the monsters while the sailors try to maneuver their way out. There is no hope. We are as helpless between the two warring fish as a toy is between two children, being splashed and tossed around as the gargantuan fish ignore our plight. The large barbed fish brings his tail down, causing a massive wave that pushes us away from the fight. We manage to sail away, watching as the two fish continue to fight in the distance. Zahid sweeps his sopping wet hair out of his eyes and says,
"Well, I suppose now I can say I've seen everything."
The sailors are already advancing on me. One of them points at me and says,
"I knew it! We never should have let her on. A woman is bad luck on a ship. Keep her any longer and the fish will come back."
The sailors are already beginning to pull swords on us. Zahid steps in front of me and says,
"We refuse to go anywhere."
"Zahid," I say, "we should go."
"And what, jump over the side? With those beasts out there?"
he says sarcastically. "That's our only option." I climb on Amar. "Go get Ali. We must jump."
"You two go first. I'll grab Jara,"
Ruku says.
"Jara can't swim. She's a camel."
Zahid protests, backing away from the dozens of men closing in.
"She's not your ordinary camel,"
Ruku says, grabbing her reins.
"Quickly, go!"
Amar is more than happy to get off the boat, even if it means tossing himself into the sea. He jumps over the side of the ship with little more than a request from me, plunging us both into the water. I struggle to cling to his mane as the stallion begins swimming alongside the waves, toward where, I'm unsure. I hold on to him for dear life. I cannot swim, so if Amar begins to sink, I will most definitely go down with him. There's a large splash behind me as Ali and Zahid plunge into the water, swimming after us. Ruku is having a more difficult time. He is struggling to get Jara to jump off the boat, screaming at her as the sailors surround them.
"Jump, you stupid beast!"
Ruku says, slapping Jara's rear. The camel jumps, falling to the water with a loud moan. Ruku leaps after her, clinging to her hump. "What now?" I ask, looking around. It's so dark that I can't see anything but Amar's head in front of me, and the waves are tossing me about. They spray my face, making me feel like I'm drowning. It's dreadfully, terribly cold.
"The animals will know where to go,"
Ruku shouts.
"Hang on!"
As if I could possibly do anything else, Amar keeps swimming, and I cling to his back, shivering as the cold waves crash onto me over and over. I will be lucky if I do not fall ill. The ocean is a beautiful, mysterious place, yet it is more deadly than all of Sahrahn's deserts put together, and now I have a revered respect for it that was not there previously. I hope we find land soon. Amar cannot swim forever. The ocean may take me yet. When dawn is peeking over the waves, I see a small island in the distance, covered in black, rocky caves.
"There it is,"
Zahid says.
"Urge the animals forward one last time."
The men shout at their mounts, and I plead with Amar. Our tired creatures finally reach shore. I slip off Amar's back as I crawl to land, feeling the very earth sway beneath me. Ruku's on his hands and knees, coughing up water, while Zahid is shaking, holding his head in his hands. This journey is taking more out of us than I realized.
"We made it to the island,"
Ruku says, wearily.
"The caves aren't far."
"Never again," I say as I lie exhausted upon the sand. "I will never get on a ship again."
"You will have to, in order to get back,"
Zahid says, spitting water out of his mouth. I'm not sure who looks angrier, him or the horses. Amar appears positively furious with me. It will take a massive act of Alshams to get him back on another boat. "Shadi," I whisper. The djinn appears, also soaked to the bone. He grabs the lamp at my side and rips it away, turning it upside down. Water pours out of the spout. "If you haven't noticed, I'm trying to clean up from a little flooding problem," Shadi says. "Magic can only do so much when you immerse my whole house in water." "I said to get us out of the fish's mouth," I complain, turning on my side. The sand is sticking to all my clothes, and the sun is turning hot. I long for a glass of water, dehydrated from the ocean's salt. "I got you out," Shadi says defensively. "You almost got us eaten by another large fish. That's not a wish at all. Your magic always goes wrong," I protest. "Whine, whine, whine. Is that all you ever do, Bennua?" "You complain a lot," Shadi says. "Wait a moment," I say slowly. "In Yukulan, you used a rhyme to make the stone men come to life. In the fish's mouth, all you did was snap your fingers and magic happened. Why didn't you use words then?" "Oh, I was trying to show off in Yukulan and you dumb humans believed it," Shadi says, waving a hand. "There isn't any time for poetry when you're about to become dinner for a catfish." "Oh, by Alshams," I say, slapping a hand to my face. "You're alive. Be grateful you had me." Shadi snaps before popping back into his lamp. The object plops into the sand. I sigh and tie it back on my hip, feeling exhausted. Only 4 days left. "Ruku, what was that creature?" I say, clambering clumsily to my feet. My short time sailing, or my fatigue, perhaps, has given me sea legs. I can barely walk. "The fish that swallowed us originally was a dandan," Ruku says. "They do exist, but not usually this close to shore. They mostly reside in the deepest part of the ocean." "What about the second one?" "That was Bahamut. In the older days, our ancestors supposed he was the vast fish that held up the world. There is only one, though it is thought that he died long ago." Ruku shakes his head. "Apparently not. It seems we have awakened the wrath of Alshams. We must have, to meet all these terrible creatures."
"You seem to have monsters follow you everywhere you go, Ruku,"
Zahid says in an accusatory tone. "Stop blaming him. It wasn't his fault we keep running into such calamities. This is just bad luck," I say. I take a weak step before I stumble face forward onto the sand. I groan, pushing myself upward. Come, we must journey into the caves. Bennua, you must rest, Zahid says, grabbing my arm and pulling me up. Look at you. You cannot even walk. Some sleep and some food, and then we'll find Toshana. I promise. I nod. He is right. I'll be no use to my people if I come back waving a sword clumsily, my legs more wobbly than a newborn foal's. Zahid begins setting up our tent, while Ruku starts stripping off his wet clothes. He obviously has no regard for modesty, or perhaps he is trying to impress me. I shake my head. Zahid is getting into my head. Ruku is soaking wet and he wants to change. I don't see anything wrong with that. I go inside the tent and ignore Ruku to give him some privacy. I begin changing out of my own wet clothes, tossing them to the side. I grab a veil, but when I notice the blanket lying on the ground, I feel too tired to even get dressed. I fall to the ground, covering myself up with the blanket, and quickly fall. Chapter 9. The tent flaps open. I slowly awaken, and Zahid, freshly clothed, crawls next to me, slipping under the blanket. His hands caress my bare skin, and I sigh, wanting to fall back asleep again. This journey has made me so tired. Too exhausted to put clothes on, Zahid says with a mild laugh. I let out a tiny chuckle. You're certainly not complaining. No, but I suppose it would be rude to make love here while our guest is outside. He pauses. Tempting as that thought is. Making love. It seems like such a strange thing to think about, with the war going on and with our failure to find Toshana thus far. I snuggle closer to him and say, I'm hungry. There's food ready outside. You've been asleep for quite a long time. It's near noon. We must get going, I say. Please, help me get dressed. I think I'm too weak to do it myself. I rise to my feet with Zahid's help, the blanket fluttering to the ground. Zahid gasps as he looks at me, his mouth falling open, face rigid with shock. He appears to be in pain. By Alshams, Bennua. What? Look! He gestures to my naked body. I glance down, seeing immediately what he means. Large bruises cover each patch of skin, and where there aren't bruises, there are cuts. Long scratches patched with dried blood. I must have sustained these injuries from the battles with the Karkadan, the Basilisk, the Ilyuyankis, the Dundin, and Bahamut, as well as being battered around by the ocean. I hadn't noticed before, but now that I see the cuts and bruises, I realize my body aches. I truly look awful. I shrug and say, It is nothing. You and Ruku have just as worse injuries. No, we do not. This journey is truly faring harder on you than either of us, Zahid says. It does not matter. I will go through worse to defend my people. We can find a way to stop this war ourselves. I know you miss Toshana, but we don't need her. We can do this alone, Zahid says. This isn't only for Hayama, I say quietly. I'm tired of wondering, Zahid. I need to know if she is Alshams or not. I have to know if she can save us. Your faith is not worth all of this, Zahid says gently, skimming his hands over my arms. It is not worth all this pain and suffering on your behalf. There is one thing I know. It is that Alshams is real, I say, looking him in the eyes. It doesn't matter how I feel, or what you believe, or what goes on in the world. I love Alshams, and I must follow him or her and discover the truth for myself, no matter what it costs me.
Not knowing would be the death of me. I'm afraid learning the truth will hurt you even more.
Zahid sadly stoops down and takes out a fresh dress from my pack. He helps me change, slipping my hands through the armholes and binding my chest for me so my breasts do not move. I'm in a sorry state if I cannot dress myself. Yet what can I do? There's no more time to rest, and we must press on. He ties the lamp around my waist, and we exit the tent. I take a small plate of rice from Ruku as my husband begins to take down the tent.
This isle is not large,
Ruku says, and I finish my lunch as Zahid hands me my bag.
but the caves are immense. No one in Sahrahn has ever explored them all. If your friend does not want to be found, she won't be.
We will find her, I say. I know we will.
Ruku is right. The caves are endless, twirling in and out of each other. Every time I believe we made some headway, all we do is come out of some cave on the other side of the island or start right back at the beginning. Each and every one of them looks the same. Sparkling black rock rising up out of the earth with no distinguishing markings. I know Toshana is here, and I believe she knows we're here too. The question is, why is she hiding from us? Late in the afternoon, we've searched a large portion of the caves and discovered nothing. Ruku shakes his head and says,
"It's nearing nightfall. We need to make camp soon if we're going to figure out how to get off this island in the morning."
Disappointment rolls off of me. How could we come all this way, only to go back to Hayama with nothing? No. I'll not go back to Ikram with my tail between my legs, nothing to show for my absence if he's discovered it. I stubbornly continue forward, planting one foot in front of the other as I head into another cave.
Bennua,
Zahid says,
we must go. One more cave, then we shall discuss leaving.
The boys follow me tiredly while I peer around each corner with my torch, unwilling to forfeit. If there is one thing Queen Bennua of Hayama does not do, she does not give up. Far into the cave, there's a hiss in the dark, followed by a low howl. I hear scurrying sounds and I turn in a circle, sweeping the room with my torch. There's a small chattering sound, like teeth being gnashed together and claws scraping across rock. A couple of barks, similar to laughs, echo through the cave.
"Ghouls,"
Ruku says, grabbing his bow.
"And were-hyenas."
What do we do?
Zahid whispers, drawing his sword.
"There's too many of them. Run!"
We flee. At an instant, I hear dozens of feet pattering behind us, nails skimming against the floor. Holding my torch high, I cast myself down this way and that until I enter a large chamber that has several hallways. Which way? I ask Ruku and Zahid, but I get no answer. They're gone. I'm by myself, left to wander these caves alone until I find the way out, or starve. Or, more likely, get eaten by ghouls and were-hyenas. A snarling sound breaks my train of thought. I draw my sword and turn to see a hideous creature. A naked man with large pointed teeth, eyes stretched to the sides of his head. He walks slowly toward me on all fours, claws as long as my blade trailing on the floor. Saliva drips from his fangs, skin bubbling with blisters and boils. He plans to eat me alive. The ghoul jumps toward me. I let my sword fly through the air, slashing his chest. The creature hisses. The blood of the ghoul burns my blade, making the metal smoke, as if it has been tempered over a fire. The ghoul slashes at my ankle, and his nails barely miss my calf. I let out a scream and fall to the floor, rolling onto my back so my sword is pointed upward. The ghoul charges for my throat, but a large furry creature tackles him, pinning him to the ground. It's a were-hyena, 3 times the size of a normal hyena, with teeth that extend out of its mouth, black eyes that are neither animal nor human. The were-hyena throws the ghoul into the wall with its teeth. The two creatures tear into each other, blood and flesh creating a morbid scene around the cave. They're fighting over me, their prey. I take my chance and run, grabbing my torch and sword. I see light at the end of a long tunnel and charge toward it, forcing myself to continue running even though all I want to do is stop and rest. I fling myself onto the sands of a white, clear beach just outside the caves, gasping for breath, feeling like my chest is about to tear in half. I look behind me to see no ghouls or were-hyenas have followed. They must be afraid of sunlight. I lift my head and see a miraculous sight on the shore. A woman, standing in the stillness of the waves calmly and looking as if she owns all the world. Toshana. She looks the same as she ever did. Her hair is still cut short and she is wearing men's clothes. But something about her is completely different. Gazing at her, I have no doubt that she is Alshams. But there are still too many questions that need answering, so I stand up and timidly approach her, watching the waves roll over her feet. Toshana? She turns slowly with a smile that warms my heart. Alshams or not, I haven't realized how terribly I've missed her until now. Bennua. She opens her arms wide, and I fling myself into them, hugging her tightly. I never want to be away from her. She is my best friend, and I want her by my side forever. Whatever I do, I must convince her to come back with me to Hayama and stay this time. I can no longer stand to be without her.
I knew you would come, she says. I have been here for many weeks, waiting. Zahid and my friend Ruku are still in the caves, I say, pointing. They could be in danger. They are all right, Bennua. Now come. We have much to talk about.
Although I left a cave full of monsters mere seconds ago, I trust that Toshana knows they are fine. She would never let them come to any real danger. She gestures to the sand, and we sit beside each other, watching the waves crash upon the shore.
Toshana, I say, are you Alshams? She smiles. I am who you say I am. I knew it. I believed she was, and yet she was so. Why didn't you tell us? Tell me, I ask. I had yet to discover it for myself until now. How? I don't understand.
Toshana draws a line in the sand.
Some things I have to tell you, the Onari does not say. And there are other things that I must keep from you, for it is not time for you to hear them. Will you still listen?
Of course, Toshana. Always. She moves closer to me.
Alshams has no beginning and no end. Alshams simply was and is. He was here long before Sahrahn and will be around when Sahrahn has been long gone, with no one to remember it. He? But aren't you a she? I say, confused. I am many things. Alshams is the great phoenix, and as such must be reborn. I have lived thousands of lifetimes, dying and reborn as a human each time. I have perished as a small girl and as a very old man. I have been a warrior and a housewife, a shopkeeper and a slave. I have seen injustice of this life over and over, many times.
Toshana's face grows sad.
Each time I am born, I lose all memories of my former lives until finally, as I grow older, I realize them. Then I come into my full power as the Phoenix God, and I am able to use my powers again. I came to remember my past lives shortly after we defeated Qasim at Hayama.
But what is said about Alshams returning. Alshams never left Sahrahn, Bennua. He is in everything and everyone. I exist in many human forms, yes, but I am also in the air, the sky, the earth, and the trees. I am in the fire and the water. I am all around you, and yet I reside in each living being that resides in Sahrahn. I am here with you, and I am also in paradise with those who have gone on. I am all and in all, she says, gently. My head feels like it's about to explode with the idea. Why are you out here in the middle of nowhere? I came to meditate and to be alone. I was always afflicted with the pains of Sahrahn's people. Now that I know I am Alshams, the entire woes of the world rest on my wings. Her form seems to sag. I needed time to come to terms with who I was before I went out to do my duty. We need you now, Toshana, I say urgently. There is a civil war going on in Hayama. You must come to stop it. I am well aware of the injustices that are taking place under Ikram's reign of terror, she says, silencing me. He has taken over half of your city, Bennua, and implemented his own laws. What? I gasp. How can this be? Many are afraid of him. I see the terror he inflicts on the girls he forces to marry as young as 10. I witness the terrible things he does to the bodies of women who do not submit to his rules. I watch as he forces the poor to serve him, to make his rebellion rise, all while taking away the books you gave them. Yes, I watch as your council fights to hold Hayama under your control, while your chambermaid, Nuri, struggles to keep her true identity hidden, masquerading as you. I already know everything, Bennua. I know why you've come. If you knew, why didn't you come to me? I ask, outraged. You could hear me. You knew I needed you. You know these things are wrong. Her eyes are gentle. Yes, I know. But I cannot directly interfere. Not as I did before. I will not wage war, Bennua. Not this time. You are Alshams. Alshams is a god of war, but he is also a god of peace. So you will watch this war and see suffering, yet do nothing? I hiss angrily. Your people are begging for you to save them, and you refuse to hear their prayers? All are my people, she says back to me calmly. I cannot fight one of my beloved without killing another. How can I listen to the prayers of one soldier for victory, while a warrior on the other side asks for the same thing? Because Ikram is wrong and he is hurting people. You know this. He hurt you. He is causing many to die and the rest to be oppressed. I cry. All people have done wrong, Bennua, including you. I will come back to Hayama with you to talk and to try to make peace. But I will not raise a sword to fight, nor use my powers to force those to bend to my will. What people obey Alshams must obey willingly. How can you be so indifferent? I say adamantly. There are storms coursing throughout Sahrahn. Your people cry out to you, yet you do not hear their desperate plea for salvation. You remain silent. I know every injustice, every wrong, and every pain. But no matter what is wrong with the world, I will always be Bennua, she says. You will always have wars and suffering. I am who I am and will always exist, whatever shall happen. That does not mean people have to die. I turn away from her, trying to blink away my tears. I am so angry at her. I have never been angry with Alshams. Not when I was engaged to marry Qasim, not when I was stolen away by Zahid, not even when my father and brother died. Now I am enraged. I am furious that she does not appear to care about her people.
I shall send my champion to fight for me, to save Sahrahn,
Toshana says softly.
but I cannot intercede at every cause in turn. It is not yet my time to make myself known.
I stand up hurriedly. Fine, I'll handle it by myself. I do not want to talk to her anymore. This whole trip was for nothing. All I want to do is take my husband and go back home, so I can crush Ikram underneath my own feet, on my own. Zahid was right. We don't need her. Toshana begins leading me into the caves. I relight my torch and we walk throughout the caverns, her leading calmly while I fume behind her. The ghouls and were-hyenas have Zahid and Ruku trapped on a large pillar several feet above the ground, backed against the wall. The two men are swinging their swords at the monsters and trying to get them to back away. When Toshana walks into the room, the monsters form a path for her, the were-hyenas whimpering and the ghouls bowing out of the way. She extends a hand up to Zahid. He takes it with awe, saying,
Toshana, we found you.
"It doesn't matter. She's not going to help us," I say, bitterly.
It is good to see you, old friend,
Toshana says kindly.
I have missed you.
Ruku is staring at her. For some reason, his face is a mixture of fear and revulsion. I have never seen such a face in all my years. "So, you are the infamous Toshana," Ruku says dryly. "I've heard a lot about you."
So it would seem,
she says. Her tone is still kind, yet it is not the same as it was when she spoke to Zahid. I want to say that she doesn't like Ruku, but that's not quite right. I'm not sure how she feels. Toshana leads us out of the cavern and to a boat tied to a tree off the coastline.
"This is my boat. We can use this to sail back."
"Wonderful," I grumble. I go to find the horses and Jara, but to my surprise they are already there, waiting for us. Toshana looks at them and they walk onto the boat calmly, with no more protest from Amar than a flick of the tail. I shake my head and make a disgusted noise. We clamber on the boat, and Toshana lets the sail down, going to the back to steer the rudder. Ruku is unusually silent. He keeps staring at Toshana with a hooded expression, unable to keep his gaze away. Toshana does not look at him, only steers the boat carefully amongst the waves, as the sky overhead darkens. Unlike last night, the ocean is still and calm. At the front of the boat, I explain to Zahid what Toshana told me on the beach. I get angrier and angrier with each word, though throughout my explanation, his face remains calm. "I suppose what shall be, Zahid says when I am finished. "If she will not help, then she will not help, and we've done all we can do."
"You don't understand, Zahid. Toshana was supposed to fix this, yet she will do nothing,"
I say.
Alshams cannot solve all the problems of the world, like a genie granting wishes,
Zahid says.
"I told you, this is something we must work out for ourselves."
"Let us not speak of it again." I turn on my side and throw a blanket over my head. Zahid lies down beside me, trying not to disturb me, yet lying straight as a board. I hate yelling at him, and I know it is no excuse, but I am hurt. My very faith has been turned on its head. I cried out to Alshams and she heard me, yet she refused my prayer. Once again, I am unsure what to believe anymore. Chapter 10. We're back on the road the next morning. Toshana rides double with Zahid until we get to Ashana, where she quickly retrieves her mare, Yasma. We then start toward Hayama slowly, for I do not have the strength to keep up with a fast pace, and Zahid knows it. Toshana's refusal to stop this war is weighing heavily on my heart. I feel completely dead as Amar takes step after step toward my home. And why shouldn't I? Alshams, the god I followed blindly for years, cares little for my problems or my life. Throughout the ride, one thing is obvious. Ruku and Toshana do not get along. They are riding as far apart as possible from each other. Although Toshana does not appear the slightest bit irritated, Ruku seems deeply uncomfortable, twitching about Anjara as if it physically bothers him to be near the woman. Something is not right. I walk Amar close to Yasma, leaning over to Toshana to speak in a whisper. What is going on? It is clear to me that you and Ruku are at odds, although you are strangers. Why do you hate him? I love him, Bennua, as I love all living things. I love Ruku as much as I love you, Toshana says, but I cannot trust him. Why? He hasn't done anything to hurt anyone. Why shouldn't you trust him? Why shouldn't I say defensively. My friend, some things I refuse to tell you because it would break your heart to learn of them, she says. You will become aware in time. None of her answers make any sense, ever. It's painfully frustrating. I trot away from her to ride next to Zahid, trying to think. I cannot imagine a single reason why Ruku doesn't like Toshana. He has a respect for Alshams that is like mine. Has he not discovered who she is and distrusts this woman of great power? I suppose that must be it. We stop around midday, taking refuge in the shade of some old ruins similar to those we saw the Karkadan in. I realize that there are many abandoned cities and ghost towns around Sahrahn, a result of poverty or war. Is this Alshams' doing? For being careless and indifferent towards his people? Or is it the people of Sahrahn, who continue to fight each other even though there is certainly no point in war?
There is a small river nearby. We have to water the horses and fill up the canteens. Will you be safe here with Ruku?
Zahid asks me. I would be fine. I am surprised that Zahid is willing to leave me alone with Ruku, but I believe he figures that Ruku will do nothing with Toshana around. The woman has him more unsettled than a ghost, and I intend to figure out why. Once Toshana and Zahid have gone, I walk over to Ruku. He is sprawled in the sand and spinning his flute in his hands. He appears restless. Are you well, my friend? I ask. You seem troubled. Ruku hesitates before throwing his flute angrily into the sand.
I cannot hide it. This Toshana frightens me. Something about her is unsafe and reckless.
Reckless? Yes, I suppose she could be. Toshana, wild as the wind. I certainly never felt unsafe with her. Unsafe for others who stood in her path, perhaps. She means you no harm. There is nothing to fear from her. She is going to help us talk to Ikram so we can save my city.
I do not believe such a woman can talk. Only cause destruction.
Without the flute, Ruku begins fiddling with his hands. He abruptly stands, letting out a loud yell.
Ugh! How did I get roped into such a mission? I fear what will happen when we reach your city, Bennua. This civil war will be the least of your problems when you get done with this woman. You are in far too deep with her.
I understand you are frightened, but take some time to get to know her. She is good, I insist, getting to my feet.
She is good, yes, but she wields a mighty hand.
Ruku grabs my hands firmly, saying,
Bennua, let us leave this place together. We could have a wonderful life, you and I.
Ruku, what are you doing? Let me go, I say. I try to rip my hands away, but he holds them firmly in place, tightly locked in his own. He is hurting me, and it is terrifying.
We are kindred souls, you and I. You understand my stories and the magic they hold. You long for adventure and for something more than what Zahid can give. Come away with me. We can get away from your husband, your city, and that awful woman. You can be happy,
he exclaims. I am happy, I say. Happy with Zahid. Ruku, have you lost your mind? This isn't right. Something is driving Ruku utterly mad. He would not do this to me if it wasn't. I know him.
Are you sure he is happy with you?
Ruku says, and my heart sinks.
Do you believe Zahid could ever be content with someone who is as free as you are? You will only drag him down, Bennua, and therefore should let him go.
You don't know what you're saying, I insist. There is a madness in his eyes that has overtaken him like fever. Ruku continues his insane rant as if he did not hear me.
Not me. My love is a love that is stronger than his, a love that will last longer. I will always remain with you while he will not. He will abandon you or mistreat you until you cannot bear him any longer. He keeps you in a cage, Bennua. He does not care for you unless you do as he says.
You are telling me lies to get me to run away with you, Ruku. I won't. I try to yank free, but Ruku grabs my wrists, looking me in the eyes.
Ikram will never let a woman rule. He will rally the nations of Sahrahn against you with gold or fear, for he has plenty of both and will crush you underneath his fist. You have no choice but to come with me.
Ruku demands. I always have a choice, and I choose Zahid.
You cannot deny it,
Ruku hisses.
You and Zahid will never have the lasting marriage you crave. You and I, we are meant to be as one. I am in love with you, Bennua. Now stop resisting and follow me.
Ruku bends down and savagely presses his lips to my own, wrenching my face to his with the back of his hand. I hate the feeling that comes over me as he kisses me. His kiss is not warm. It is not one that awakens me and brings my soul alive. His lips are cold and slimy. His kiss comes with a feeling of dread encompassing my stomach. He is choking the life out of me as he forces me to comply with his demands. I know that this is not my fault, but I feel as if I have betrayed Zahid, betrayed myself. An angry yell breaks us apart. Ruku may as well have run me through with a spear, because there is Zahid, holding his sword and appearing more enraged than I have ever seen him. Ruku tosses me to the ground as if I am no more than a rag doll. I collapse roughly into the sand, against my bruised side. Ruku unsheathes his own weapon, the blade glinting in the light.
You are a fool to think you could keep her forever,
Ruku says, taking a step towards Zahid.
The stories they will tell of Bennua and I will be grand. People will speak of the stubborn, thick-headed raider prince who would never let Queen Bennua fly, and the handsome monster killer who came to save her. I will give her everything she could ever imagine, and more. I will cut you to pieces before you ever have the chance,
Zahid snarls. Both men spring at each other, going for the kill. I am in half a mind to let Zahid take him, but Ruku is no unskilled fighter, and I am terrified he will slit my husband's throat before the raider prince can deliver the final blow. I will not lose my husband minutes after he witnessed me kissing another man. At the same time, I know this isn't like Ruku, and that it all must be some misunderstanding. Where is Toshana? She can stop this, I think. Toshana is nowhere to be found, so the only one who can put an end to this is me. Why, Toshana? Why do you leave me to do this? I know you can hear me. I am tired of fighting. I am tired of war. I am the queen of Hayama, and until there is no breath left in my body, I will still rule. I pull out my own sword and jump in the middle of them. dodging Ruku's blade and parrying Zahid's away. The men ignore me and try to go around, but I refuse to be unnoticed, matching them both blow for blow.
Bennua, get out of the way,
Zahid says, and he pushes me to the side. I jump into the fray again and say,
No! If either of you want to slay the other, you will have to kill me first. I've had enough of this,
Zahid shouts. He lifts his sword up high to bring the blade down upon Ruku's neck.
No!
I will not have any more bloodshed. No more death on my part. I toss myself in front of Ruku, not stopping to think. I do not understand what happens next until after it is said and done. Zahid's sword slashes me across the cheek. I fall to my knees, clutching my face. Hot blood seeps across my hand, rushing quickly out of the wound. The fighting instantly stops. All is quiet. The only sound that can be heard is the whistling of the wind over the dunes and the dripping of blood as it falls from my face onto the sand. I look shakily up at the two men. Ruku simply appears shocked. But Zahid looks as if he has cut across the entire world. My husband instantly falls to my side, trying to touch my face.
Bennua, my dear, I am sorry. I got carried away. I never meant to. No!
I shout, dragging myself across the sand.
Stay away from me! Bennua, I would rather have run myself through than to hurt you. I do not care!
I scream back, and tears blur my eyes. This is where we are, he and I. Our marriage sitting in a puddle of blood. Our beautiful kingdom, fallen from ashes. There is nothing left he can do for me, or to me. As far as I am concerned, he is no longer my beautiful raider prince who swept me away to horse races in far-off lands. Just a brute with a sword. Zahid continues to talk, but I don't hear him. I am pulling away, sinking far into myself. Ruku stands off at a distance, and I wonder why I did not go away with him. He appears triumphant, as if somehow Zahid striking me has meant that he has won.
Leave her alone, Zahid.
Toshana has finally reappeared with the horses. She overlooks the scene with a grim expression. She walks over to me and helps me up, putting a hand to the cheek that is soaked with blood. With little more than a gentle smile, the wound and the blood instantly vanishes. I have nothing in me to praise or ponder this small miracle. I am empty.
Bennua, I cannot stand for this,
Ruku says, shaking his head.
I will not. You must come with me and get away from these awful people.
This is my choice!
I scream, all emotion, all pain and agony erupting from me at once.
I am the Queen of Hayama, and I say it is time to bring an end to men making choices for women.
So what do you choose?
Ruku cries.
Tell us!
I will never love you,
I shout back at him.
I have never loved you, and I never will. After what has transpired between us, I would rather die than become yours.
There is a terrible, vacant look that comes upon Ruku's face when I say these words. It is like I have taken my sword and run it slowly into his chest, turning the blade so it twists into the core of him. For a small second, I am sorry that I have injured his feelings, sorry that I have hurt my friend. Ruku drops his head to hide the tears masking his face. I step forward and say,
Ruku, you must understand.
Something is wrong. Ruku's whole form is shaking. I gently put a hand on his shoulder, but he doesn't acknowledge it or say a word. He goes utterly still.
Bennua, get away from him,
Zahid says quickly, drawing his sword once more. His tone is different, though, The Raider Prince does not sound commanding or angry. He sounds terrified.
Ruku, tell me what is wrong.
I whisper. He takes a long time to answer. He raises his head. I gasp as I look into his eyes, which have gone completely empty, changed from brown into a deep shade of red. Looking into his eyes is like looking into the pits of hell, as if I know torture and agony is determined for me forever.
If you would prefer death to me,
he says in a raspy, deep voice not his own,
then I will respect your choice and make it so.
Toshana is at my side in an instant, knocking me out of the way. I fall onto my back and look up in terror as Ruku erupts, his form changing. I hear the sound of limbs tearing and flesh ripping apart as he turns into a monster that is worse than all my nightmares. Long talons, sharper than swords, grow from his feet. His arms become wings, large enough to spread over a city. His head grows a sharp beak, able to devour an elephant in a few gulps. All of his feathers are black, dark eyes seeking to swallow the earth. The gargantuan eagle lets out a terrible cry that pierces my ears, shaking the earth.
Akshalat,
I whisper.
he was with us all along.
I am lying near the eagle's foot, his one talon larger than a small house. I roll out of the way, and Akshalad's beak bears down on me, looking to swallow me whole. A single beautiful birdsong ripples through the air. I turn my head. Toshana is covered in fire, from the bottom of her feet to the top of her head. The fire spins around her in a glorious circle, and then she is gone, replaced with a beautiful red bird, one that is larger than Akshalad, orange beak shimmering in the sun and fire blazing from feathers that sparkle like rubies. The phoenix's eyes seem to have all of Sahrahn within them, flashing with colors and light, people and cities and animals. Each part of the phoenix is more than beautiful, more radiant than the heavens, completely indescribable. All the words I have in the world are not enough to explain Alshams. Every joy, every happiness is contained within the god, and anything I could ever say about him would only be an insult. This was the god who appeared to my father so long ago, and now he appears to me. Tears ripple down my face at the sight of Alsham's beauty.
Akshalat,
Alsham says, and his voice is not the sweet voice of Toshana's, but a man's, low and growling.
so we meet once more.
I swore last time we met that I would kill you, Alshams.
Akshalad's voice is the sound of 1,000 women wailing, 1,000,000 men being tortured and beaten beyond repair. It is a voice that makes me quiver, yet somehow I have no fear, not when Alshams is here.
You will find that more difficult than you have planned. I always am and always will be.
Alsham's voice changes again, so it comes out as the croon of a young woman, different from Toshana's yet again.
I have no choice but to destroy you. Sahrahn will be nothing but ashes underneath my wings.
Akshalad says, rising up high. The sky goes dark, and the light vanishes as the great bird's wings block out the sun. Only through Alsham's fire can I see anything. Alsham's voice is now a small child's, a young boy's.
Even if you defeat me, Akshalad, Sahrahn will find the strength to rise from the ashes and become new again.
Is that so? Well, perhaps it may be, but you shall not live to see it.
Akshalad cackles.
I am Alshams, I will always be. You know you have already lost.
Alshams says. Each time Alshams speaks, it is a different voice, until finally, the voice of the Phoenix god sounds like a choir of 1,000 people, welling up out of the bird like the fire rippling off of his wings.
I cannot lose. You are only delaying the inevitable.
Akshalad hisses, his voice crackling.
Then I will drag as many of your people down with me. I am destruction. I am death. I am suffering. And I will make you suffer before the end.
Alshams lunges forward and goes to strike Akshalad. The eagle leaps out of the way and twirls, trying to dig his beak into Alshams' neck. The phoenix easily outmaneuvers the eagle and strikes him across the face with its giant flaming tail. Small flames burn away the feathers on Akshalad's face, and the devil lets out a high-pitched cry. As I watch the fight, I wonder if my life has any point. If anything I have done has mattered. Who am I compared to the gods warring in front of me, who have fought and lived for thousands upon thousands of years? What comparison does a mortal queen have to a god? Why does Alshams care for me so? Seeing him now, I have nothing to offer. I am only a human who will live a short life. I am nothing but ashes upon the wind. Akshalad takes to the sky, and the force of his wings sends me reeling backward, caught in a dust storm. Alshams leans back, and a great wall of fire comes out of his mouth, engulfing the eagle in a giant pillar of fire. Akshalad screams in pain and begins to flee, the sound of his wings like a thunderclap across the sky. Alshams does not pursue him, but lets him go, watching his departure with a wise yet vacant expression. When Akshalad has vanished, yet we can still hear the clap of his wings thunder through the sky, a wall of fire appears around the phoenix again, until we are faced with the humble sight of Toshana. She seems calm and not troubled, yet unhappy. She walks to me and extends a hand. Bennua, come. I am terrified to touch her, worried that I may burst into flames or something adequately horrible. This is Alshams, god of all in Sahrahn. She has more power than even Akshalad. I have no right to touch her, no right to look upon her face. But she does not look like Alshams now. She appears as the woman I met so long ago on the road, the woman who I came to trust. I take her hand gently, and she pulls me off the ground, leading me to Zahid. He looks like he's in shock. His face is white and his hands are shaking. The Raider Prince is never lost for words, but he is now. He won't even look at me. His eyes stare out at something I cannot comprehend, and there are tears wet on his cheeks. He takes deep, steady breaths, as if he is trying not to run off screaming into the desert. I cannot blame him. Only my steady faith in Toshana keeps me from running off as well.
Toshana,
Zahid says.
Be still,
Toshana says gently.
What has happened before you was not meant for mortal eyes.
Zahid and I stay silent. Toshana comes close to us and takes Zahid's hand as well.
Ruku did not know what he was until now, as I did not know I was Alshams until after the battle with Qasim,
she says quietly.
Akshalad roams the earth, soaring over the sands and taking the most devout of Alshams as his own, to use and to conquer in his own way. He found Ruku some time before you met him, and took over his body before he understood what was going on.
Then this is not his fault, I say, trembling. Akshalad is possessing him, making him do these terrible things. No, dearest Bennua. Akshalad can enter the hearts of those in Sahrahn, but he cannot control a person's actions. Ruku's blighted childhood, his exile from his home, and his inability to find love has made him bitter, and given Akshalad a way to change his heart and turn him into a monster. Toshana says kindly, Ruku is fully aware what he is doing. The devil inside of him has turned him against Alshams. He is not beyond help, though at this point in time, all he has become is anger, pain, and hatred. Your rejection has changed him. He is not your friend anymore, my child. He is something that desires to take everything from the world, as it has been taken from him. I hold a hand to my lips to keep myself from screaming. Is there anything we can do? Toshana doesn't answer. She lets go of our hands and walks to Yesma. The two of you must talk privately and get some rest. I will go ahead to Hayama. I will meet you there. She gets up on her mare and gallops away, as if she needs the horse to travel and cannot simply fly to Hayama in a few minutes, as she demonstrated to us before. This is so confusing. I do not understand anything in this barren, void world. I look at Zahid. Our fighting seems so trivial now. Yet despite everything I have seen, something in me still hurts from when he struck me. Now that Toshana is gone, I feel empty again. I will not talk about it tonight. Shall we set up the tent? I ask. We should get some sleep. After. He nods, feebly. I believe Alshams has scared everything out of him. We lay beside each other that night, trying to understand what has happened, but failing miserably. Toshana was right. What has happened was not meant for mortal eyes. Although I love Alshams with all my heart and have prayed from the beginning to see him as my father did long ago, I wish I had never witnessed the battle. I have seen too much, and now I am utterly changed from it. I was blind before, and it had been a blessing I did not recognize. Now that I have seen gods, nothing in my life seems to matter anymore. Things seem a little clearer in the morning light. The horses are still here, but Jara ran off. I am unsure where she got to. Here, alone in the desert with Zahid, it is possible to believe in this barren landscape that Alshams and Akshalad do not exist at all, and the only people in the world are me and my husband. It is possible to believe that here, he and I can escape the demands of gods and the wars of men. But that is untrue, and after what happened last night, I am not sure if anything will ever be the same between us again. I touch my face, where Zahid's blade cut me. There is not a scar, not even a scratch, but the action seems embedded into my skin. I keep reliving the moment over and over when he slashed his blade across my cheek, how it felt when the blood began spreading over my hands. I have barely slept. I came out early to watch the sunrise, unable to touch or look at my husband. I cannot stand to be by him, even though he was right all along. Zahid gets up and puts away the tent in silence. It's apparent that all we have to do is climb up on the horses and ride off, but it is also clear that we must do something more than that. We cannot delay any longer. We must speak of last night. Last night is not a thing I want to talk about. I stare at him, and he stares at me. It is as if there is an ocean between us, or several worlds. He is in one land and I am in another. We are married, but we may as well be strangers, meeting for the first time. Zahid clears his throat.
Bennua, I am sorry about what I did. I was careless. It won't happen again.
You could have cut my throat, or lopped off my head, I say sourly. Something within me is creeping up. Anger and bitterness is ravaging over my true emotions, taking over my love for him. I know this is the way Akshalad tormented Ruku and made him his own, that this is the way of the eagle god, not Alshams. At the current moment, I do not care. I am tired of this journey, tired of my people, and tired of being a queen. As miserable as it makes me to say this, I am utterly and completely tired of Zahid. He looks down at the sand, ashamed. I reply in a hiss.
Why did you even come back? I thought you were fine, leaving Ruku alone with me.
I became wary of leaving you alone, and it was a good thing I did. If not, he would have thrown you on the back of his camel and ridden off.
Zahid shouts. My mind says to stay calm, to think rationally. But I can be rational no longer. I am a broken woman, and for once I don't want to try and control myself. I want to let my fury fly, to let Zahid know how much I am hurting.
You became jealous. Admit it.
I cry.
You longed to keep me in a cage, to control me as you did when you took me to Ashana a year ago. You do not know what to do with a woman who can make her own choices.
I desire to do no such thing. I have told you before, if you wish to be set free, then I will do so. I will not keep you as my prisoner. I have done nothing wrong but protect you and love you, and you take my emotions and throw them back in my face.
He screams.
You do not love me, nor care for me. All you care for is yourself.
Those words hurt worse than the sword across my face. I long to get away from him. I am afraid of him. Not that he will physically harm me or kill me. No. I fear that he will do much worse, that he will ravage my soul and my heart until there is nothing left, that he will break me down into 1,000,000 pieces, this raider prince of mine. I must get away.
You are the one who has started this fight, not I
say.
Yes, for once, Bennua, I have had enough.
We are dueling once more, but not with weapons. We are simply pointing fingers, blaming each other for all the woes of the world. I do not know who has brought our troubles upon us. I hardly care. I do not care if it is all my fault or all Zahid's fault, so long as we can get the fighting to stop. But we cannot. We are too far in.
Why can't you let this go? This is a small thing, not even worth arguing about. Now get on your horse and let us end this argument,
I say, pointing to Ali.
My feelings and the way you treat me are anything but small. You have done nothing but argue with me and treat me cruelly since we left home. I think you enjoy starting these fights, that you take fun in tormenting me.
He says, with a look in his eyes that says he believes it.
I do no such thing,
I say, outraged.
These fights hurt me just as much as they do you.
It does not appear so. I have to watch each step I take with you. I have no capability to determine what will make you angry and what will not. Everything I do is an offense and an insult to the great queen of Hayama.
He gives me a mock bow, and it only raises my fury.
If you believe this much about me, then you are a much greater fool than I ever anticipated,
I say, nastily.
You are prideful.
And you are stubborn. You must always have things your way, Zahid. Always.
Me?
I am the only one putting any effort into this marriage, while you pout when you do not receive what you ask. You believe so? For the past few days, I have been the one carrying us both, while you berate me over Ruku. Zahid lets out a furious noise, throwing his sword into the dirt. You are a ridiculous woman who has lost her mind, he says, shaking his head. I do not know why I continue to bear you. Then do so no longer. Is that what you want? I no longer want to be married to you. I say the words before I can think about them, before I can let myself ponder or hesitate, because I know if I do, I will not say them. Zahid's anger abruptly stops. So does mine. Once again, the wind is the only sound howling over the dunes. We are all alone. Yet this time, we are not alone together. With these words, we are now apart. Zahid swallows. You do not mean that. I do. I believe we are too different to remain together. I say quietly, though the words are not spoken in anger. They are spoken in what I now believe to be the truth. Benoit, this cannot be. I swore I would be with you forever, no matter what happened. I would battle the wings of Akshalad himself before I... Zahid, listen to me, I say, pleading. My hands are fists in front of me, begging him to hear me even as tears are filling my eyes. You and I are as opposite as the night and the day. We do not work. We cannot work. We do not belong together. For as much as you understand me, you can never understand me completely. You cannot understand who I am, and I do not think I can understand you either, no matter how badly I want to. He stares at me. His whole body trembles. I see, he says. Is this truly what you want? It is not what I want. It is what must be done. He nods. Yes, He lets out a trembling breath. I will go back with you to Hayama and will help you defeat Ikram. From then on, we will get our marriage annulled. I will return to Toshana. I nod back. It is what must be done. Divorce is a terrible sin, according to the Onari. I will receive public backlash for it. Usually it is the woman who is blamed as a result of adultery. My people will not blame me, however. They will simply gossip. It will be whispered that a marriage could never work between a palace princess and a prince of thieves. They all saw it coming. And Zahid and I have proved them right. He gestures to the horses. We should leave. He turns his back on me. I want to rush forward and pull him into me, kiss him, hug him, something. I do nothing. Zahid goes to mount Ali. But as he grabs the saddle, he crumples. He falls to his knees at Ali's hooves, putting his face in his hands. His shoulders begin to shake with terrible sobs, his face crumpled in agony as he weeps aloud. I have never seen Zahid cry. A few tears here and there, but nothing serious, nothing like this. The sound of his sobs is enough to make me want to take a knife and cut out my beating heart. I long to comfort him, to wrap him in my arms, to take back every word I said. Yet these words are something I cannot change. At the very least, I wish he did not care about me,
or that I could take his pain and his grief and transfer it over to myself. I would give over my sultanate if it would stop his tears. I cannot cry. Each sadness has been drained out of me. I am a husk, a shell. I am absent, without myself and the world. I am nothing. After a very long time, Zahid stops. He wipes his face and gets on a lee, his eyes searching forward toward the horizon. I mount a mar, and we continue the half-a-day's trip toward Hayama in silence. I put my veil over my face, so Zahid cannot see me weep. He will know anyway, but I want a bit of comfort, of peace. Something I haven't gotten on this long, tiring journey. I can forgive Zahid for striking me. He truly did not mean it. It was an accident, and I know he would never hurt me. I cannot blame him for getting angry with Ruku either. Why, if I saw another woman kissing Zahid, whether he wanted it to happen or not, I would want to kill her too. But that is just the thing. There is too much death and pain in the world for there to be more of it. If Zahid and I cause more destruction to the world together, then we are better off apart. This is the right thing to do. It must be the right thing to do. Zahid and I do not work. No matter how hard we try, we are too different to remain as one. This is the kinder way to do things, the easier way. That thought does not change the fact that a crippling pain, worse than the death of my father, the absence of Toshana, and the crumpling of my sultanate, is spreading throughout my chest. The whole of Sahrahn could be given to me now, and I would not care, because my world is riding in front of me. And I let him slip away. I expect the city to be on fire, or for the sounds of battle to be rising up from within. But as we approach Hayama, it is utterly quiet. The city appears absolutely still, not a soul milling about the gates. It is entirely bizarre. Never in my life have I seen my sultanate so abandoned. "Do you believe they are expecting us?" I ask Zahid, speaking for the first time in hours. It hurts to ask him even a necessary question, but I force myself to do so.
I think so. Let them come. This is not the first time I've done damage with a sword.
Zahid draws his weapon, and I bring out my own as we enter the city. He looks like a reckless man, ready to cause death. I turn away and walk Amar toward the stables. I look around each corner for bodies, for the cry of a friend, but there is nothing. Either Ikram has chased out everyone in my city, or they're hiding. We reach the stables and put Amar and Ali away, taking the steps upward toward the palace. When we get to the large doors, the one leading into the throne room, Zahid throws a hand out in front of me.
"Stay still,"
he whispers.
"Something's amiss."
I cannot imagine what. I want to abandon all caution and run into the palace, but I do not dare. I remember my thieves' training and look around, trying to take in my surroundings. Sunlight flashes off an arrowhead on the balcony. I glance up, and a scream dies in my throat as I see a dozen rebels lining the walls, arrows drawn and pointed directly at me. Worst of all is Ruku, who has his hand raised. He is gazing down at me with a cold, detached look. "Fire!" he cries, bringing his hand down in a large arc. All at once, the sound of 12 arrows releasing from their bows rings through the streets of Hayama. There is no time to run, and I cannot dodge the arrows. Not when there's 12 of them shooting at me at once. One of them won't miss. I stand like a lost sheep, feeling my limbs turn to rock as if I'm a stone person of Yukulan. This is my death, staring me in the face. Less than a year after I have become queen, I will be assassinated. I stand tall and prepare to take each arrow, readying myself to fall into the wings of Alshams. If I am to die, I will die with honor. Imagine my surprise as Zahid grabs me, pulling me into his arms as he turns his back to the flying arrows. Thump, thump, thump. I can hear each sound as all 12 of the arrowheads lodge themselves into Zahid's back. Feel his body move with each hit as he lets out small gasps of pain. He holds me tightly, tighter than he ever has, and refuses to let go. The arrows stop, and the rebels cease fire. I pull out of Zahid's arms, studying his face. It is a blank, expressionless one, confused and full of pain. I do not want to look, but I must. I hold a hand to my mouth, letting out a devastated cry of sorrow as I see all the arrows sticking out of him. Each of the 12 arrows have sunk deeply into his body. He will not recover from this as he recovered from Qasim's sword. He cannot. My husband's knees buckle. I catch him before he hits the ground, placing him lightly on his side. His breaths come in pants, each one a wheezing, awful rattle which no human outside of death could replicate. His eyes meet mine, and they're fading fast. The light is leaving all too soon. No! I sweep Zahid's hair away from his eyes, cradling his head in my lap. Do not leave me! Do not leave me here, Zahid, I beg you! You must live! You must! My tears fall like stars upon his face. Zahid's eyes flutter once, and he breathes out. I made a promise. Until Sahrahn is a land devoured in fire. No! I will find Toshana, and she will heal you like before. She will! I plead. Where is she? My mind screams the thought, looking everywhere but seeing no one, feeling utterly alone. Toshana is in Hayama, but she is nowhere nearby. She will not come to my rescue. Alshams has abandoned me. Life itself has abandoned me. As a last resort, I look up at Ruku. The archers have left. He is gazing down on me with bitter, complete hatred. This was his plan all along, to join up with Ikram and kill Zahid while he was protecting me, unable to defend himself. It is Ruku's revenge against me for not going with him. His love was not love. It could never be love. You coward! I scream. Help me, please! Ruku doesn't say a word. He turns his back and walks away. I look to Zahid. Slowly, he takes one last gulp of life, and then breathes out a final gasp. His eyes go dark, and his body becomes still. This cannot be true. I cannot believe it, even though I have seen it. I would rather be gone than to have my Zahid taken from this world. I could live on with Zahid being away and apart from me. I could survive if he married another woman, had children with her. I could survive if I never saw him again, as long as I knew he was alive and well. I cannot bear him dead. Zahid, you mustn't go! I beg one more time. You must fight! It is too late. He is gone. I scream and scream until the very world has dissolved into nothing, and it is just Zahid and I. No, not Zahid and I. Just me, alone. My Raider Prince is no more. he has died in my arms. Chapter 11. The palace door opens. We entered the city at noon, but now it is twilight, the sun casting the city in a bloody red. Zahid's body has long grown cold and stiff in these hours. All I can do is sit here and cry with his head in my lap, stroking his hair as the bottom of my dress is soaked with his blood. I do not care where Ikram is, or that Ruku has joined up with him against me. I do not care if I live or die. It is Nuri, dressed in my clothes. She kneels beside me, tears flowing out of her brown eyes. "Oh, Bennua," she says. She embraces me, holding me close. "I apologize. I know how much you loved him, better than anyone I know." I do not look at her. I only have eyes for my husband. "Come," I say, slowly standing. "We must take him to my chambers, clean him up and ready him for burial." "The servants can do that, my queen," Nuri says softly. "No," I tell her sharply. "I want to do it." Together, we pull each arrow out of his back, tossing them to the side. Zahid has lost so much blood that his body fails to bleed anymore as we carry him into the palace and up the stairs to my room. "The council is in session. Ikram has taken most of the city, but he hasn't given up," Nuri says as we walk up the steps, bearing Zahid in our arms. "Not yet." The council could be halfway across the world right now, and I wouldn't give a damn. Once we reach my bedroom, we place Zahid on the bed, and I say, "Go get some water, and the spices and oils." Nuri obeys, and I strip Zahid of his blood-soaked clothes. He is still wearing the Phoenix amulet. I leave it on and start to wash his body, cleaning him of all the dried blood. Nuri comes back, and I begin adorning him with the spices and oils customary for burial. I then clothe him in his finest garments and lie him still, one hand on top of the other, closing his eyes. "Leave me," I whisper to Nuri, and she exits quietly. Now that he is clean and looking a little more like himself again, I bear the terrible truth of it all. Zahid died for me so that I could live. He took each arrow, leaving me unmarked and unscathed. Did he believe I no longer loved him? Tears come to my eyes once more, and I hold back a sob. What an awful, terrible lie that is. I see now that Zahid was my world. My pride and my vanity, arrogant after my victory with Qasim, had caused me to push him away, ignoring his advice when I wanted to forge my own path. I am not a mighty queen of Hayama. I am nothing but a fool, whose own stupidity caused the death of the man I loved. I wanted to do things my way, wanted to believe that I was always right. I fought with him instead of listening. I am a leader, but this time I should have followed. How foolish I was to suggest that we were too different. I cannot believe, after all we had been through, I had suggested divorce after a run-in with frustration and impatience. I want him to wake up, to beg him for a second chance at our marriage. I will never get that chance. Zahid is gone now. I sit near his feet at the end of the bed, thinking on what to do next. There seems like no next, however. There is no moving forward. I want Zahid back, but that will never happen. He will never come back to me. He is dead. I should run away, go somewhere, anywhere else. Zahid would want me to do whatever made me happy, whether that meant ruling Hayama or abandoning it to live elsewhere. But I don't believe he understood that he was my happiness, my light. Taking him away would cause me to lose whatever joy life contained. I have a duty to my people. Zahid may have died for me, but I am already dead. My heart has been taken away from me. If I am dead as he is, alive only in body and name, his sacrifice must mean that Hayama continues on. Something on my hip wiggles. I look down and see the magic lamp bouncing against my leg. Smoke slowly furls out of the spout, and Shadi appears. He has no witty response, no snarky words to offer. He only stares miserably at me and the Raider Prince's body. My queen. I swallow back a sob. Shadi. He strokes his beard. I can fix this, Bennua. I am not a very powerful djinn, but I am sure my magic can bring your husband back. Just say the word, and I will try. I will try with all my might, without any tricks this time. My magic could restore him to life. Hope trickles at the edges of my barren soul. I can bring Zahid back from the dead. Shadi can raise him up again, return him to me. The magic may go awry, yes, something might go wrong, but I have a chance of bringing him back. If there is even the slightest hope, I must try. I cannot bear to be without him. Shadi, A wail rises up from the open balcony. The city, once so silent, is now fighting again. My sultanate is wounded by civil war, divided so sharply down the middle. I look back at Zahid, and then out toward my city, where screams echo throughout the land. So many husbands, wives, and children dying for nothing but false belief and prejudice. It is all such a terrible waste. I know what Zahid would want me to use my last wish on, the ultimate sacrifice I could give my people. Bennua, Shadi says calmly. Make the wish. My choice is my choice. I close my eyes, tears trickling down my cheeks. I wish that the civil war in Hayama would end. Shadi's expression is even sadder than before. He snaps his fingers. The sound of war from the outside world drops to a dull cry, and then falls utterly silent. He stares at me, and I wave my hand. Go, I say. You can leave. I will put your lamp in a place where someone will discover it quickly. Find your 99th human so you can be set free. Shadi stands still. I would much prefer to remain with you, Queen Bennua, he says. If that is all right. My heart aches with affection for Shadi. I give him a teary smile and say, Yes, Shadi. I would very much enjoy your company right now. I look at Zahid and stroke his hair, wiping my face quickly. He loved you so, Shadi offers. He said so often. When you left the lamp in the tent at times, he would rant and rave about how mad you made him. He gives a tiny chuckle. Then he always sighed and said he loved you and had to follow you. He would not have left you, Not for all the gold or magic wishes in the world. He would not leave no matter how much you argued, annoying as it was. We fought very much, I say, laughing and crying at the same time. I suppose it was because we were both very passionate people, strong in our beliefs and willing to do whatever it took to keep our people and our families safe. I thought we were so different. I suppose we thought of things differently, but on the inside, we were more or less the same, were we not? Shadi nods. Yes, my queen. The very same. The lock turns on my door. Shadi vanishes back into the lamp, and Nuri is there, peeking through the crack. She has changed back into her servant clothes. My queen, Ikram is here, in the council room. Probably to discuss the terms of my surrender, no doubt, I say, rising off the bed. He wishes to make a treaty, she says, a compromise between both sides. My wish. Shadi's magic is working. I hope it doesn't go wrong. I will go to discuss this treaty. Will you stay in here with him? I gesture to Zahid, quiet and still on the bed. Of course. She walks into the room. Do not worry. None have discovered that you and I have changed places. Not a single council member has realized you've been gone for days. Thank you, Nuri, I say, raising her hand to my lips and kissing it tenderly. I want her to know how much I need her. You are a friend I have come to treasure more than a diamond. I hate ripping myself away from him, but my people need me. This was my wish, my sacrifice. I gave up the chance to bring Zahid back so my people wouldn't have to suffer. This is what my raider prince would do if he was in my stead. I must follow his lead, as I didn't before. I must become the strong leader he was, caring not for my own welfare, but for others. By my blood, I will not let another one of my people die today. I change out of my bloody dress and into one of my more elaborate garments. I do not want Ikram thinking I have been defeated just yet. I want him to know who the queen still is. I drag myself to the council room, holding my head high as I enter. The council turns, surrounded by guards. Ikram is there with several guards of his own. All I want to do is hold him down, beat him, torture him, for ripping my precious Zahid away from me. I do not. I calmly proceed to the center of the circle and say, Come, Ikram. Let us proceed. My queen, shouldn't we wait for Sultan Zahid? He mentioned that he would be back within 10 days and that time is up. Hashna says. The Sultan is dead, I say, glad that my voice doesn't waver as I say the words. He was killed by Ikram's rebels. The room erupts into loud and rattled chaos. A councilman steps forward and points to Ikram. We shall never make a deal with you now that you have killed our sultan. Be still, Habib, I say. Let us see what he has to say. I look at Ikram. His eyes are so cruel, so empty. Is there anything left in him? Ikram puts his hands behind his back and says, I too have grown tired of the fighting. So, I am here to make a compromise. And now that your queen has become a widow, I see an opportunity that may prove useful to both sides. Your rebels have slain my husband, Ikram. I am not so eager to make a bargain with you, I say coldly. Say what you mean carefully. An alliance, he offers.
through marriage.
Marry Ikram? No, absolutely not. I will not marry a man who killed my husband and is 40 years my senior. To do so is an offense against my country and me, I say.
I cannot marry you, as it would be sinful for a priest of Alshams to be bound in matrimony, he says, circling the room. However, there is someone who can. One of my men. He is of royal blood and eager to take your hand.
How sickening this man is. He refuses to bind himself in marriage to stop the killings, but takes girls as he wishes and throws them carelessly to the side afterwards. What a despicable piece of garbage. And what shall I receive? I shall marry one of these rebels, and then you and he will destroy all the laws that I have worked so hard to achieve. I ask.
I will agree to keep some of the laws, Ikram says. I will keep the education for the poor men and boys in the city, and your trade with Toshana will remain intact to make the economy strong. However, I must insist that you step down as primary ruler in Hayama, that women are not allowed to read the Onari, and that they must wear the veil. As a last request, I ask that I am instilled as primary priest here in Hayama.
This is a terrible bargain. I will become no more than a puppet and a pawn, with my laws remaining to better men, but not women. I will have no more power than the lowliest male beggar lying starving in the streets. Probably less, because I am a woman. If I say no, Ikram will continue to slaughter anyone who opposes him, and with Ruku on his side, that will more or less be everyone. Akshalad's thirst for blood will not be satisfied. I am not sure if my ideals are worth the lives of thousands of people. I long to find Toshana and ask her to change all of this. She will not get involved, however. This is a choice I must make for myself, without any interference from Alshams. With any luck, if I can make the man who will marry me fall in love with me, I will be able to manipulate him into killing Ikram and restoring the laws my way. It will take time, years perhaps, but as a young queen, I have time to twist the will of my new husband to my own desires. I will never love him, though. Never will I love another man. If this marriage is to take place, it will be so tonight, so we can begin rebuilding in the morning. I say, I will not have another rebel outbreak in the night because the marriage is not settled.
There is a mourning period that is to be observed, Hashna says, breaking in. To deny the queen her time to grieve would be a sin most high against Alshams.
It is all right, Hashna, I say quietly. Alshams will forgive us. I look toward my council. What say you? Is this the right decision? Advise. The council is silent. Hashna gnashes his teeth and says,
We shall stand behind our queen, whatever decision she may make.
This is a blessing, to know my council will help me infiltrate Ikram from the inside. I nod at him, my throat seizing up. Thank you, Hashna. I appreciate your support. I look back at Ikram. Then it shall be so. The wedding shall take place tonight. Who shall be the groom? Ikram claps his hands. The council doors open. I cannot help that my hand flies to my mouth, tears sparking in my eyes. Ikram grins.
May I present the royal ambassador to my cause, Ruku Kasimar.
Ruku does not smile nor frown, but his eyes are dancing in triumph. He knows he has won. My sisters and mother are waiting for me when I get back to my room. They are gathered around my bedside, staring down at Zahid's body. Many of them are sobbing uncontrollably. 3 of my sisters throw themselves at me when I enter. I hug them back, feeling so broken. All of us are widows now.
Bennua, you mustn't marry this man. Not before Zahid is buried,
Patina says, wiping tears from her eyes.
One royal of Hayama is equal to another. They will take your power, your throne. Let me marry him. Or me,
Istila offers.
or me.
Jabira cries. All of my sisters clutch at me, demanding that they be the ones to marry Ruku instead of I. They do not want to see me suffer any more. They believe I have suffered enough. I raise my hand and say, Ikram will not stand for any other. It is I who must marry Ruku. I promise that once I am married, I will work on finding good and loving husbands for all of you.
We do not care what happens to us, Bennua. You loved Zahid more than this earth, more than any of us loved our husbands.
Patina says.
For my life, for all our lives, do not marry this man. Let it be one of us.
I take her hands gently in my own. Our father and brother gave up their lives so Hayama could endure. Zahid and all your husbands as well. We must honor them by making sure the throne stays in our hands. My sisters drop their heads. I hand Dua a brush and say, Come now. I must ready myself for the groom. My sisters start brushing my hair, painting my face, and mending my dress. It is the same dress I married Zahid in. When I put it on, I nearly vomit. For once, my mother has no words to say. Even though it is I who has lost her husband, I feel I must be strong for my sisters and mother. I must give them hope and pretend that all is not lost, even though it is lost for me. When I am finally ready, my sisters stand in a circle around me, very quiet. Dua looks out the balcony and says, They will be ready for you, dearest sister, soon. Leave me be, I tell them. I want to be alone with him, to say goodbye. They exit quietly. I take my last chance to look at my beloved and sit by him. His body will be gone when I return here with Ruku, who will lay me down in the same place where Zahid's body rested. I will be raped in the same bed where my former husband's corpse once lay. How absolutely, utterly terrible all this is. I came to the city married, and in less than a day's time, I have become a widow, engaged, and now soon to be married all over again, with my first husband's body not even in the ground. I cannot fathom anything. It feels like a sharp dagger is running through my heart over and over, with no end or beginning in sight. There is no pain like this, not in all the world. It is an awful, crushing pain, an agony that makes it impossible to breathe, unfathomable to go on. I cannot imagine living without Zahid by my side. It is a falsity, a fairy tale. It cannot be true. I will do the only thing a woman can to save her kingdom. Ruku will be married to me, and he will bed me before the new dawn rises. Thinking of lying with that man, letting him take my body as his own, makes me sick. I long to take a knife with me so I can run myself through before he manages to do it. I would rather take my own life than be married to the man who killed my husband and stole my precious sultanate from me. My people need me, however. I cannot end my life, no matter how miserable it becomes. Even if my soul dies and my heart shrivels up so I become a shadow of myself, I must stay for the good of all the women of Sahrahn. Hayama is depending on me to set it free. I know I can manipulate Ruku after he forgives me for telling him I never loved him. I can tell him that he was right all along, that I should have picked him instead of Zahid, anything so that he will slaughter Ikram. In turn, I can slaughter him in his sleep and gain my, Zahid's, sultanate back. I have lost my faith in Alshams to save us. I have lost my purpose to give education and freedom to the lives of women in Hayama. I have lost the love of my life. I have lost everything.
Until Sahrahn is a land devoured in fire, my love.
I whisper. I press my lips to Zahid's, giving him one long, precious kiss. Our last. The lamp, which I placed on a small table near my bedside, begins smoking. Shadi appears. His face is marred with tears. His face horrified.
I am so sorry, Bennua,
he whispers.
I tried to get my magic to work this time. I didn't mean for such a horrific turn of events to take place.
I got my wish, Shadi. The war is over. There will be peace in Hayama again. I say, vacantly.
This is sacrilege! It is wrong!
He proclaims, vehemently.
But it is what must be done.
No! My magic can stop this! Something must stop this!
I smile at him sadly.
I do not believe that Alshams himself can stop what will take place today, my friend.
There is a knocking at the door. Shadi steps forward and gives me a kiss on the cheek, holding my face in his hands.
I will always believe you are the supreme ruler of Hayama, my queen. No matter what they do to you or how they ravage you, I will remain here to help you be strong for your people.
Thank you, Shadi.
I say, giving him a kiss on the head.
You may not be a most powerful djinn, but I am grateful all the same that I met you.
He disappears, becoming a man of smoke that dissolves into his lamp. I stay on the bed, holding Zahid's cold, lifeless hand in my own. The door opens. Toshana appears, after an absence that has been far too long. A wave of grief crashes down on me, followed by a wall of anger that I hit hard. I stand from the bed, quivering in rage, or in misery. I am unsure.
Where were you?
I whisper, tears in my eyes.
Where were you when I needed you? Why didn't you come when I cried out your name? Why, of all times, do you come to me now?
I fly at her. I raise my hands to hit her, to strike her, to take my pain out on the god who did not care that my Zahid died, to slap and abuse the phoenix that did not care to intervene. I do not care that Alshams is the creator of all the world, that he always is and will be. I care only for the torturous grief waging war inside my chest. She does little to stop me, only takes my weak hits with a sad expression. I finally crumple against her, giving weak sobs, falling upon the ground while she holds me in her arms.
I know you are suffering, my child,
she says, stroking my hair.
I am sorry this had to happen. Oh, Toshana, if you were here earlier, you could have stopped this.
I whisper.
You could have healed him, saved him from death. There are some things that must be done, not for the glory of men, but for the glory of Alshams,
she says.
You will understand why in time. He was your friend. Yes, I loved him very much.
She helps me stand. My legs are shaking. She leads me to the door and says,
It is time, my child. You must go. remember that I will be with you.
Aren't you coming? I ask, wiping my face.
I will follow. Go.
I don't want to go by myself. However, as angry, as hurt, as completely devastated as I am with Toshana right now, she is still Alshams. And no matter what has happened or will happen to me, I made an oath to follow Alshams all of my days. I must honor that promise and obey. I walk out into the halls alone. When I reach the doors that lead to the garden, Nuri is waiting for me. She grabs my hand and squeezes it as I draw near.
You are so brave for doing this, Bennua. So many other women would have run away,
she says. Zahid was the one who was brave. He gave his life so I could survive, I tell her.
Forgive me, miss, but I believe you are braver. You chose to continue on, living the rest of your days with the one who killed your husband as an attempt to fight for all of us,
she says.
To many, death is much preferable.
I squeeze her hand back. I will give everything for my people, to the last dying breath. I take a deep breath, closing my eyes and picturing Zahid's face before mine. One last time. Open the door, Nuri, I say. I'm ready. The garden is decorated in the same way as before. The walk to the groom, identical. This is all so eerily similar to my first wedding. The only difference is that most of the guests are crying tears of sorrow instead of beaming smiles of joy, and the groom is replaced by another. Ruku appears so smug, so confident. How did I not see that? Despite his desires, he is so much like his father. If something is not given to him willingly, he takes it. I wanted him to be different. I was so blind for so long, a naive little girl who didn't understand how the world worked. I see clearly now. I take my place at Ruku's side. Ikram looks at us both and then opens the Onari to chant the words that will seal us together forever. Before he has a chance to get a single syllable out, the doors to the garden burst open, flying off the hinges. The crowd screams. Several people stand up, looking toward the disruption. The mouths of men drop open and women faint. Ikram appears completely confused, while Ruku wears a mask of complete disbelief. Myself, I think it is all a dream. I have lost my mind. I have gone insane from this loss. This is not real. It cannot be. The Raider Prince stands before me, his sword drawn, standing tall as his eyes lock on Ruku's.
Get away from my wife.
Chapter 12. Everything stops. The wedding halts in place as each of the guests pause. Zahid has his sword raised. He seems infinitely calm, yet determined. The only sound in the gardens is the ruffling of the flowers in the breeze. All is still. Myself, I don't think to breathe. If I have gone insane, I do not care. Zahid is here, fantasy or not, and he is alive. He is alive.
What is this?
Ikram says in outrage.
This cannot be. The Sultan is dead. Unless he never died and has recovered from his injuries.
He turns to Ruku.
No, I saw him. I watched him as he tasted death.
Ruku says, his voice thin with disbelief.
Then it must be a trick. Someone disguised as the Sultan.
Ikram offers.
I am myself, Zahid says sharply. And yes,
I have died, yet here I am alive again. Alshams himself raised me from the dead, which is why I stand before you today.
Alshams, Toshana, she saved my Zahid. She brought him back to life. I try to hold steady, try not to crumple where I stand. Ikram wears a pale face.
Alshams? How? What? This is not possible.
He insists.
It is.
Zahid takes a step forward, raising his sword higher.
And I suggest that we discuss terms privately, in the council room with all its members. Unless you'd like me to behead this insolent bastard in front of all your guests, who saw fit to put his hands on my wife before I was even cold in the ground.
He points the blade directly at Ruku. The guards who are still loyal to me begin to pull out their swords. Ikram looks around nervously and says,
There is no need for more violence.
Ikram walks out of the garden. Ruku and the councilmen follow. I stand utterly still, trailing no one. It feels as if my whole body is made of sand, and I cannot move. Zahid looks at me. Those eyes, endless as the stars, engulf me with love. He holds out a hand and says,
Bennua, come with me.
I take his hand. The minute our skin touches and I realize his body is warm, my legs give out and I collapse. He catches me before I hit the ground as the crowd gives a collective gasp, pulling me to my feet.
Lean against me as you walk. I will explain everything later.
He whispers in my ear.
For now, you must be strong, and trust me. Follow my lead.
I nod feebly. We enter the room where my father died, where all the members of my council are jostled against the wall. They move away from Zahid, as if terrified of him. Zahid places me gently in a chair and turns to Ikram, saying,
I'd like to discuss the terms of your surrender.
Surrender?
Ikram bursts.
We shall do no such thing. Now that the wedding is off, we shall not agree to the terms of the treaty. War will begin again.
I think you'd find it wise not to argue with someone who has been to the afterlife and returned to tell the tale.
Zahid says harshly.
Alshams saw fit to raise me from the dead. To go against me would be to defy the laws of the great Phoenix himself.
How do you prove this? We cannot be sure if you were really dead,
Ikram states.
The oils and spices from burial are still fresh on him.
Hashna intercedes, being brave enough to come close.
I can smell them. Can you not?
He could have easily slathered himself in them,
Ikram argues.
Then look upon me and see for yourself the proof of my deliverance.
Zahid pulls off his shirt, and it goes fluttering to the floor. My breath is stolen away as I observe his smooth tan skin and the rippling muscles that lie beneath. There is nothing there. No scratch or blemish marks his body. The large, ugly scar that Qasim left when he slashed his sword against Zahid's side is gone. He looks newer than a babe, fresh from the womb. He is not as he was.
Not a scratch on me, Zahid says. I have been given many a wound in battle, yet there are no marks. I awoke clean and new. I have been remade.
The council breaks into mindless babbling. Ruku stands there maliciously, angry that Alshams has outwitted him once again. Ikram waves his hands and says,
Why would Alshams restore life to a sinner like you? A prince of thieves, a king of murderers and harlots?
That is something you must ask Alshams for yourself, O great priest.
Zahid says, slipping his shirt back on.
All I know is that I was dead, and now I am not.
Regardless of whether or not you rose from the dead, the treaty is now off. Bennua cannot be married. Ikram says, war will continue.
It will not, because I am your son.
Zahid says, flatly. Shock filters across Ikram's face.
It cannot be. You did not think Zahid was such a common name that you accounted me for another, did you?
Zahid asks, his eyes accusatory.
Though of course you did. You did not want to believe I survived Qasim's bloodthirsty terror so long ago. Is this true?
Hashna says in outrage, coming forward.
You are Ikram's son? My mother was Toshana. She lay with Ikram and conceived me. Instead of marrying her or providing us with a comfortable way of life, Ikram had us sent away, out of sight, so I would not be discovered and so his position within Yukulan would not be threatened. My mother is dead now, but still, I remember.
Zahid says.
He lay with many women in his time and wed none.
You say this is true, that he is your father. Then you have betrayed us.
Ubaidullah decrees, pointing at Zahid.
You have helped and enabled your father all along into gaining power, and have wed Queen Bennua so you may steal her throne. You should be beheaded at once.
I am not a traitor,
Zahid says coldly.
The reason I did not reveal Ikram's true identity before was due to my fear. I knew you would call for my death, perhaps even Benua's as well, if you discovered Ikram was my father. You do so even now. I know it was wrong to keep that secret from you. I would not do so again if I had the option.
You have missed many council meetings. How do we know you were not conspiring with Ikram in secret during those times?
Ubaidullah demands.
I ask that you forgive me, that I missed so many meetings and made Bennua stand in my stead. It was irresponsible and childish,
Zahid says.
I can assure you I will never miss another one, if you will stand behind me now. I swear upon the wings of Alshams that I had nothing to do with Ikram's rise to power. It is all right, Ubaidullah,
Hashna says, and the war general slowly calms.
I believe the young man, although there is no proof of his words. Sultan Zahid helped to save us from Qasim 1 year ago. If he wished to harm Hayama, he would have sided with Qasimar and destroyed us then, not grow us into a powerful nation as he has done in the past few months.
Ubaidullah nods gruffly.
Yes, I suppose you are right, Hashna. Forgive me, Your Highness, for accusing you of such treachery. You have every right. I am sorry for everything I've done.
Zahid says, humbly.
What he says is true. He never helped me, but it does not matter.
Ikram proclaims.
If Zahid is my son, I have a right to the throne.
He points at Zahid with a thin finger, desperately clinging to the last bit of power he has.
I am his father, and therefore, by his marriage to the queen, have a claim to Hayama.
Hashna shakes his head.
You have been proven a hypocrite, Ikram. The rebels rely on the words of the Onari in battle. They would have called Sultan Zahid a liar if he had exposed you before, but now that he has risen from the dead, there is no question who lies and who is truthful. Alshams shows favor upon those who tell the truth.
Ikram swallows.
These accusations I cannot argue. My followers will still...
Your followers will have lost all sense of trust after the scandal, and the ones who remain faithful will be few and far between.
Hashna says.
My queen, what do you suggest we do?
The council turns to me, but I cannot speak. I am still in shock. I suppose I could not rule over a grain of sand at the moment. Zahid steps in for me and says,
Those who do not declare loyalty to Queen Bennua will be banished from the city. You must leave with them, Ikram. Your riches shall be taken from you and given to those who have suffered at your hands. I should execute you, but as my father, I am giving you the option to live or die."
Ikram's eyes dart from left to right, looking for a way out. When he sees he cannot bargain for a better option, he meekly drops his head.
"I can see that I have been beaten. I shall return to Yukulan where I am most needed as priest."
"Yukulan is now a city of stone men, come alive from a magic curse," Zahid says. "To return there would mean your death."
"Are you telling me that I have nowhere to go? That I am to wander as a beggar, poor and unemployed through the streets?"
Ikram asks angrily.
"It is no less than what you deserve. Take him away."
Zahid waves his hand. 2 guards, ones who had originally been on Ikram's side, grab each arm. They drag him out of the throne room while he shouts protests all the way. Even though Zahid hates his father, I can still see a twinge of regret on his face. Ikram should be grateful. It was the smallest of bonds between father and son that kept him alive today. No matter how terribly Ikram had treated him, Zahid did not have the heart to kill his own father. Some may see it as a weakness. For me, Zahid's mercy, his kindness, was the reason I married him.
"As for you, I shall not be so forgiving,"
Zahid says, whirling on Ruku.
"Immediate execution. At once."
Zahid snaps his fingers. A guard advances on him, sword drawn. I watch without pity. Ruku was once my friend, but now he is my enemy. I cannot forgive him for what he has done. He has earned death. Ruku jumps across the room and rolls to my chair, leaping to his feet as he presses a knife into my throat.
"Advance on me, and I kill the queen."
The councilmen, guards, and Zahid all freeze. For the first time since Zahid has returned, he looks scared. I am not, though there is a blade pressed into my neck. On the contrary, I feel utterly calm. Nothing will happen. Sahrahn will fall into ruin before I let anything separate Zahid and I again.
"I will be leaving with Queen Bennua,"
Ruku says, grabbing the back of my gown and lifting me up.
"There will be nothing you can do to stop me. If anyone tries to attack me, she will die."
"You shall do no such thing, Ruku," I say, my voice devoid of all emotion. "You cannot harm me."
"Silence,"
Ruku says. He presses the tip of the blade into my neck, so I begin bleeding. I barely feel it sting.
"There is nothing you can do to save your own skin."
"You have taken everything from me, Akshalat, and Alshams has restored it just as quickly," I whisper. "If you want to destroy me again, this is not the way. You know this." I look into his eyes. I was once afraid to gaze into death, to look into the eyes of the devil, but I'm afraid no more. Akshalad longs for a challenge. Stealing mortal souls, killing them, is far too easy. He wants to cause destruction and devastation beyond any other. He did in me for a short time. And he wants to do it again. Taking my life is no longer enough. He longs to completely destroy me. Go ahead and take me now. Kill me if you want. But you will never have what you desire if you do it like this. Not this way. I hold his gaze. Ruku slowly lowers his knife, the blade dripping droplets of my blood onto the floor. He points the knife at me.
"I will crush you, Queen Bennua. One day I will take everything you hold most dear, and there will be so little of you left that not even Alshams will be able to raise you from the ashes."
Ruku darts toward the balcony window and leaps out. The councilmen shout, for the fall would kill a normal man. I do not scream, because I know Akshalad is not done with Ruku. I look over the balcony and watch as Ruku steals a horse, riding out the gates of Hayama and toward freedom. I let him get away. Akshalad will return to extract his revenge, but it is not today, and that is all I care about. War can wait. I collapse in my chair, my head slouching onto my shoulder. I am spent.
Ubaidullah,
Zahid says, and the general rises to full attention.
Go about the city making it perfectly clear that those who do not support the queen will be exiled. Execute those who are disloyal, yet refuse to leave.
The general bows. Zahid looks at Hushna and says,
Go throughout the city and reaffirm the borders. Provide food and shelter to those who have none. Reassure that those who have lost family will be compensated.
He goes about giving various orders to all those in the council. I don't hear his words. Everything seems mottled, colors within the room mixing together with sounds. I do not feel like myself. I am without and within. The council members disperse one by one until I am left alone in the room with Zahid. The commanding sultan is gone to be replaced by my gentle, compassionate husband. He kneels by my side and takes my hand in his. The phoenix amulet dangles from his neck.
Bennua, are you well?
I am worn, I say, having no other words.
I know,
he says.
I am here.
He rises to his feet and picks me up, cradling me in his arms. I nestle against his chest, breathing him in, believing in this impossible fantasy as he walks down this hallway and that. Zahid carries me into a random guest room and locks the door, setting me on the bed.
I want to be sure we are not disturbed, he says. This will take a while to explain, and you've been through quite enough tonight.
We must... Zahid, I cannot... This isn't... I am babbling, unable to form a coherent thought or string two words together. My hands quiver. I try to steady them in my lap, but it is no use. Zahid takes my quaking hands in his strong, calm ones and turns my head ever so gently with 2 fingers, so I'm looking at him.
Bennua,
he says.
It's me.
With those words, I realize that this is not a dream. Zahid is real, breathing. He has a beating heart that had been still mere hours before. I am not insane. He is alive. All tiredness falls out of me as I lunge toward him. He reaches for me, and we kiss passionately as we never have before, losing all sense of abandon. I put my hands in his hair, and he lifts me up, setting me on his lap. My legs curl around his waist, and we kiss even harder, as if this is the last time we will ever meet. This won't be the last time. Zahid will be with me always. This is my promise. I would rather die than lose him again. I'm sorry. I am so sorry, I cry, kissing him over and over again as I finally pull away, tears streaming down my face. I did not mean those cruel, terrible words. I never want to be apart from you. Never again. He is crying too, even harder than he was after we had our argument.
I would have not agreed to divorce you if I thought you didn't mean it. I am sorry I didn't fight harder for us. I will never let you go again, my treasure, my heart. I love you, Bennua. More than all the earth, I love you.
I love you so much more than you could ever imagine. In one swift movement, Zahid tears my wedding dress off of me with one hand, tossing the ruined garment onto the palace tile. Don't like the color? I say jokingly, teasing his hair.
I want to make sure that dress is never used again. You are mine, now and forever.
He kisses me fiercely. I rip at his clothes, tearing them off of him and tossing them away. We come together with a ravenousness that we never have before, our bodies intertwining into paradise as we make love. This is not want. This is pure need, ripped out of the both of us. We are not two people, but one, making up equal halves. I am his, and he is mine, now and forever. We collapse on the bed, breathing hard and sweating. I look at him, and he looks at me, and all the stars, the world as it is, collides in his eyes. He gives me a loving smile and strokes my hair with the back of his hand, his eyes misty.
What have I done with my life that the beautiful queen of Hayama would be mine?
I am no queen, no royal. All I am is a girl in love with the raider prince. I say. I give him another gentle kiss and say, I cannot believe you are here. You were dead. I watched you die.
Yes,
he says, pulling me into his arms.
And I would do it all over again if it meant saving your life.
I never want you to sacrifice yourself for me again. I cannot stand to be without you. It was unbearable.
The sight of you about to marry Ruku was unbearable.
Zahid grumbles.
I wasn't sure if I wanted to vomit or run him through with my sword. Probably both at the same time.
He betrayed us.
I whisper quietly.
I am so sorry, Zahid. I should have listened to you. You have a kind and gentle heart, Bennua. I am not surprised that you wanted to save him, to redeem him from his father's name. But we cannot save everyone.
Bettina always said that my gentle-heartedness would get me into trouble someday.
It has also done much for the good of Sahrahn.
He kisses my hair.
I saw from afar what you did for me. Watched as you cleaned my body and agreed to give up your wish so Hayama could be saved. That was very brave. I could not say I would have done the same. I would have wanted you back too much. You made a tough and heartbreaking decision, and I am proud of you.
I only wanted the war to end. Bringing you back would have been selfish.
Shadi would have brought me back in pieces anyway. Missing an eye or a limb.
I would not have cared. I would love you even if I had to call my chambermaid to sew you together. We both laugh, gently. I take in the glorious sight of him and say, if you don't mind me asking, what was death like? What did you see? Zahid's smile is replaced, reformed with a thoughtful gaze.
When the arrows hit me, I could barely feel them. All I thought of was protecting you. I remember muttering something to you, and then everything was gone. I simply wasn't there anymore.
You said that you made a promise, that we would be together until Sahrahn was a land devoured in fire.
Ah, yes. It must have been something like that.
He scratches his thin, patchy beard.
After I died, there was a great light all around me. It was peace. I was comforted. I saw many friends who had died. I saw Mirk. I even saw my mother.
His voice grows gruff.
I believed they were all gone forever and I'd never see them again. Yet, there they were, standing all around me. Then I saw Alshams.
What next? I ask, eagerly.
He told me I had a choice, to journey onward or to go back to my old life. I did not want to return to Sahrahn. I felt that I belonged there, wherever it was, and I hated to leave it.
He shrugs.
Yet I knew that I also wanted to be with you. The choice was very difficult to make, but I chose to come back. I'm so grateful you did, Zahid. You will never know how much.
I slowly pull out of his arms, getting off the bed.
We must go to Toshana,
I say.
I must thank her on bended knee for what she has done. If not for her, I would be without you.
Zahid winces.
There is something you must see. I want you to ready yourself.
Ready myself for what? What has happened?
I ask, turning to him.
Bennua, I deserved death. I am a thief and I have taken lives. Something had to happen for me to come back to this life.
Zahid says slowly.
I do not want you to suffer any more than you already have. But there is one more thing you must endure.
What am I to wear?
I ask, pointing to my dress. It lies in 2 pieces on the ground.
Wait here.
Zahid dresses, leaves, and returns a short time later with a light blue outfit. It is a small top that only covers my breasts, and a long skirt that has coins attached to the hips that jingle as I walk.
You couldn't have found anything less revealing?
I ask, with a smile.
Call me a dog, but after what I have seen, all I want to do is look at my wife,
he says, handing me the outfit.
It is a short walk to your room. No one will see us.
We creep through the empty hallway, much like we did when we were thieves on raids. How I miss those days. I long for them to return, when it was just Zahid and I, and all we had to worry about was how much gold we needed to steal. That life seems so distant now. He stops at my bedroom, placing a hand on the door.
This will not be easy to see,
he says.
I am ready, whatever it is,
I insist.
No, Bennua, you are not.
Zahid opens the door. As he does so, my heart drops out of my chest. Chapter 13. I am not prepared for what lies in wait for me. I let out a moan of grief, clutching at my heart, for it is breaking in 2 for the 2nd time this day. Toshana lies upon the bed, utterly still. Several red feathers are littered around her body. Ashes cover the bed and the floor around it completely. I walk over to her, hoping that she will awaken, but she does not stir. I lift her hand. It is cold.
Alshams said that if I was to come back, a sacrifice had to be made.
Zahid says softly.
A life for a life. Toshana took my place.
I do not understand,
I say.
I had saved Toshana from being stoned by Ikram long ago. She came to me, wherever I was after I died, and told me that she was happy to make the trade.
He lets out a shuddering sigh.
Does this mean Alshams is dead? That he is gone from the world?
Alshams is never gone from the world. He has always been here and always will be,
Zahid says, grabbing my arm.
The Phoenix God will regenerate in another life, reborn from the ashes as he has for thousands of years. Alshams will return, as he always does. He has never left us.
But Toshana is gone.
Yes, Toshana is gone.
I weep aloud, clutching Toshana's body and holding it to my own. In order to gain my husband back, my closest and dearest friend had to die. I should have known what she was going to do when I left her alone with Zahid's body. What could I have done? I am a queen, not a god. Toshana wanted Zahid to live. She wanted both of us together. She knew even when I didn't that we would benefit Sahrahn together, more so than we ever could apart. And so, she gave her own life for that. Zahid puts his hand on my shoulder as I cry, letting me know that he is here and he too shares my grief. After a time, I put her body down. My face and arms are covered in ash. One life for another. I know it was too good to be true that I did not lose someone today. She loved us. Now we can show that we love her by doing our best to lead the people of Sahrahn into a brighter future. Zahid notices the lamp lying abandoned on the side table. He picks it up and observes it. 99 humans, I suppose that I will be his last. Are you sure you want to do that, Zahid? I ask. Shadi's magic has proven to go horribly wrong. Horribly wrong or not, it is good to keep a djinn around. Zahid says. We could use some magic of our own, in case our enemies return. I am reluctant to have Zahid be Shadi's 99th master. Every wish I ever asked for went disastrously. However, the djinn did want to stay here with me, and it is better that Zahid keeps him safe instead of having Shadi's magic fall into the wrong hands. If Ikram was to get a hold of him, or even worse, Ruku, it could be the end of Hayama as we know it. Shadi will not be able to refuse their wishes, no matter how hard he tries. As much as the magic may backfire on them, it will hit us so much harder, so I suppose it is better that Zahid be Shadi's last master. Zahid rubs the lamp and vanishes, the object dropping to the floor with a clank. I wait a few minutes, anxiously, before Zahid reappears, shaking his head. Oversensitive genie. He kept throwing things at me and screaming. You'd have thought he saw a ghost. Well, he did, in a way, I offer. Though I suppose it is irrelevant now. I pause, a thought coming to mind. Could Shadi bring Toshana back from the dead? He offered to do so with you. Toshana was a power much higher than his, if you remember. It won't work, Zahid says, gently. All of the hope I had stored up in me falls out of my chest. Yes, I suppose you're right. I begin wrapping Toshana in the blanket. Come, we must give her a proper burial, without anyone seeing. In the dark of night, Zahid and I bury Toshana next to the graves of my father and brother, underneath a large patch of red flowers that I suppose she would have loved. By the time we are done, both of us are covered in ashes and dirt. Zahid looks at me and says, What should we tell the people when they ask who is buried here? I wipe my hair out of my eyes, looking down at the grave. We shall say she was a great friend of the Queen. A tear slips down my cheek. I let it fall to the ground, onto the fresh dirt of the grave below. We never did discover the mysteries of the floating cities. I had hoped to return there with Toshana when the war was over. I thought she would explain them, and the strange path of coals to me. She certainly knew everything. Perhaps some things are better left secrets, my love. Zahid appears more downtrodden than even I. He is not defeated, only sad. He wipes his face haphazardly and says, Many of my friends are gone. I have lost Mirk, and now I have lost Toshana. Both of them were my closest companions. I always thought we would be together. At the very least, I believed it was I who would die first, as a result of my recklessness and arrogance. I did not ever think I would bury both of them. I am sorry, I say.
I apologize that you have only me left to comfort you.
Do not say that,
He says, drawing me close.
Toshana gave her life so we could be together. Something between us both will save all of Sahrahn. It must be so, for her to bring me back from the dead. I loved Mirk and Toshana, yes. They were my dearest friends. But you are the crown of my days, the treasure of my life. I love you more than I have ever loved anyone. There has never been anyone who I loved more so than my mother. That is, until you came.
Did your mother say anything to you when you were dead? I ask. He pauses.
I'm not sure if it is right for me to tell what the dead speak. However, I will tell you, and only you. She said you were very beautiful, and that she was proud of me, and to never let you go all my days.
She sounds wonderful. I'm glad she likes me.
I'm glad too. I've often thought if she would give us her blessing, and now I know for certain.
Did Mirk... I let my words trail away. Zahid had killed his father figure, Mirk, in order to protect me. I'd often felt guilty over it, though when Mirk attacked me, he left Zahid with no other choice.
Yes. He told me he was sorry for what he did to you, and that he wasn't in the right mind at the time, and that it was good for me to defend you.
Zahid says, the words with a twinge of pain in his voice.
I begged him to forgive me for killing him. He told me there was nothing to forgive.
He shifts in place.
You know my father will come back. It was foolish to let him go. He will try to raise up an army against us for shaming him in this way.
If he does, so be it. I say harshly. You have extended mercy to him because he is your father, but we will not give mercy a second time. The day he comes to rule my sultanate once more is the day his head goes rolling down the palace steps.
Very bloodthirsty, my queen. A little unrelenting, perhaps.
I will not extend mercy to those who seek to ruin my land with their false beliefs and twisted ways. I say, pulling out of his arms. I sit on a small bench near Toshana's grave. Let it be known that Queen Bennua is reluctant to give her trust to outsiders. Zahid comes to sit beside me. I lean against him, biting my lip to keep from crying again.
I know he hurt you,
he says, softly. We were friends, I say, bitterly. I cannot believe Ruku would betray me in such a way after the adventures we had together. It is impossible to think of the things he did, even though it happened before my very eyes. He killed you, Zahid, and he made me watch. All because I told him I could never love him. He longed to hurt me in the worst way possible, and then got joy out of seeing it happen. He is a sick, cruel man.
Ruku is a wounded soul. Akshalad was able to use his torturous past as a way to turn him against himself.
You told me that he would do whatever it took to claim me. I should have listened to you and let you run him off when we had the chance.
You are who you are, Bennua. I've known since the day I met you that you do as you like and listen to no one, especially not me, and especially when it comes to saving people. You longed for a friend in Toshana's absence, and Ruku was a good one,
Zahid says.
Yet he wanted something more, something you couldn't give him. Your rejection made him into a monster who no longer cared for your welfare or happiness. I am sorry that this had to happen and you had to learn the hard way. But you understand that Akshalad will return, and when he does, we will have to kill Ruku in order to stop him.
I understand, I say.
As far as I am concerned, Ruku and I are nothing but sworn enemies. The thought of marrying that man—
Be still and do not talk about it, unless you want to see me angry,
Zahid says. He draws me close, his whole body shaking.
The thought of him taking you by force is too much to bear. I will have nightmares about it for weeks.
I put a hand on his chest. I would have done whatever I needed to in order to save the kingdom we have built from the ashes, together. His forehead touches mine. We both breathe in deeply, enjoying the small, delicate moment we share together. There are no secrets between us, nothing hidden away. He is me, and I am him. We are one soul, one flesh, one name. I cannot thank Alshams enough for bringing him back to me. There isn't enough praise in all the world.
We shall never fight like that again,
Zahid says.
I refuse to say such terrible things to you.
As do I. We are different, but we are also the same. We must learn to get along. I say.
We get along fine when we are not bickering at each other.
He laughs.
You drive me to the point of insanity with your demands and complaints, then bring me right back with your intelligence and beauty.
You are a stubborn, arrogant, and cocky fool, Rede Prince. I say with a chuckle, playfully pushing him. Just the same as I.
My mother always said to find a girl who would make me steady, like the earth,
he says.
But you don't steady me, Bennua. You set me ablaze, as if the two of us are a raging, passionate fire that cannot be extinguished.
In more ways than one.
I can't tell if you're referring to how we are in bed or how infuriated you make me on a daily basis.
Perhaps both.
Oh, that is enough.
He grabs me and tosses me on the ground, rolling around with me in the dirt. I laugh as we wrestle just like old times, him gaining the advantage while I try to fend him off with weak pins and maneuvers. He lets me win, and I lay on top of him, holding both of his hands down. I think I've won this time, I say, laughing.
You always win when it comes to me, Bennua. I can never tell you no.
Then we are the same, because I can never deny you either.
Really?
He swoops me up in one arm, tossing me around as if it is no effort on his part. He leans down and whispers into my ear.
Then what if I asked you to be mine, always, until our hair is tinged with grey, and Sahrahn is a land devoured in fire, and each hour, each minute, you will think of me and long to be by my side, as I will yours? What if I asked that you and I create our own world together, and that our hearts will beat as one no matter what darkness comes to envelop this earth? What if I asked if you truly, honestly, deeply loved me, and that you would be my wife all my days? Would you say yes?
My stomach tingles, and my heart flies with his words. I truly grasp this invisible connection that binds him and I, as if it glows right in front of us like a magical rope, tying together our fates. I smile up at him. What can I say? I can never refuse you.
Even if it is terribly hard and you have to work and fight for me every day?
I give a small laugh. Marriage is not easy.
No,
he says, and he gives me a tender kiss.
But it is more than worth it.
We get off the ground. Zahid shakes the sleep out of his eyes and says,
I am tired. I long to rest.
We can sleep in your old bedroom, I say, and Zahid doesn't ask any questions. He knows it is too hard for me to rest in my own room tonight. I will have to get rid of the mattress in the bed itself and replace it with another. Too much has happened, and was going to happen, on that bed, to give me anything but nightmares. When we reach his old room, Zahid turns to me.
I have just thought of something. You know what you haven't done in a long while? Dancing,
he says, and his eyes fill with longing.
I miss it. I would like to see you dance again.
I miss it too. I have not danced in quite a long time, since before I became queen. In that moment, all I long to do is dance.
We have no music,
I say.
I can remedy that.
Zahid leans out his balcony.
You there! Gather the royal musicians and play throughout the streets that all should know the war is over.
In a few minutes, music begins to sing from the city below. Zahid sits in a chair, and I give him a playful curtsy, saying, Batari, the dancer of the desert, to whom do I owe the pleasure of performing for?
Zahid, the Raider Prince, Sultan of Hayama, and hopelessly, desperately in love with the woman I see before me,
he murmurs, eyes full of light and love. Watch and be amazed, Raider Prince, for the woman who dances for you loves the one sitting before her even more. I begin to twirl on the spot, letting the music come over me as I perform a set of dips and twirls, my hips moving in time with the beat of the drums, the coins jingling at my waist. I dance as if I have never danced before for my love, my everything. My body is an instrument, played delicately for the joy of the man in front of me, the passion I have for dance beating in my chest with each twist and turn. My soul has ached with missing my talent, and now it is weaving triumphantly in song. If I had the strength, I would continue to dance throughout the land of Sahrahn, proclaiming my love for Zahid forever. Zahid's eyes are sparkling. I finish the dance, and he gets up to kiss me deeply, a look of peace on his face that I haven't observed since before the war began.
Now that was a dance. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I bet you did, I say. It was for both of us. His eyes are drooping.
I should stay awake. The council will want to see us soon.
You must sleep. Rest, my love, I tell him. I will stay awake for a little while longer. Zahid goes to lie down, collapsing onto the bed. I watch him as he sleeps, enjoying the way his chest rises up and down with each breath. This was a body that had been so still before, quiet in death, and miracle upon miracles, it is grasping precious life again. A part of me wonders what Zahid and I have done, that the civil war is finished, but the consequences of its end will soon stampede over all of Sahrahn. Akshalad, devourer of worlds, will not be satisfied with defeat. He will return, and the battles we will wage with him will consume the land. We were not told this, but we both understand. Our kingdom, our marriage, stands directly in the way of Akshalad's plans. Ruku knows that we will not stand by and let him do as he pleases with the realms outside our possession. He knows we will fight, and he will make a threat that we cannot ignore. It is not today, but it will be soon. War has only been delayed. Yet Zahid and I have been through the worst, falling into the arms of death and rising back into the warm rays of life once again. I do not fear what could be taken from me. The love that Zahid and I have for each other will be enough to defeat devils and demons both. Toshana is gone. That thought is nearly enough to make me want to give up now. But Alshams is not absent from the world. He always was and always will be, as Zahid said. We do not know when he will return, but when he does, we will be ready for him. Let them come. Alshams will rise again, and not all of Sahrahn will be able to withstand my fire when she returns. Bennua and Zahid will battle Akshalad in Redemption from Ashes, The Kingdom Saga, Book 3. The End. This has been Fallen from Ashes, The Kingdom Saga, Book 2. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Nadia Marshall. Copyright 2015 by Megan Linsky. Audio copyright 2024 by Megan Linsky.